Hello, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Mapathon 2022. This is our second annual Mapathon event, and we're really excited to build on top of the incredible work that happened last year, as well as the various different projects, initiatives, and brilliant efforts that many of the people here in this room have started. I'm going to jump into a brief screen share where we're going to do a little bit of an intro to mapping and go through the agenda for today. So when we first started Mapathon22, we decided we'd have four main tracks. One being systems mapping, social networks, regenerative resource mapping, and then the interoperability and between different maps and the tools we use to actually do mapping work. So in creating this event, we thought having the different types of mapping together would help us create basically more of a cohesive mapping field where we could be learning from each other across different disciplines, as that is also what we're trying to enable with mapping itself. So first we'll go into mapping and systems change. Then Jen will be speaking to some of the key players and participants in the mapping for impact ecosystem. We've outlined some challenges and solutions that have came up over the last few months across different mapping projects and some potential solutions on how to address those. And then we'll be talking about the agenda and the objectives and goals for today. So what is mapping? Whenever I try to describe mapping to a friend, they're usually, of course, always think of Google Maps or some physical map. But in reality, mapping is any process of creating a visual representation. This representation could be a geographical system, but it could also be a social one. It could be a network, or it could be any sort of environment or ecosystem. And these maps are used to illustrate the relationships, patterns, and trends between and among entities in the map. So on the right is an example of a map, even though it's not in the physical sense, because if you were to move one of these nodes somewhere else, it changes the fundamental structure of the map, because the distance between these nodes is actually telling you something, the relationships between them. And that's, in the same way that if you took New York City and you moved it across and plopped it on top of San Francisco, it would change the fundamental structure of the map. And God knows what type of chaos that would unlock. So mapping can include creating diagrams and graphs or other type of representations as well. And I think what we're going to get to today is the whole process of mapping. And a lot of us are in this space because we know that it can be used to take action and to be able to explain and act in a very complex world where we have systems that are quite difficult to know what to do unless we've completely understood them and use other tools to help us do so. So as this whole event unfolded in conversations, we realized that there's this process that within mapping keeps happening. So first is curation, right? So what do we want to map, and actually cataloging and sharing those things in a space where people can work on this together. This could be filling out a form. This can be adding a row into a database that goes into a GIS tool. And whether it's a centralized or a crowdsourced map, the first step comes with actually putting some stuff into the bucket. The second step, which sometimes is connected to the first one, is organizing. So this is adding tags, categorizing, and placing this information in the right spot on the map in relation to the other things. Then, of course, you have to create an actual visualization to be able to show the information in this map, whether that's printing out your physical copy or creating a UI or a front end, which allows people to actually find the information. So Google Maps without the ability to search and filter would be extremely overwhelming. And so this is where we can help reduce the complexity of a map and help people meet their goals. Then once you do find what you're looking for, or a few things you're looking for, then the next step is engaging with these maps. So this could be reading a Google Maps listing for a restaurant. It could be taking in information, and it could also be making connections. And the last step, which is typically what everyone wants when they create a map, but is not easy to get there because you have to think about it as a cohesive design of all these steps, is the action. So how do you then be able to use what comes out of a map? Like, for example, finding someone who has a need that meets something you're offering, and how do you actually catalyze action? How do you do matchmaking? How do you enable synthesizing information and creating new content? And how do you allow for like the emergence of what will come next after you discover something on a map? So when it comes to the problems that we face today as a society, the reason why we call this event Mapping for a Thriving Future is because we really think that this is one of the key roles, mappers and weavers, to be able to unlock the potential that a lot of us have, but is locked up, in order to create collaborative action. And when it comes to the complexity of the world, like I mentioned previously, I think having some way to actually map out the problems that we face, and many of us have done this whole process in our heads. We've understood, we've mapped out these different data points, we've organized it in our minds, we've come to the conclusion and accepted the fact that we're facing some really big problems as a species, and we're trying to get to that last step of acting on it. And I think mapping in general can be the kind of light at the end of the tunnel, and could be our navigational tool to help us be able to not only map out the problems in front of us, but also the solutions, and figure out how we can do that together in a collaborative way. Because if our problems are interconnected, then our solutions have to also be done in that way. So I really believe that the work we're doing here is really important, and that mapping can be a way to hopefully get out of this challenge that Antonio Guterres laid out, which is in a world in which global challenges are more integrated and the responses are more fragmented, if this is not reversed, it's a recipe for disaster. And I think one way we can unsilo and unfragment the work that everyone here and around the world is doing is to create lots of really great maps. So with that, I will pass it over to Jen Baez, who has been an incredible collaborator and mind on this event, to talk about some of the key players and participants in mapping work.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. Happy Friday. Excited for today for sure. So if we look at the players, who are the participants trying to create this infinite game of addressing the system's challenges, as Vincent just laid out? What we wanted to highlight first is the different magnitude and the scale of the size of the different players. If we start at the bottom, there's likely hundreds of platforms and tools that are enabling the mapping activity, whether that's creating the maps or visualizing them. That's like the smallest group. Then as we move up, we have communities and networks that try and aggregate individuals based on like-minded interests, whether that's a particular problem or issue that they're interested in solving, or a geographical region, et cetera. There's thousands of communities and networks all over the world. And then as we move up, a really important aspect of the ecosystem are the mappers and the weavers. As Vincent alluded to earlier. So these are the individuals that are technically curating all of the data and creating the maps so we're able to surface the relationships. But it's also the weavers that, although they may not be necessarily creating the maps, they're naturally doing this activity of connecting the dots of individuals or like different organizations that should be talking to each other. And that's likely, let's say in the tens of thousands. And then we have the biggest group being the change makers and the millions of individuals around the world that are looking to make an impact and, can sense that there is something happening and there's a reason for all of us to coalesce and come together in addressing these large systemic issues, but they need help to know what they should be addressing or where their time and energy is best spent. So I think it's really important to highlight that all of the mapping efforts that we do at the bottom levels, whether that's like a platform, the networks, or the mappers and weavers, is really important to catalyze the potential that's included in all of the millions of individuals across the world that really care about ensuring the future of humanity, in a sense. And on the next page, we're just going to deep dive a bit on the different types of players and take a look at what their roles are in the ecosystem, as well as some of the key pain points that they're facing. So we start at the top right with networks. I did want to call out that the communities and the networks, we can look at them in a couple different categories. So I really like David Ehrlichman categorization, the different types of networks, because the purpose of the community is really important in how the network shapes out. So you can have a learning network that's more focused on connecting and learning amongst individuals. You can have an action network that's more focused on connecting, learning, and taking action on a particular problem or solution space. Or you can have a movement network, which is, a network of networks that's interested in connecting, learning, and taking action across multiple networks. So that would be more about coordinated action. And I would say what we're trying to build here with the mapping ecosystem is really a movement network, right? Connecting all of the different communities that are engaged in this activity. So overall, the network's role is to curate and manage the communities and then create those experiences for connection or learning or action, depending on what exactly the purpose is of the network. And some of the key pain points that we've noted are being able to scale by collaborating with other networks. So once you have two communities that have similar objectives or purposes, trying to get them to work together and like amplify their efforts is a common issue for many reasons, which we'll get to in a later session on collaborating. And another pain point is just maintaining the long-term engagement and the trust of the community. So as you can imagine, the archetype of individuals that gravitate towards these networks are probably in like multiple communities and networks at a given time. So for every single network or community, maintaining the engagement and the interests of their members in the long term gets quite tricky. And then we'll go to the bottom right. So looking at the platforms and the tools, we have a great example on what that could be for the space of Catalyst. So check out the net page. And yeah, the role here for the platforms and tools is really to build the infrastructure and create the space for the information to flow throughout the ecosystem, to visualize the maps, and to really provide that transparency so the ecosystem can scale by having that information and people coalesce like in one space and providing the technology for that. And some of the common pain points for these players are, creating standards, creating a user interface and experience that's applicable to many users and many use cases. So once you get down to the nitty-gritty of actually creating a map and defining a schema and like what metadata is going to be included in the maps, you as a platform and a tool maker, you want to make it open enough that it's applicable to many different networks, many different issues that can be mapped, but that is something that is difficult to do and can be a pain point. And another aspect of that is just growing the number of users. So the platform, whether you're operating for system change or not, engaging with more users is really important to enhance the effectiveness of the platform. Like as you get more data, you can get more insights. So that's another pain point. Then we can go to the bottom left with the mappers. So the mappers role, whether you're actually creating the maps or doing the weaving more organically, is to get the data and respective relationships between different individuals, communities, and problems, and yeah, just be able to understand what those relationships actually are and how they come up in the different systems. And some of the issues that mappers face is just dealing with a lot of ambiguous and unorganized data. I think if you have the mindset of a mapper, you look at the world in a certain way, and to bring that understanding to life, whether it's on a map or whether it's fostering connections more organically as a weaver, it really requires having a lot of information and the context around it. So having to deal with that can be quite tricky. And then if you're actually creating the maps for communities and networks, just maintaining the data integrity and keeping everything up to date as the network changes and as people come, people go, is something that's a pain point as well. And last but not least, change makers. So this is, the really important players that we want to catalyze more and more of. Their role is just to contribute time and energy to actually be on the ground and solve specific problems and solutions, this whole landscape. And a huge pain point that I'm sure we can all relate to individually is just the fatigue and information overload in finding relevant communities and collaborations, because there's so many possibilities, whether it's at your local level or globally, where people can get involved and work with to address issues, and making that match sometimes can be time intensive and challenging. And now, I'll briefly go over some of the challenges that we've noted in the space, and then Vincent will cover the solutions. So first of all, we'll look at the different categories of the challenges and then deep dive a bit on each. So starting from the top left, the data fragmentation, the silos in curating the data and storing them, and then the overlap of data across different platforms and maps is a quite notable challenge that the ecosystem faces. So I'm sure we can all relate to looking at maps in different places that have, maybe 40% of the same information, the same people, or the same problems being included. So the fact that it's like siloed makes it hard to search across from it, or like find the right information, or just make the whole magnitude of the information that has been mapped transparent and searchable. So that's quite a big issue. And then it leads to a lot of just duplication and confusion. Like if you were trying to find all of the, let's say, agroforestry initiatives in certain bioregions, I'm sure you can point to a couple different locations to get that information. So yeah, it just creates confusion for the end user who wants to try and find that. On the right, you can look at interoperability. So this really comes down to the lack of standards, and whether that's in how the data is stored and collected, or the processes used. There's just overall across the ecosystem not a lot of standards that are widely applicable and used across the different maps that are created in communities and platforms. And then with loose boundaries, so we have, a lack of clear network boundaries. So that just makes it tricky to actually do the map because we don't know what the scope is of the individuals of the problem. As these emerging communities like grow, their scope and purpose and objective kind of shift. So it just makes it tricky when you're doing the maps, like who should be included, at what point do you stop trying to understand the problem, what's the geographical scope, et cetera. Like all of this, there's a lot of loose boundaries. And lastly, looking at the scarce operating models for collaboration. So a lot of this work requires new and innovative ways to organize ourselves, including like legal frameworks, business model frameworks, in order to define and govern the value exchange. And this is something that impedes collaboration across the ecosystem. So it requires some innovation. And I think we can skip ahead like the problem slides, just looking at the time if you want to jump to solutions. They're just, yeah, a visual representation of some of the issues I just noted in the challenges page.
Thanks, Jen. Yeah, so we looked at some patterns of solutions to solve some of these problems. And so the first one is biomimicry. So how do we look to nature and apply the principles that ecosystems use to organize and adopt and apply those like resilient design principles observed in nature, which I'll touch on further, an example of that. Then one of the things that for me was always very difficult was trying to find like who are the dedicated resources, people and organizations that are like kind of the neutral parties helping to share and promote the interoperability of data between different organizations. And a lot of those organizations, they're not as sexy. And so they are not as like forefront because it's a lot of really difficult like systems integration work. And so highlighting groups like the Collaborative Tech Alliance and the W3C or other standards organizations that can be solutions for that type of interoperability problem. The form and function fit. So basically providing tools and services to help communities solidify their purpose. There's so much emergence happening. And we want to both like allow for and maximize the emergence of these new types of communities, things like DAOs, and also for mapping, it's really difficult to do so, to map blobs that don't want to be mapped and are constantly evolving. And so how do we help communities become more self-aware about their purpose? So that way we can actually better connect people and better know where to put things on maps. And yeah, solution to some of the legal challenges or different operating model innovations. To take the first example, biomimicry, an example of what resilient design and biomimicry could look like in mapping is the LIFT project. So it's a project for mapping frameworks onto each other to promote interoperability across them. And for anyone who is new to this term, or a framework is just really a tool that provides a new frame or a lens to look at the world through. And just like a map, framework is not the territory, but it's useful for showing the relationships between them. So a framework is a useful function to approximate reality and as a tool for whatever you want to achieve. In this case, frameworks like these are tools for helping people to figure out how to actually get started with social impact. So there's hundreds of these tools for categorizing, the different social and ecological ceilings and boundaries for the planet, the permaculture principles, the different eat, live, make, move categories, the 4 dimensions of social impact, the drawdown categories. These are all really useful tools to help us, and they all look like pies, which is interesting, but it's because by artificially splitting up the information, it helps it be more digestible to us, even if these ways that we slice the pie are arbitrary. So it's contextually useful for a certain purpose to be able to use one categorization system or another. And so that's where we kind of started. And then what the project eventually went to was actually mapping these different frameworks, the sectors within them onto another. and trying to get this like mutually exclusive but completely exhaustive list, which would maximize the individual autonomy and the interconnections across the frameworks. So that way you could choose which one to use for which purpose, but still have the connections between them like a translation system. And that's an example of resilient design, resiliency being recovery, the ability to recover from difficulty or answer to crises. And if you look into nature, you'll see a forest has high levels of diversity of different species. So we want to have that same diversity of thought of the different tools, platforms, networks, and frameworks. But we also want interconnectedness between them at their roots. So that way you can have flows across them. And the interconnectedness is what gives the strength. And so that's, you know, if you take rubber, it starts out as this kind of goopy sap, but it's vulcanizing it, which creates these really strong chemical bonds and interlinkages. And that's what makes it a material that, you know, can withstand extreme amounts of pressure. So I think my question and thought is, how might you or we apply resilient design to our mapping initiatives? And how might we also, with our maps, create a more resilient world? And just to mention a few, there are many, and then we'll go into this into the deep dive, but some of the integrators like the Collaborative Tech Alliance, Flotilla, like organizations that are working in the middle, and a lot of the networks that we'll talk to today. So the objectives for the Mapathon, we want to advance the mapping fields, build on top of existing work, improve the data quantity, quality, and interoperability. So we'll have a panel at noon talking about how to share data across communities and platforms. We have been working on, leading up to this event, some open data sets that we would like to be federated and embedded on multiple other sites. So kind of pooling our resources to create some common pooled data. One of those is a data set of mapping tools, another one of regen ag resources that has been built up with a collaboration between Planetary Care, Catalyst, resources from Guyana, as well as GEN and the Global Eco-Village Network. And then to catalyze new collaborations between the aligned projects and individuals who are here and people that end up seeing this content online afterwards. We'll also have a network map of all the event data available after the event as well. The main tracks which we'll be covering are the social network and resource mapping, the planetary mapping, and there's going to be a session this afternoon led by Kayla and Carolina on sibling bioregions, systems mapping and feedback loops, and tools for thought, and the mapping interoperability and data integrity. And I will just briefly share the detailed agenda for today, and then we will get into our networking and the rest of the event. All right.
All right, definitely starting off strong with the that's the nice solid presentation, and yeah, here's the flow, which hopefully you also have a direct link to the schedule with your own time zones. But
yeah, so we are here now. So in a second, Kala is going to lead us into a mapping networking session. And then we'll be going into a tools deep dive, a presentation on the GaiaNet ecosystem map, which I'm really excited for, by Yannick and Bart. And then we'll be doing a few different sessions, moving money collaboratively, transition mapping. Grace will be doing a talk on why I won't use your map. So putting on our Black critical hats on how maps could be better. The afternoon panel will be about sharing data across different maps, and we'll have both platform and network leaders that will be discussing some of the challenges and solutions there. Pros and cons of mapping tech, what are some of the risks with the work we're doing? And then mapping sibling bioregions, mapping for impact. Christine will be doing a presentation on the state of art of social systems mapping. And then we'll be going through a few different maps, one on the collaborative tech ecosystem and regen ecosystem. And then from there, we shall figure out what to do next. Just a brief, before I pass it back to Kayala, there are a few links here on the event page. One is of the regen map that we will be sharing later in case you can't make it, and another one of some of the mapping tools, which we'll be diving into in about 30 minutes. You can also submit a link directly here on the event page if you'd like to help us map some curated and important things you'd like others to see, or feel free to use the chat to post any links or messages. We'll be curating everything from the chat onto the event page for after the event. And then just to highlight some of our sponsors, thanks to GaiaNet, the Buckminster Fuller Institute, the Global Eco Village Network, Global Unity, SumApp, and Jenna. And in terms of our flow today, one last thing is definitely feel free to use the Zoom chat as a way to put your comments. If you use hashtags, we'll be able to actually categorize and cluster and map the messages in the chat. So feel free to use hashtags or, at GaiaNet if you wanted to tag a certain person or project. And we're going to be doing some fun stuff with all the different content, questions, and inquiries that come out of the event today.
Amazing. All right. Yeah, thank you so much, Vincent, for launching it in today now. And the mapping networking session, like the main principle here is we're going to get a 10-minute +2 breakout with 3 to 4 people. And I'm going to put some potential prompts into the chat. But basically, based on that intro presentation and what you already came with that you're excited to work on, you're just going to get a chance in a small group to reflect on that and really anchor your intentions for the day. And then we'll have the second half of the networking session. People can popcorn back or just reflect into the chat what crystallized during this breakout. So without further ado, I'm going to launch that so you'll get a chance to connect and see you on the other side of that breakout. All right, welcome back from the networking breakout. We had some other folks join while that was in flow. And in order to stay on schedule, we're going to be relatively brief here, but it'd be great to see some folks feel free to add into the chat, anything that crystallized for you or some clarification of your intent, something that any aha or insight. Also, maybe we'll hear from a couple of voices, just to some other voices into the space if you want to share. And then we're going to lead right into the mapping tools deep dive after that. All right, I see, Brandon, I see your hand. Did you want to share?
Yeah, it's interesting as to look at this in terms of, okay, what are we trying to do? Hands in the dirt, boots on the ground, use cases for people, for organizations, for projects, And then there's a capability stack to get there. There are roadmaps to be able to provide these services, to do these things. There is, in some cases, there's a sophistication spectrum of translation, bringing ideas and frameworks to those levels. And so that's, that's just a level of like understanding at a meta level that I just wanted to add to the conversation.
Great, thanks, Brendan. Yeah, anyone else want to chime in? Elizabeth.
We had in our group a strong desire to find collaborators, and for me, it's really okay. What's next? Like really finding collaborators and like all of us here. What's next? Yeah. So, and I know that's the intention of this marathon.
All right. Great. Yeah, thanks, Elizabeth. Absolutely. All right. Yeah, if there's any other shares, anybody else want to chime in?
Yeah, are there any intentions for the event that we didn't talk about that came up? Be curious to hear that.
John?
I was just going to say, I said something that I hadn't heard myself say before, which is that one of the interesting things about this space is that there are already very sophisticated systems. Life doesn't start with very sophisticated systems that then try to interact with each other. It started with very simple systems which interacted to each other and became complicated while embedded in that ecology. And I think it would be really very helpful for us to think about a model system that exemplifies what we're doing, made of the simplest possible components that could then evolve to assimilate the complexity that is already out there.
All right. Beautiful. Well, we're going to keep weaving to our schedule timing, I think. So feel free definitely to share anything else in the chat, immediately or as we go. And I'm going to pass it back over to Vincent so we can open up the mapping tools deep dive session.
Awesome. So we'll start with like a brief overview of some of the tools that we've been mapping, and then I think we'll pick a few to dive deep into in breakouts. So as we're kind of going through this, a question to think about is what is a mapping tool that you'd like to dive deep in, and feel free to put those in the chat so that way we can kind of create the right breakout rooms. We also have Jeff here from Kumu, so I think we'll be doing a breakout room on the Kumu mapping tool, which I love. And so yeah, let's get started. Okay. All right, so we have so by the way, just to introduce myself, my name is Vincent Arena. I did not get a chance to do this earlier, and I'm the founder of Catalyst. And we've been working on tools for mapping, for event management, and for creating a social layer over different maps. And so what I'm showing right now is one of the features within the Catalyst platform called Trove. And this is a way to basically add different data objects, whether that be a resource, a tool, event, a person, kind of into one space, and then be able to visualize it in different ways. We've also built some integrations with different tools. So we have a Kumu integration, which I'll share. We've been working on integrating different types of ways of viewing the information, like a Pinterest board, or Wendy developed a model called a tapestry. And so this right now is a trove that we created, which the boundary around this is basically anything related to mapping with a specific highlight on mapping tools. And so this will be available during and after the event for anyone to explore, to dive further on your own. But just to kind of give a little overview of the space. So there's lots of different tools for systems and relationship mapping. So for example, Graph Commons, Kumu, 7vortex. These are, different platforms that you can use to be able to visualize relationships between things. Another one that is more focused on, like, if you're into activism, like power mapping, Little Sis has systems maps of things like all of the different, relationships between think tanks and oil exporters. So that's like an interesting platform. There's lots of different Miro boards that we've curated of just like more unorganized, but really sprawling different maps. This is one that has been in the game B space for a while called the Noosphere map, which kind of has like a really big picture overview of frameworks, memetics, cognitive biases. I would definitely recommend searching this if you are a map mind. And that's something to also take into consideration here, is that like not all of these tools are best for every use case. And sometimes just a bullet point list is the simplest way to map. Nestor is a tool that's doing some really cool work. And I think GaiaNet is also using them about like mapping shared agreements and relationships within an organization. So yeah, this is just kind of like a brief overview of some of the tools. Inside of this trove, if you are logged in, you can add your own notes and bookmark or favorite these tools. So if you did want to kind of make a little collection today out of what has come out of the event, you can do that. And I'll share, I think, some of the tools we'll be going into the breakout. So one of the tools will be Kumu, which helps make sense of your messy world. This is an example of a Kumu that we generated from the Transformative Impacts Summit, which was run by Elliot Bayev, myself, and Jen, amongst others. And basically this shows the different people and projects that were at this event and then the relationships between them. So Jeff is going to dive into this and also a new tool that they're developing in one of the breakout rooms. The other breakout room that we'll be doing will be to kind of go into even deeper into this Trove feature here. And just to kind of add that we'll also be talking about geographical mapping. So I'm wondering, John, if you wanted to do a breakout room about GIS and geographical mapping, I think that would be really cool. Definitely like put in the chat if you're interested in that room, but noting that we also have that as one of our main tracks. And yeah, in terms of the rest of this map, I'm going to reset the filters and just kind of share that some of the different types of information we have here to go into. We've been mapping argument mapping tools, actual like examples of visualizations and maps that have been out there. So for example, there's a really great map of the Bioregional Regeneration Summit, which uses SumApp as a form to input the information, and then Kumu. And so this is a tool that lets you set up surveys and forms to be able to like more easily coordinate and manage information that's coming from lots of different participants in an ecosystem. So yeah, I will stop sharing there. Let's see. Am I still sharing?
Nope.
Okay, great. So Kiala, if you could please create 2, 3 or 4 breakout rooms, and I'll just pose the question again. is there a specific tool you guys want to deep dive in? If so, put it in the chat and we can create some breakout rooms around those tools.
Okay. Yeah, so far I have Kumu for sure. And okay, good. Seeing some folks there. And then Tapestry. I have a room created for that, Catalyst Tapestry. Wendy, thanks. Yeah. And then Trove not being separate from Catalyst, Trove, Tapestry will all be one. Is that right, Vincent? Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Right. Yeah, all of them. I was imagining that we might want to try to coordinate the recording of each of them as well. We didn't quite have a plan on that piece. If we had time, doing them back to back would be the best, so everyone could participate in all of them. But I think in order to take a slightly deeper dive, which this session goes to the bottom of the hour, so we'll have a 20-minute breakout and then a couple of minutes coming back. Yeah, so I'm trying to track in the chat if there's anything else being recommended or asked for in terms of breakouts. Right now, I actually have 2 rooms. I just want to see if there's other suggestions.
I think I heard an invitation for me to present the big map to save the future, which is geographically oriented. I will be happy to do that if you're confident you can record Jeff Moore's presentation, which I really don't want to miss. But I would very much like to do a brief introduction to the big map to save the future, and then maybe we'll all move elsewhere.
Okay, so big map to save the future, and that's a GIS context. And I think, Vincent, if it works for you, I'll have Jeff just present here in the main room.
Yeah,
And
perfect.
then, yeah, so that'll be this one, and then you can do the recording on the other breakout. And John, if you can locally record your session as well, that would be, be great. Okay.
Okay, beautiful.
So I think does that pretty much cover it for the rooms? We'll create the 2 rooms. The Kumu presentation will be here. You're going to be able to join the rooms yourselves, but if you, I'm just going to go ahead and open that now. If you're finding it hard to find the breakout at the bottom and you want to go to one of the presentations other than Kumu, you can put in the chat where you would like to go, and we will get you there.
Awesome. So yeah, so in this room, we'll be doing Kumu by Jeff Moore, and then Wendy and I will be in one of the breakout rooms talking about the Trove and also the Tapestry, which is a way to visualize projects, profiles, presentations in this kind of like parametric view to be able to see like what are the gaps of like the different areas and domains we're working, and then where are people concentrated. So just to give a brief overview of that. And this session, the breakouts will be recorded. So if you're having trouble deciding, don't worry.
Yeah, thanks, Vincent. All right, now, does anybody have any questions? Feel free to pop those in the chat. And otherwise, without further ado, I will pass it over to Jeff to, yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, so I have stuff set up. Probably what I'd recommend, people have probably seen like some bits of Kumu and some like a certain type of map, but I was planning to just run through just super like hyperspeed pace, like just a couple minutes showing you some different examples, and then we just open it up and find out where people want to dive deeper. Does that work? Any other suggestions on stuff they want to make sure we cover? Okay, great. Let me share my screen. So you may have seen this map on our site before. It was a map we did with the Hewlett Foundation around what was their Madison initiative. And it's a great example of how people use Kumu more for the systems mapping variety, right? And especially what would be formerly called causal loop diagrams. And so in this case, right, the things that are on here are more factors and the lines are causal connections. And there's a fair bit of narrative built in using what's called the profile. So you can see this map, you can kind of click around. As you click on certain one of these elements, this left side changes, and this is the profile that has additional detail on each of the elements. And you'll see here they'll have built out a pretty descriptive narrative what any of these factors ends up meaning. And so kind of hold this as one particular type of map. Let me switch over to here. This is another map that the Nature Conservancy actually built out on Kumu. It's a little bit more of what I'd call like a messy, detailed systems map, not necessarily looking at causal loops and the kind of narratives related to them, but really starting to try to capture what are all the different factors involved and how are they interrelated. So if you zoom in here, right, you'll see there's global employment, there's global poverty, GDP. There's a little bit of sizing based into, I forget exactly if this was their kind of like version of importance or other aspects. And up top, you'll see there's these little clickable regions to hover on and highlight particular parts of the map. So we call those controls. You'll see those pop up on some of the different maps that we walk through today, but it's just some functionality to try to bring into maps to make them easier to use for the people who are viewing and don't really know kind of the full depth of Kumu's feature set. This one is a project we did with Forbes a long time ago, but just a fun example of just different types of maps, right? So I'd call this one a little bit more of like a stakeholder, like kind of ecosystem map. But what this map is doing is it's looking at some of the Forbes richest data. I can click on Alico here and look at the profile, and you'll see we have information around like the industry or the age or the country. And so those are called fields, and you can customize Kumu to track whatever fields are most relevant to you. And then you can use what's called connect by to automatically create relationship data. So we just import just the people, and then we can say connect by, and it starts to draw these connections to the country. So in this case, Nigeria and oil, and you can start to do some sense making and realize most of the wealth on this list from Nigeria is from oil in terms of sector. So that's another use, and we're doing basic coloring by, right? And you can have the legend in the corner within Kumu. This one's more of that like broad overview ecosystem, more of like this, like the stakeholder group type of mapping and looking at how they're connected. This was done with the Institute of Medicine and really looking at the early childhood sector and trying to give a better sense of how do people see ideally these stakeholder groups interacting, and using this map to then have a conversation about whether that's happening or not in your kind of home state. And then this is more of an example of the kind of messy, like mapping for social network analysis of each of these being people on the map, right? And collecting data, whether using SumMap or other tools to actually collect how people are connected and what strength. And then you can run through and actually analyze with social network analysis metrics, such as like degree, which is the number of connections, or betweenness centrality, which is where people are on the shortest path between any two other folks, and really be able to size based on that and kind of try to bring some of those insights to life. So just like quick hyperspeed tour through those Kumu examples. One other note, the product we had mentioned, we have Sticky Studio now. And I think the Noosphere map was a good example of like what we struggled with early in the pandemic was wanting to use the murals and Miros, but have it be a little bit more Kumu adjacent and encouraging of the ability to create connections. So it's just kind of like our live whiteboard tool. You can drag and drop to be able to create any of these connections and then actually import this back out into Kumu. So we see this as kind of an onboarding early first step, especially for the messier real-time collaborative maps. And then you can export that into Kumu. But let me stop there and just kind of see, maybe do just some open conversation rounds of kind of what questions are coming up, where it's helpful for us to dive deeper, and would love for people to share too. If you have experiences using Kumu, what stuff have you found helpful, where are their challenges, and we can kind of take it from there. I will call on you, Ian, if you don't. I mean, I know you.
Go ahead.
I want to say that I was on Kumo for a little while and created this very elaborate thing. And I have no idea what I touched, but it all poof. So I didn't find it, it just disappeared and it was heartbreaking. And I left Kumo and didn't come back.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I don't, I don't know if there's better ways to, whether that was just something I mean, sure it was something I touched. But in terms of, like it just, the map, I mean, I love the dynamic element of what you create, but it seems like it's almost too dynamic in that, in that I couldn't get it stable enough to stay where, I mean, I don't know what I did, but
Yeah,
so
no, I
I'm
think
so happy to hear you.
yeah, no, I think that one, when we dug into it, right, I think it ended up being like an someone accidentally deleted it and the elements ended up in the trash, but we found them in there so we could pull them back out. And the movement one, it's definitely too, I'd say that's one caveat for Kumu, is there's a lot of flexibility built into the platform, and so you can get lost in that flexibility for sure. And part of our templates has been trying to help people have a better starting point, but you'll see some of those maps like were moving around, other ones weren't, and that's actually a choice that you can pick on the template side. And then there's some other defaults, and so if you're ever in a map and you're like, well, I want stuff to stay fixed, like don't move around automatically, there's things that we can do to help make sure that that happens, and that there's no way for them to start moving later on. And with other maps, people really want and need that dynamic positioning, right? Especially when they're doing clustering and they're changing clusters, like
Yeah,
they want
I
and need
wanted
it to
that.
reorient. So
Yeah,
it's like
which was so
it's a little bit
exciting.
of a little bit of a back and forth there. And there's certainly stuff we can do to make the process of like toggling that on and off less clunky.
Yeah, and this was I think a year and a half ago, so I imagine you've improved a lot since then, but I think just a little more direction for the people
Yeah.
using the map in terms of sort of just how to use it, a better tutorial, and
Yeah.
warning, do not push this button.
For sure, for sure.
Thank you.
Hi, Jeff. I had a question. It's a bit less on the technical side, or like how to use it, but more on the like operating model and collaboration. So we've talked a lot so far in Mapathon about how collaborating more as an ecosystem, especially like mapping for systems change, how that's like where the space is going. And I did use the SumApp survey to Kumu integration. So I thought that was like a really helpful tool and collaborative effort between both. So just curious on how that came about and how you manage collaboration and like data sharing overall in the ecosystem, because I think that's something a lot of people are interested in.
Yeah, great question. I'd say, yeah, so it's, Christine has been like just a long time member of the community. And I think like she was hoping for us to then help build some features that would solve this, and like we weren't. And so she just smartly went out and then did it on her own. And we have, I'd say we're not great at it in terms of like the ability to support those integrations. What we do have is we have something called this JSON endpoint, which allows us to basically attach any map to a JSON endpoint URL. And then anytime the map loads, it fetches that data. So that can be kind of customized into Kumu's format and then pulled in. And so that's what they're using. We'd love to get better at this, and we probably will. It's a little bit longer timeline for us because some of how we built the Kumu data model out, it was like we created too much complexity, which makes it really, really hard to do kind of thoughtful data feeds in and integrations in, especially when it comes down to like syncing particular like aspects of data, particular profiles within data. And so there's a longer road for us there. But yeah, right now it looks more like that JSON format, and or trying to have import structures which don't take too much work for people to pull from an export from another platform. So we just launched kind of a couple weeks ago some remapping features where like, even if you don't bring and name your spreadsheet just like we need you to, you can say like, hey, this is the column that we should use to remap. And so trying to at least make that easier as well. And the last note on that is we have a lot of people use Google Sheets to be able to pull in data, and there is an integration there. Again, it's not two-way though, so it's kind of like that becomes the external data source, and you can pull it in. And then through that, there's a number of things that you can then connect, because Google Sheet has a lot of connections. But I'd say it's certainly a gap where we could do more, and it'll probably be a longer term priority for us. Brian?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Your new whiteboard program that you got going, can you import Miro with that?
We haven't done that yet. No, right now it's still kind of like you're starting from scratch and you can export into Kumu. But certainly something we can look at. Like the caveat there is we're trying to keep Sticky Studio relatively simple. And so it's like, my guess is there's probably not feature parity to everything that you can do in Mural or Miro to pull in. So that would be the challenge there. But especially if it was more of a stickies, like, hey, how do we drop in stickies and like key labels and things like that? Certainly worth us exploring.
Thank you.
Looks like, yeah, Elizabeth had also asked, yeah, is there integration with Airtable? We've wanted to for a long time. There's been a lot of feedback. The way we do that integration is just running into interesting challenges with the rate limiting that they have set up there on their API. So we haven't moved that way yet. And we need to do some like heavy caching. So we're kind of wrestling with whether it makes sense right now to do that while they have those limitations in place, and haven't pulled the trigger yet as a result.
So I guess I would like to sort of possibly suggest something, in that when we're using Kumu, we have a very controlled environment that you can offer the user, which is presentation mode. I'm not sure if anybody's aware of that, but it's basically like a slideshow, and it's actually very powerful. I think one of the problems we have, we do systems maps much more than network maps here at Symfo. And our problem is that when we want to have a map where people can interact on their own, as opposed to just have a slideshow, we will have buttons on the top, and we will have many layers and things like this. The problem is that relates to what Elizabeth was saying, is that we still have too much complexity. There's no way to restrict a user from going into focus mode, for example. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Kumu, but focus mode is a way where the map will zoom into a certain area, and people can do this by mistake. So it's very difficult to present a map that is relatively sophisticated, but that you want them to be able to interact without using a presentation mode, without having a learning curve, sort of a video, or this sort of explaining, oh, you be careful, don't do this because this will bring you focus mode and you'll get lost, and so this is what you do to get out of it. Don't do this because this is one of the things that I find. I would love to be able to present a map and then say there is no focus mode, there is no certain things like that, where I can really restrict the user to say, here's your map, you can play with the layers, you can do this, but you cannot do these other things that will get you into trouble. So that's something I would sort of like to suggest. I don't know if other people agree, but if you have some, Kumu is relatively sophisticated.
And Ian, do you know there is that one where are you disabling just for viewers, or you don't even need focus for that like entire project? You're basically saying like just ignore it for the whole project.
Be able to turn it off so that people cannot go in there by mistake, cannot sort of call the focus by mistake, right?
Yeah. No, I think
there's
that's
other
great.
features I can't think of them right now, but there's other ways that people can get into trouble.
Well, no, I was gonna bring that one up. Like the settings button is the other one that's like on our priority for next year, of like some of and you can't, like, you can go into settings and like fiddle with things. You can't save it back. But again, that was just one of those decisions of like, do we give more power or do we restrict more? And I think we erred on the like give more power to users, even if you can't save it, but then it creates more of a user struggle burden. And so those are some of the, like, there's some fundamental just like realignment that we've been doing around, hey, we probably shouldn't have settings button available. And I think as part of that, to your point, like, yeah, how do we disable some of those other features that end up being, they actually are one of the ones, like we get some emails of like, hey, my map disappeared. I'm like, actually, you're in focus right now, so you're good there. So that's one source of that. There's other things that cause it to happen too. So but trust us, the data is usually safe and secure. So
yeah, but it's just to have
Okay.
this methodology available so that as a designer, we can design something that's a little bit more foolproof. That's all.
Yeah, wouldn't be so it'd be great too as you're thinking about that. Like again, it would be more of like a first quarter thing for us. But if there's other things in that realm that are the ones that you see as stumbling blocks, would great to be able to have that list. So if you want to send that over, we'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, just echoing the value of sharing that kind of list. And I did put it in the chat, but one of the approaches is recording, just a short intro to the map for the users that you want, or just understanding the different user groups. And then it seems that also having different views is one of the other really, powerful ways to present the information so that people can actually walk through it a little bit differently depending on who they are, and realizing that some people get lost really quickly and then and other people are good at navigating those spaces. So it's really interesting to understand that designing for the different users as well.
Yeah, the other part that's helpful for us to get feedback on too is just that depending on if you're importing data, right? There's some things that we're working to make that easier. If you're building out the map by hand, that's another part we see there's still room for us to be able to improve that, and thinking about different defaults. And if people have stumbled upon sketch mode is our mode of you can turn sketch mode on, and anywhere you click, you create an element, you can drag and drop to connect. And there's a lot of times that's the right behavior, and then other times where it's not. And that's part of the challenge with Kumu, is trying to handle many different use cases and ways people are using the platform. But would love also feedback that people have on hey, I wish Kumu would work like this when I'm building out a map. It's really useful for us as we're planning some tweaks there.
I had a question on another tool, Weaver,
Mhm.
and maybe more broadly, the thinking and roadmap behind having a portfolio of different tools for mapping.
Yeah.
I just used it to map a community of 200 to kind of play around with how that worked. But yeah, just curious on the overall roadmap.
Yeah. So, I mean, our strategy, Kumu is kind of like the core product offering. And then as we learned more about use cases where it felt like, hey, we could do a better job serving that use case, we then started kind of creating these, what we call sister products. So Weaver is one of them. We had Compass before, which is our tech on top of Slack data, Sticky Studio. And then we have Undercurrent too, which is kind of a tool to collect information about relationships among factors in a complex space in a much more crowdsourced way. Weaver, frankly, we're probably moving away from. It just hasn't had the traction that we've wanted, and are maybe rethinking of how does some of that data become and stay more adjacent to Kumu, but that platform is more likely to shut down. And right now, kind of core focus is on Kumu and Sticky Studio primarily, and then Undercurrent, another one. But again, that's more on the data collection side, for very specific use cases rather than kind of general mapping platform. Does that help, Jen?
Yeah, that makes sense. I read the manifesto a few months ago, and I was like, oh wait, there's more than just Kumu. Just interested in.
We have a bad habit of maybe trying to sometimes start too much stuff, and so this is also a paring back year for us. And we'll see if we can stay good at pared back, or if there's other explorations. But yeah, it's a small team, but just there. It has been interesting to try to explore, and Compass was another one where we thought, wow, there's a ton of potential here. But again, it was felt a little bit of off mission for us, and just ran into some challenges we didn't feel like we were the right team to try to tackle. But again, if anyone starts playing with Slack data, or kind of community messaging data and how you can visualize that, happy to have a conversation and share kind of what we've learned, because we spent a bunch of time there, but I've kind of since shut down that platform. Any last questions?
I have one more, and that's just broadly speaking, what exactly would you describe as some of the greatest success stories of users using Kumu? Do you have maybe something that worked really well for the type of projects that we're talking about here? So regenerative impact projects?
Yeah, so I think for me, that's probably the ability for people to collect and curate a spreadsheet, and whether that's Google Sheets, but most people, if they're doing it at scale, aren't necessarily building out the map in Kumu at scale. They're collaborating on the data and then importing and sense making with it in the tool. And so I'd say there's a handful of ones that did that really well. There's some cool stuff in Austin that was looking at sense making around like a social innovation landscape and what was there. But yeah, for me, it's the pairing of the like thoughtful curation of data plus the like how to use a map as a sense making and discovery tool. And that to me is a kind of magic middle ground for this sort of space. And then the just like systems mapping, root cause, like uncovering where we block. But that's just that is a process which is pretty involved, and you're kind of usually getting like there's a lot of facilitation that's required to get to that end result. So. Awesome. Well, good. Well, no, I know we're cutting to the end of the breakout, but feedback is always super, super welcome and encouraged, and people can just email support@kumu.io with any of that. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff, for that, and welcome back, the rest of the group. And yeah, Vince and I inviting you to bring us through the moving tools session here, or just maybe a report back from each group briefly. I think our schedule is relatively tight moving into the next thing, but yeah, it'll be good to just loop it through. Again, thanks for that session.
Yeah, so we talked in the breakout room, we talked about the tapestry. We were talking about using different framework sets. So for example, the UN SDGs or the Wheel of Co-creation sectors, and like how, what we talked about in like the initial presentation of like allowing for a multiplicity of different frameworks in categorizing information. And then, we also discussed like some of the integration. So Base Row is like an open source alternative to Airtable that Sam was asking, like, do we integrate with them? And if anyone else here uses Base Row and has data they want to import, like Sam, I was saying, we'd love to, see if we can get that working. But right now we've mostly been integrating with Airtable and then some chat tools like Discord, Slack, and Mattermost. But yeah, no, it was a good session. I think we definitely will be planning some other one-off events to do some of these tool deep dives. So we'll be posting about some next steps and other event ideas after this event to go even further. Kala, did you want to report back, or maybe Jeff, if you wanted to report back on for the people who are in our breakout that are excited to watch your recording, how did the session go?
Yeah, sure. No, it's a fun session. We did just like a couple minutes of doing a quick overview of the different ways Kumu can be used, just to give people a flavor of that, and then just dove in with like ways people have used Kumu, challenges, and we're getting great feedback on kind of how and what we can consider for shifts as we look to the new year and trying to make it more user friendly and work for some of the different use cases people are applying. So it was a great source of feedback for us, and also a great mini session and what you might run into if you dive into Kumu. So we're definitely worth listening to.
Cool. One thing that I want to flag for a later discussion is I've been really finding it challenging to use something like Miro that's like a whiteboard, and then I put all this work into it, and then I feel like I can't get the data out in an organized way to like I have to redo it each time. So that's something that, I'm curious if you guys have been thinking about, and maybe with the sticky note tool.
Yeah, it came up, people are asking if we import from those tools into Sticky, and we haven't done it yet. Part of it is like we're not fully feature complete to those platforms, but certainly something we can look at and circle back on.
Cool. All right, thanks, Jeff. So does anyone have any other questions or comments before we move on? And if not, I will start to introduce our next session, but I'll give a little 30-second break if anyone has anything they wanted to add or ask before we move forward.
Yannick and I had a very short breakout in which I presented the basic big map to save the future. I promised to record it and I failed, but you only missed about 3 minutes. And then I jumped over to the Catalyst tapestry session and was blown away. So thank you very much.
Thanks, John. And let's make sure we find a time to record a presentation on that at some point and include it in the the trove from this event.
Will do.
All right, I'm going to do a quick pause on the recording to break the session, break up the recording chunks. So.
Okay, thanks, Cal. Great. So now I'd like to introduce the GaiaNet team. There's a few people here, Yannick, Don, and Bart. And you guys let me know who you want me to highlight for this presentation. But I think Yannick mainly is going to be going through some of the research that they've been undertaking around mapping the new Earth ecosystem and what exactly that is. And yeah, really excited to be partnering with GaiaNet on figuring out how we can create a really good way for people to see who's here, how can we get involved in different projects. And I think the intention of where we're going to be going with the collaboration between Catalyst and GaiaNet is basically to have a way of providing the weavers with tools for basically matchmaking and connecting. And so how do we enable this kind of like new economy where our needs and offers can be met in increasingly more local ways within our networks? And I think that's like a common thread that keeps coming up is like in like how do we create more resilient economies? And I think this idea of like human scale and being able to recognize what we have to offer and what we need in a lot of ways is right kind of within a smaller group than we think. And so I'm really excited for the work that they're doing and like the super important role that like being that network coordinator and also doing this mapping work is in order to like unlock those synergies between different projects, initiatives, change makers. And yeah, with that, I'll pass it over. Yannick, welcome.
Thank you very much, Vincent, for the introduction. I'm gonna share my screen. Let me know if it worked. Do you see a big GaiaNet banner? Fantastic. Okay. For those of you who are unfamiliar with
No,
GaiaNet,
we don't see a big banner. We see a big bird.
A beautiful
a
bird.
big bird.
You want to talk about birds today?
Oh, excuse me. Then I have to change the presentation sharing.
I spoke too soon. I thought the banner was the bird.
Yeah, I only have the option to share my desktop and not the presentation right now. So how can I change that? Usually you have a an option to share the different displays. Vincent, do you know?
I think, let's see.
If you stop sharing, you may get a fresh choice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hit Command Shift S and try to put, if you can put that on your main screen, it's probably the best bet.
Okay, let me try that.
Okay.
If it doesn't work, I can present.
Okay, thanks, Bart.
Then go ahead, Bart, because I think I only have the option to show my desktop without applications, so something's not working.
Cool. Are we live?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Beautiful.
Very nice.
Perfect. Well,
You
then,
want to say a few words, Yannick?
no, it's all right. Please take it away.
Okay, perfect. Then I'll just give a brief introduction about GaiaNet. I'm working together with Yannick and with Dan on this ecosystem mapping project, but it's part of a larger initiative called GaiaNet that I started 2.5 years ago with Dan and 4 other people, 6 co-founders. Basically, when COVID arrived in the Netherlands and we understood like, okay, it's really time to stand up and be the change we wish to see in the world, because we're the ones we've been waiting for. And society as we know it is going to change directory in a way that we don't like to see it going. So we have to make the change ourselves and start uniting the people that also feel that a different reality is emerging, a different way that we can live together on this planet. And with GaiaNet, we aim to be this light beacon to attract all these beautiful beings around the world that feel that in their heart, this burning desire for a more beautiful world. And next to connecting people from the heart level, also bring in the mind and to get organized. And how do we effectively collaborate from the heart? So it's about bringing the people together and get into action, get work done, and start manifesting this reality that we all dream of. So this is kind of summarized in the purpose of GaiaNet, which we recently defined, which is uniting all contributors to a new Earth in a regenerative network, facilitating the implementation of a community type society. I think that speaks for itself. I think it's clear, like we see it as a role to unite the people, and there's an important part in facilitating. That's really part of the new paradigm, and what we're moving towards is a community type society, not the individualistic one that we currently live in, but really learn to live as community, work together, share resources, and realize that a lot of our needs can be met when we live together instead of being fractionalized. And an important role or an important part of fulfilling that purpose is to create a map of the territory that we are navigating together. There's a whole ecosystem emerging of projects that align with supporting this transition of humanity towards a paradigm of unity and regeneration. And in order to help people navigate that ecosystem, we need to create a map. And we have been kind of mapping all the projects that we have been connecting with in a database. And we've created this first visualization to give a first sense of the projects that we are connecting to. And that we see as an integral part of bringing this new reality to life, all holding a certain puzzle piece. And here you can already see a glimpse of the sector wheel that we've been using. And the big question is, like, how do we bring all these projects together in a way that we work as one organism and collaborate effectively and start exchanging the resources so that all these projects can thrive. And from this first work of building this database, we're now moving into a next phase of the ecosystem mapping project, where we want to make this database and this first visualization more interactive. And so I think with this, I'll hand it to Yannick to introduce the user story that we use to kind of drive the project.
Thanks, Bart. So as you can see here, I'll read it slowly. The user story, sorry, Bart, could you just go back to the user story for a moment? Thank you. So as a New Earth co-creator, a co-creator of this regenerative paradigm, as a user, I want to see the most relevant opportunities in the ecosystem so I can access and provide the right resources and co-create with resonant projects. So someone using a mapping tool is really trying to use it as a navigation tool to find what they're looking for. And that's why I've been using the term network navigation to describe sort of the intention for this project. Could you go to the next slide, please, Bart? And that's how we framed the research that we did as well. So you basically start with a co-creator with a need and our database of projects. Currently, I think it's 500 projects big. And then you're trying to make a match between the person who has a need, who comes to the database, and the people who are in the database. And you're trying to find an ideal match so you can recommend they get together. But when they get together, there's also the problem that they can just bounce off each other. We found that. And so we were also looking at how can you then motivate the co-creation between this match that you recommend. So first we looked at what do the users actually need for effective matchmaking. Then we looked at how do we motivate the co-creation between this match. And to contextualize it, we looked at what tools and development standards exist. Could you go to the next slide? To do so, we talked to 30 projects through interviews, surveys. We gathered a lot of expert opinions, did a lot of desk research to establish some key design criteria on these different aspects that I was just talking about. And I can show you in the next slide. Yeah, so we were able to define some specific external inputs that most projects are looking for, regenerative projects are looking for when they come to network navigation tools or maps to get their needs fulfilled, and required internal capabilities projects need for effective matchmaking, because there's a lot of things that have to be done before you know what you're actually looking for. You actually have to have your intentions right. You need to have that defined, what you're looking for. You need to have the capabilities to collaborate. You need to have that availability. And so there's a lot that goes both into the external input, what you need from other projects, and the internal preparation before you can effectively co-create. And then on that basis, we developed guiding questions to design solutions that can motivate that co-creation. And finally, we compared and analyzed a lot of available tools and reference standards for developers. Now, there's a lot of information in there, and it's way too much to share here, but if anyone's interested in the details, then please reach out, because there's a lot of valuable input, I think, for other mappers to design their tools in ways that really connect with the user side of why they're using mapping tools and why they're using network navigation tools to have their needs fulfilled and to get in co-creation with other projects. So enough talking about the research, therefore. Yes, please, next slide. So one thing that we decided to do after looking at all the different tools out there was to partner up with Catalyst and to design our own trove based on the database that we have created. So I think of the 500 projects, we have 375 already in Catalyst in our trove. It's not quite done, so there's still some taxonomy elements we're working on. And we're still trying to get the user flow right so that the way that people interact with this database is as engaging as possible. But as you can see on the next slide, we already have all of those projects that had a location mapped on a map in the trove, as you can see here on the left, and a first prototype of a Kumu that was developed out of our database that you can see on the right. Now, I don't know how well it's going to work if we actually go to the prototype, if you click on the link, but can you just try that out for a sec? If it works, it works. If not, then I'll just explain.
Can you see my browser?
Yeah, I can see the browser. It looks like it's working. So we're working with Vincent very closely on making this as engaging as possible, and basically bringing all the regenerative projects that we can find into this Catalyst trove. Here you have, I think this is the Kumu view. It shouldn't be loading unless you click on the sector button at the top, then you can see it will come together based on the sectors that these projects are involved in. And down at the bottom, you can see a couple of filters. Now, they don't work yet, so please don't click around, Bart. But there is a principle here that I'd like to demonstrate, and this is something that I'm really excited about, and it has to do with this network navigation aspect that I've been talking about, is that when you have a network map like this, initially, it's sort of overwhelming because you have so many projects there that you can't possibly use this information practically until you narrow it down to the things that you're actually looking for. So there needs to be a filtration process in system maps like this, where you can use a taxonomy effectively to come to those nodes in this network that you're actually interested in engaging with. So here you can see the filters are by the industry sector, by a specific skill set, and by location. And there's other taxonomy elements that may be relevant for this type of filtering. But what we're trying to do is to facilitate a user experience where you're narrowing down the information till you end up with a connection or a different project that is really relevant to what you're doing, rather than giving the user all the information at once and overwhelming them. And so we're still building that user story and that user journey, sorry. And when we're done, we'll be very happy to share it with everyone here, so that you get a chance to experience what it's like to find the most relevant information out of all of these projects for your own project, based on skill sets, based on what you actually need from the other projects, rather than just getting that broad overview. Okay, I think that's enough for now from the prototype. And yeah, I'll be very glad to inform everyone about the updates, yeah, as it becomes more developed. But before we create a digital tool that has very little connection to the human side of things, we wanted to create a human interface to our database also, so that there would be more community engagement and more human connection that goes on with this type of project. Because often you just have a map, it's left there, people get to navigate it, but the personal connections are not facilitated. And that's what GaiaNet is there to do. And with that, we've designed what we call the support line. Bart, maybe you want to go over the support line a little bit, just outlining the purpose. How do you feel?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, like it's funny how things flow together. The support line is a project that was already running on the site as something we wanted to develop, and then at some point we realized, like, wow, it's actually the same thing. You know, we want to accomplish the same thing. It's just a different form, and we realized how beautifully complementary it actually is. And so, yeah, like Yannick says, this is the human interface to this ecosystem. And the purpose is very simple. We want to provide golden connections. So New Earth co-creators, they can book a call with us and we have a conversation, and they can basically share their needs, and we connect them to the right person, tool, or resource on their journey, which is most relevant at this point. And we launched this last week, actually. It's just live. So we're running like our first calls to see how this goes. And, you know, like apart from connecting people to the right connections, projects, places, resources, like Yannick described, a very important part in this journey of co-creation and matchmaking is first to get clear on what is it actually that I want and need. And to have this personal conversation is a great value for people, to have some kind of mirror and become more specific on what it is that they need. And, you know, I believe that apart from us providing connections, just having that inner alignment will help people also to know where to find their solution. And so I think this is very interesting and relevant aspect to explore while we are developing these technological tools also. Like, how can we help people with that inner process of becoming clear on what they want? Because if you're clear, then the rest becomes so much more easy. So yeah, I mean, a little advertisement. If you feel like booking a call with us, feel free. The link is there. We want to run like the first 30 experiments now to test the service and yeah, harvest data and see how we do. and also use this then to develop the technological tool on the site, so that there's like this win-win benefit.
Great, thanks, Bart. So yeah, as I mentioned, this again has to do with network navigation. You have a broad network, and we're creating a human interface through which you can narrow down all of this information and find what you're actually looking for. You can do that through a map, but you can also do that through a call center. There's many different tools out there that you can use, and we're trying to create one that has this human connection aspect in it, and that's the support line here. And then there's one more aspect, and that's the New Earth facilitation experiments that we've also used as a network navigation tool, where we've brought together some key leaders in different industry sectors through Nesta, and had them engage in holocratically designed meetings. And Dan, maybe you want to jump in and explain just a little bit about what you did there.
Sure, just briefly. When we started to work more deeply with holacracy, and we realized that this is a distributed authority tool where instead of having a boss or a manager, you let purpose be the boss. So everything is purpose aligned and purpose guided, and all the roles that are created within an organization are also in alignment with the greater purpose of the organization. And Nestor operates like this. It's a tool to make that visual, and it's a tool to really keep your records, governance records, project management, etc. And from the research findings of Yannick's work, we found that, well, most if not all of these projects in the guided ecosystem are looking for this. They're looking for resonant projects, value-aligned projects, and they really want to get to work together. It's not about getting to know each other, but they want to get to results, and they want to remove their obstacles in work. Well, within holacracy, you have a tactical meeting, which is your operational weekly meeting, and the purpose of that meeting is to remove obstacles to work for the roles that are attending the meeting. So what did we do? We switched around and we invited organizations, instead of energizing a role within one organization, we asked them to energize the purpose of their organization in a tactical meeting format. And just to try it out, what would happen? And we found staggering results of the amount of project updates shared with each other, information shared, tensions processed, and also connections made, and how they got to work in between the two meetings. We facilitated 2 meetings. I've posted the link of the whole research and all the findings and the reflections of everybody. So if you want to go really deep in what the results were of that, then you can click on the link. I think that's about the larger summary. Back to you.
Thanks, Dan. So yeah, one more time, that was a way for us to bring together the projects in similar sectors, and for them to then navigate through the tool Nesta and the meetings to find the most relevant information for them to exchange and co-create on. So another time, that network navigation concept where we're trying to match exactly the right co-creators with each other using different solutions and approaches. So that nearly closes everything off. Bart, could you go to the next slide, please? Just briefly, we'd really like to talk to you more for feedback and improvement suggestions on all of our tooling. So if you're interested in talking to us more about this, please contact us at the email presented right here. I'd be very glad to talk to you more and to run you through the trove, and then hear your perspectives as experts and get improvement suggestions. I would be very grateful if someone takes that opportunity. Oh, excuse me. And finally, just the last slide, please.
Another support line call coming in.
I think that's it, but I'm not sure, Vincent. I think we're going a little bit over time, so please inform me if there's any more time for questions. If not,
let's do
we'll close it.
5 or so minutes of Q&A would be great. I think people have questions.
Fantastic. Then please raise your hand and let me know if you have any questions. Yes, Wendy.
First, I just want to say thank you. Oh my gosh, the amount of work and the dedication to both mapping using technology, but mapping the people to each other in ways that create relationship. Thank you. Thank you again. It's so nice to see people doing this depth of work, this breadth of work, all the information that you've already brought together. It's not just, again, I'm going to say it in a different way because I really want to savor this. It's not just the data you're collecting, it's how you're collecting it and why you're collecting it and what you're hoping to use it for. And I hear echoes in everything that you presented with so many other organizations that are trying to do it for all sorts of different reasons. And I hear in what you shared that you are farthest along that I've heard because you have combined the data with the facilitation and with the governance, and you're weaving all those three together. And I've seen pieces of each, and I haven't seen it all together. It's really, really inspiring because whether people want to dive into supporting exactly what you're doing and help collaborate with you, or whether they're going to learn from the patterning that you're creating, it's a huge gift. So thanks. And I would love to get more involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wendy. What a lovely compliment. Thank you very much for appreciating that multiplicity of sides that we're working on, not just from a technological standpoint, but much more on the human side of things, and how can we make this really connect with the end user as well, and integrate it into really the challenges that we're facing on a societal level as well, and support the individuals in these different projects and really finding what they're looking for through these tools, and also going about this matchmaking process or this navigation process on different dimensions where it's actually most appropriate for different individuals. Some people may just want to use a tool to find what they're looking for and have a map overview, whereas others really want to work on the governance side of things and get into tactical meetings like Dan has been facilitating. So yeah, but thank you very much for that expression one more time.
I wonder if I might can everyone hear me? Just quickly jump in with a quick thing. First of all, echo completely that sentiment. I think it's incredibly cool what you guys are building, and I'm really excited to have found it just today. So just a bit of context, I'm currently working with ReFi DAO, and a lot of our work actually seems quite similar to this, but specifically in this sector of regenerative finance, supporting founders who are utilizing Web3 technologies across a variety of sectors for more regenerative outcomes. And obviously the focus in our kind of system is more about the Web3 ecosystem and providing the support for founders in that kind of sector. But it's really exciting to see this as almost a part of your wider mission, which is a more holistic kind of group across all areas of climate. And yeah, just really excited to see how we might be able to collaborate further with your community and others. I know Darren on the call is also from the ReFi sector and is working on some knowledge graph technology. So, you know, I'm just getting started in here and really excited to work with you guys and other people on the call.
Thanks, Monty. Very cool to hear someone's interested on that side of things, because that's one of the highest external needs that we found. Is like finance for small projects. They're really looking for where can they find the finance. Yeah, it's cool to hear that on that side, people are interested in engaging with the network. Yeah, and we'd be very excited to connect you with the people looking for you, basically. So thanks for the sentiment and for the expression of interest.
Yeah. Sorry, I had a call. I don't know where you guys are at, but for the permaculture collab, I developed quite a detailed set of fields for not only people, groups, and organizations, but the needs and offers, and looking at the needs and yields construct in permaculture. And I've known about you because I work with Robert, but I hadn't really seen what you're doing. So as soon as I started seeing it, that kind of database file spreadsheet that I spent so much time on that's there, not being used, I just wanted to offer that, and maybe sometime soon we can connect about it, because I think that there's a fair amount of good quality thinking there that can be brought to bear on what you're doing.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that offer. I haven't come across any good ontologies on specifically needs and offers. We've been working with a fairly rough one, and in our research, we validated like a rough set of categories that most projects felt aligned with in terms of the the benefits they're trying to find from other projects. So when they reach out, what benefits are they trying to receive? And we've been using that taxonomy, but it would be fantastic to be informed by more in-depth research on needs and offers. So thank you very much, Gillian, for the offer.
Well, it behooves developing a lot more literacy, self, other, and what we're doing. So yeah, it's no wonder that it's like murky.
Kayla, please.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, and thank you for that presentation. And Gillian, that last invitation of sharing ontologies or sharing other resource sets and things, that also points towards our panel a little later on about sharing data across communities, networks, platforms. And so hopefully you'll be there for that session too, but that's definitely part of the broader initiative here, is to create more cross collaboration. So closing that session, we'll then segue in. We're just a couple minutes behind, and we have two sessions coming up at the same time. And I'm just going to share that Ben Roberts will be doing mapping for connecting collaboration and appreciation in conjunction with the Bioregional Regeneration Summit, which happened recently in October and November. I think some of you were aware of that and looped in on that. So that'll be bioregional regeneration oriented. And then Helmut Woolman will be presenting on what maps do we use for transition mapping. So there will be one breakout room that's created, which will be for Helmut's session. The breakout will be about 45 minutes, and then there'll be some time to share back from each of the breakouts together in the main room. And in the main room will be the Ben Roberts session. But I want to give them each 1 minute to share with you in their own words what the session will be, so that you get a chance to feel it out. And remember that we'll be recording both, so we can reduce the FOMO that way.
Okay, yeah, I might start. I will present, I'm part of the Karte von Morgen team, Map of Tomorrow from Germany. And Germany is quite good mapped on Map of Tomorrow. It's a very, very simple tool, much easier than all the others presented so far. It's really just a map. So I'm very looking for the use cases of such geographical mapping of transformative initiatives, permaculture, eco-villages, sustainable consumption, whatever initiatives. And yeah, so I will just maybe use 10 minutes or something to present our tool. And I'm interested also in your use cases mainly. So either you have a platform or not. If you have a platform, you're welcome to present it. If you have a use case, you're welcome to present the use case for mapping. The goal of the session for me personally is quite interesting to see what other tools you use, tools that your target group is loving. And on the more behind is the idea of how to make it interoperable. In the beginning, we started kind of asking for one, but now it's the API question, very relevant.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to pause you there because you'll have more time to dive into it, but I think that gives people a sense of it. And then Ben, if you want to just share in a few sentences what we'll be doing here in the main room.
Sure. So I'm going to present a map that was created using the social system mapping technology that the folks at Greater Than the Sum have developed. I think they're doing a presentation a little later today. So this is data collected through SumApp and then displayed in Kumu. It's associated with a live summit event that happened over a 2-week period from the end of October into the beginning of November. And about 1,000 people participated in that, and most of them chose to be on this map as a way to network, to share appreciations, to propose opportunities to explore together, extend invitations. So the map is using this technology not so much to show what the existing connections and relationships are, but to create a space for catalyzing new connections and visualizing those as a whole system. And it's now kind of moving into a phase where we're supporting an emerging community practice around bioregional regeneration as a follow-on to the summit. And there'll be another summit in 6 months. So this is kind of a bridging tool as well.
Great. All right. So the way we'll do it, yep, the session will be let's see, it's going to be yeah, I think we can do 45 minutes, including this 43 plus 2 minutes for the wind up. And it's just going to be that one other room. So if you want to go to the session that Helmut described, go ahead and hop over there now. And stay here in this room for Ben's session. And again, we're recording both. So thank you. Vincent's going to go over to help with the recording on that. So I'm going to stop the recording temporarily. Ben, go ahead and take it away.
All right. Yeah, some of you, I apologize if you were coming expecting the map on financial flows and collaboration to move money. There was a plan to energize that map in conjunction with this summit that didn't happen for various reasons, but I'm happy to touch on that a little bit at the end too, if people are interested in that, and perhaps show an earlier mapping exercise I did where we were explicitly using a similar technology to show financial flows. But my work has been for over a dozen years now focused on convening groups in dialogue in service to systemic transformation, regeneration, thriving, resilient communities, and to support collaboration in between organizations or at the network level, et cetera. And about 4 years ago, I started using the social system mapping technology and approach with SumApp plus Kumu in conjunction with another gathering I was doing called Now What? Keala was around for the birth of that and some of the earlier sessions. And I've really just fallen in love with this technology and what it can do in the context of helping to visualize and energize a live gathering of people or a dialogue. And in a sense, I almost see what we're doing as less about mapping and more about creating an asynchronous space for engagement, something that almost is a kind of conversation, or at least a way to exchange invitations and offers and signal to others things like appreciation as well. So this is the first map that I created using that technology where we didn't actually want to see how everyone was connected in advance. The thought was that would be just a giant tangle of lots and lots of connections. And since people in their profiles were providing contact information, if we wanted to get a hold of somebody, it was, and this wasn't an existing community we were trying to sort of analyze. It was a group of people coming together for an event, right? Those pre-existing connections felt like they would be a distraction and a lot of work for people to put that data in. So instead, what we asked them to do was to put themselves on the map with a profile and to show if there were connections they wanted to make with other people that were on the map. We also invited them to put organizations or groups or initiatives onto the map as partners for the summit. And the request there was that the partners share the invitation to participate in the summit, and that if people indicate an interest in connecting with them through the map, that they respond to those invitations. So that's the sort of overall context for the map. Do people have any questions to clarify that before I go ahead and show it to you and walk you through some of the different views and things that we have? Yeah, well, I'll share a link to the map. There's not one place you can find a link to other things I'm doing, but here's the map, yeah. Hold on. Which I will be demoing as well, but this is public. So that was one of the conditions on this. When you registered for the summit, you were asked if you wanted to be on the map or not. I would say 80 to 90% of the people who registered, I guess it's about 80%. We have about 800 people on the map, and there were just over 1,000 people that registered for the summit. Yeah, thanks, Kayla. Yeah, he's sharing some other stuff I've done. I could put a link to the now what work as well, I suppose. But let's use our time to focus on this. So I didn't, did people have other sort of context questions? Sounds like no. So let's just dive in. So here we are looking at the map, again, displayed in Kumu, which I imagine most of you are familiar with. And Kumu allows for multiple views with the same data set. So we have this default view, which is showing invitations and appreciations among people and partners. So again, the lines that you see are actual either requests to connect or appreciations, and we can zoom in and look at that in a bit. There's a geographic map of the summit participants. We highlighted some of the profile data in this gifts, resources, and conversations view. There was an invitation for people to become weavers in the context of this summit and act as connectors, in part using the data in this map. And so I created a couple of views to see who had expressed that weaving interest. And there's one more view that I want to show you for what we're calling opportunity explorations that I've just finally created. And so let's just zoom in a little bit here, or maybe just show you here in terms of the legend. So we're looking at people are the orange dots, the partners, about 200 of those are the squares, and then the collaboration opportunities or opportunity explorations. I need to refresh this. Are the green diamonds, and there are only a few of those. So that's an invitation that came at the end of the summit. Well, I guess I thought I had changed that, but in any case, so let's zoom in a little bit. One of the things we can do is filter by people's profiles. So or search. So for example, because it's, there's so much here, you can wander through the database, but you might want to look for people that are involved in particular aspects of bioregional regeneration. For example, people that are doing funding. And now we can just filter into those and look at a profile for a particular person. So people are telling us, again, these profiles are completely customizable inside of some app. We collected the data initially in a Google form and uploaded that in batches with a little bit of manual cutting and pasting just for this bit of text. And then there were an additional set of questions that some people, like Scott, also added, such as these roles that they play in the context of bioregional regeneration. Again, we got contact information. This doesn't have all the different profile elements. Let's see what else we have here. One of the things we did in this gathering that was new for me is that we were supporting Spanish participation to a fairly high level, subordinate to English a bit, but you could register in Spanish. You could put your map profile on then in Spanish. We had a separate registration form, and then when we uploaded the data, and of course we used that. And in the forms on the back end inside of some app, which I'll show you as well for adding more to your profile that's in both Spanish and English. So you can say a lot about your work. Here again, we have the roles play. People can put in various contact links. Sorry, I'm a little... let's get rid of the filter here and look at some of the connection data, give you a sense of how that worked. So again, in a big data set like this, it's really helpful to use the focus feature in some app so that you can just zoom in on the data that's most relevant to you. So the way somebody would typically use this is they're going to find themselves or somebody else on the map, and they can see their information in the sidebar. They can also use the focus and then see, where the connections are. So the blue lines here are coded as the appreciations. You can click on the arrow and see that data. So the kinds of things we were collecting were reasons why you want to connect, ways that the summit affected your connection. So we're tracking both impact and intentions here. Here would be a request to have a one-on-one conversation or learn more about someone's work. In some cases, there might be more information about that. So here's Alan saying in particular, he's interested in the work Kate's doing in the refi space. And then Kate would come here, see who's indicated these intentions and follow up. Or, somebody like Alan might also use this not just to signal to Kate, but he can get her contact information here and reach out to her directly. So it's this sort of interesting hybrid in the technology where we're both tracking and creating a record of what's going on, but also trying to energize activity. The limitation is that when you add one of these connections, it doesn't create a notification. So when Alan pointed to Kate and said he wanted to have a one-on-one with her, some app and Kumu don't tell her that. She's got to come here and see that, or he's got to separately reach out. But it still creates, I think, a significant value add that we have this data, right? Rather than just allowing this to happen in the background and not seeing how much is being energized, right? So when you come back out and you look at what happened here in the beginning, there were no connections, right? Everybody was sort of out on the periphery of this space. It was kind of cool the way Kumu organize it, just using its algorithm for how it spreads things out, but there was a kind of a white void in the middle. And I likened it to almost to a dance floor where people started to come into the middle and say, I want to connect in these different ways, or I want to appreciate people. So maybe I'll just pause there for a second and see if people have any questions about that before I show some of the other views on the map. Yeah,
I'll just comment. Really appreciate the exploration of that. Adding the feedback layers. It's similar to. I think that you're pointing at. I wanted to take note of the ways we want to improve it, like the notification aspect, like some of the friction around it, but the idea of how the enrichment and the energizing of the connections and the actual visibility of that. It's really it's exciting to me to see that stuff.
Yeah, thanks. Elizabeth.
Yeah, I just want to say that that event led me here. and I'm curious as to how you found sort of post-event, how it's energizing, and just an idea of how, how it's working for you.
Right. So one of the things we it's hard to know how much people are using the map, how many people are going in there, finding themselves, seeing who's connecting with them or wanting to connect with them and following up. Ditto with the organizations. We didn't have a huge team to do this as well. And so, ideally, I think there would be a much more intensive kind of communications flow to ask people, invite people to follow up, to pay attention to the data. There's still plans to do that. And because we're planning to do another summit in 6 months, I think, what we have here is going to be an enormous resource for that. My sense is that, well, what I know is it's much easier to put your information into the map, right, than it is to use it. And even if you do use it, to come back to it repeatedly is yet another challenge or hurdle in the whole process. So I think collectively, we're still learning to appreciate how much potency there is in these tools and to really put the time and effort into using them that they weren't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
none of us have been here before. So
Right.
we're needing to start, exercising our muscles.
Another effect of it is that even if not a lot of that happens, it is still painting. It's giving us a way to get a sense of the energy that a big event creates, right? Whereas in the past, you would know that a lot of that happened, but you'd have no way to visualize and track it at all, right? And so here to see people directly indicating their desire to connect and providing explicit appreciations, often with some really sweet comments. I would come in and find things that people had added, and it was just it would make my day, just to see this little note of appreciation. And I think to see a record in a field of engagement of all those appreciations again is gives us a different sense of what's happening in these, or validates what we know is happening, but gives us more data about it and lets us sense into it differently. Elliot,
I guess it's a question that almost answers itself, so it's maybe more of a comment, but on the appreciations, wondering about the exportability, because I can see almost in time applying this through some kind of retroactive public good funding type thing, where the appreciations are like turn into some kind of even economic reward. And I'm wondering about the exportability or the preservability of that data.
Right. Yeah, I mean it's a relational database that is managed through the SumApp software, and it can it flows into Kumu through a JSON file, but you can pull it out into regular CSV format as well. So you can if you need to be good at manipulating giant spreadsheets or using other software to sort through that data, but it's all there, and you can grab what parts you want if you know how.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, KL, are you?
Let's jump back in and echo that piece of like kind of one of our broader contexts here around being able to integrate with other data sets, or have that sense making across the larger scope. So what Elliot just described, especially too the potential of like a retroactive appreciation or credit, similar to the kind of models like source cred or different other things where where when people have impact impact tracking and impact honoring, basically. So there's this picture of how we can see that over time, and I think that the ability to integrate the data into other interfaces, which is kind of what the Trove exploration is too, will probably give us a little more customizability of that notification capacity or some of those other things where people could basically customize their own dashboards around it as well. And I think that's kind of an aspect of the platform's approach. So yeah, it's all exciting.
Yeah, I'd also add that SumApp has integrated. I think at Brian Dowling's request, was it yours or was it the Graph Commons platform into their system as well. So you can take the data that's gathered through SumApp and view it in Kumu or Graph Commons, and so they have the capacity to add other platforms too. Anything that can work with a relational database through a JSON connection. But of course, it's work to create that additional coding and those affordances. But if there was funding available and somebody said, this new platform can visualize data in a different way that we really want to use, I think you could approach Tim and Christine about doing that. Let me just show you a couple more things. Maybe I'll, let's see, hold on. We've got what, about 20 minutes, not quite, still to go here. So just quickly show you the geographic view. This is a nice feature in Kumu. It can be a little fussy to get people to show up in the right place. We're using postal codes as well as city and country. It took a little bit of work, but this is pretty accurate. It will stack people on top of one another, and sometimes it's hard to get Kumu to spread them out. The O key will there we go. So that's unstacking people. I think there I just pinned it with O and P. So again, you get the same profile data, but you can view it based on where people are located. I guess when I've pinned things, the sidebar goes away. Anyway, how do I unpin? That's strange. Oh, it's just slow. The other thing to know about this data is that, or these tools, is that when you get more than 1,500 nodes in here and a lot of connections, it can get a little slow. It's gotten a lot better, actually. But there are some limits if you want to do, many thousands of people and connections or nodes, whether they're people or other things. So here's a view I created just to highlight some of the profile data that people were providing. We're particularly asking if there were gifts they were bringing to the summit, if there were conversations they wanted to have, if there were resources they wanted to share. So here's an example of somebody with a conversation, and you can find that here. Sharing knowledge about our work, showcase projects to like-minded people interested in restoring degraded landscapes in East Africa. So this is a good example, back to your question, Elizabeth, of how much is getting used here. We haven't had the capacity to comb through everybody that said they wanted to have a conversation. And this is where the weaving vision was, that lots of people would go in, find this data, think about, you could even search on, East Africa and see who else shows up and say, did Jane connect with Jonathan and Sandy and Ioweka, right? Or that might be an organization. In any case, so there's ways to activate things based on this. And because there's so much data in the profiles, the idea of creating these separate views that pulls out certain aspects of them and codes for them, just so you can see because not everybody did this, right? Only a certain number of people said they wanted to, they were interested in a conversation or offered a resource. Here's the Weavers view. So this helped again to get a sense of who among these people wanted to weave, and there were two answers people could give, that they were ready to weave or that they wanted to know more. So we can see that whole cohort, and we can see them as they're connected to the larger group. And you can see them in a geographic view as well. So you can say who wants to weave in Mexico, for example, and zoom in on that. And so one of the things I was able to do with this technology also, it's much easier than just working with the raw database, is that I can select everyone in a view and export their full profile data, and then grab their emails from that. So I was able to send emails out to all these folks saying, hey, thanks for wanting to be a weaver. Here's some invitations for how to do that. Let's take a look at the most recent view, which I don't have a link to in the sidebar yet. So this is opportunity explorations. These are invitations for what we were calling radical collaboration, or at least that was the intention. And then, because this view has just been created, people haven't had a chance to go in yet and show connections, but in the same way that you can do that for a person or an organization, you can do it for one of these invitations. So here's my friend David Cobb in Northern California with a really innovative project on community-based financing for regeneration, or the systemic approach that's led by the Wiyot tribe. And he wants to meet social impact investors. That's a pretty clear kind of a request. And I could go in and respond to that. A little hard to click on the arrows. I haven't coded it so that the data shows up here yet on that, because I just set this up, but I can show you what that looks like. Here's the back end in some apps. This might be also interesting to see, how does this data get in here, or how do you update it? Again, we took some of this and just pulled it over from a Google form when people registered for basic profile data, but you could come in then and add a picture. In the profile, these were the questions we added that weren't part of the registration. Some of those things you saw us filtering on, including being a weaver. And then these were the registration questions, which you can still go in and edit as well. And then here's how you draw connections to people. So you can search, you can filter in different ways. So for example, that same roles you play filter was set up in here. So if you want to connect with people who are interested in mapping, there were 59 people that said they were, and then you can see a little bit about them. You have to go to the map to see their full profile. In any case, you can click on them. Here's our English and Spanish text about what we're doing here. A lot of that is just explaining, no, we actually don't want to know who you're already connected to. It's who do you want to connect with? And here's where you could indicate the kind of connection you want to make, say a little bit more about your desired connect. We put this little prompt in to say, let them know, don't just put it on the map. That may or may not have had an effect, we don't know. And then here's where we map the appreciations and the kind of connecting that happened. At this point, there's enough of this data here, it probably makes sense to create a separate view for it. Anyway, what I really wanted to show you was on the partners and opportunities side. So for here again, you can filter in different ways. So these are the opportunities that were just added. So we can just look at those, and you can click on that. And actually, this should change that to not just partner, but connection info. So if you're already active with that, for example, if I was the one that put this opportunity exploration invite on there, I might say I'm in a lead role or I'm part of it. But if I wanted to, if I want to make a new connection or get involved, this is where I would check that off, say more about that. And I also put this in where you could offer resources or make other offers of support. And so if you do any of these things, then in the map, you'll see a line that's drawn there, and with some great help from the Tim Hansen, the Kumu whiz that's part of the SumApp team, we got this view to filter out everything but the opportunity explorations and the people connected with them, which was some fancy dancing in the back end of Kumu code. But I can't say enough about the sort of support that I've been able to get over the years from Tim and Christine in developing this stuff. So the idea here is, that anybody can add these, and that it starts to be a way to support collaboration. So similar to the way a partner might go in and see who wants to get connected with them, people who put these into the map can see who's interested and reach out to them from there. And this data was collected through a Google survey. The reasons why not sending people straight into SumApp to add it makes sense for this. So you fill out this form. This is not it's the back end of the form. And then the data is uploaded into Kumu, into SumApp, and you get a link then where you can edit it inside of SumApp further if you want. So let's see, do we have more questions in the chat now? Just some. Okay. Any other questions or thoughts, or yeah, Kayla?
Yeah, I'll just appreciate in particular, first of all, the scope of what you've done, and then the context of how the iterations of how you've done it over time, really are part of what you're, leading up with. And even that last point that you were just making about, using the Google form as the sort of simpler entry point, and then, after people have engaged with that, then they can come into the map. Things like that are part of the kind of onboarding aspect, which I think we're still kind of in the beginning of figuring out how to make that onboarding smoother and things like that. But I just wanted to really appreciate all that effort, and the praise to Tim and Christine at SumApp as well for their support and all that. So yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, and I think SumApp is a small operation, and Tim and Christine would, I think, I would love to see them get a huge chunk of funding to build out a lot of features that they have planned and are aware of, expansions on the way that the survey features work, addressing some of the reasons why it might make sense to use a Google form first rather than having people go straight into the software, and things like that. I know they have the capacity, but the capability to do it, but as a small software company and service provider, it's been a stretch so far, I think, but I want to see them be robustly supported. Yeah, Elliot.
Yeah, so echoing Kayla's applause for what you've done. Outside of or in addition to funding, like what do you need? How can this group help you?
Well, certainly in this context, if anybody's interested in bioregional regeneration, I invite you to get on the map and try on some of the weaving hats that we've been experimenting with, or just stay in the loop as more invitations come out. Again, the idea is we're planning to have another summit in May, and to be organizing a much larger group than the core team of 3 of us that put together the last one, with help from another 3 or 4 people on top of that. So there'll be a collaborative effort to produce the next summit. And I think ideally to center a lot more of the kind of stuff I just showed you, to say, how can we use this summit as a way to flow support into particular collaborations? You know, what happened the last time was more of the typical kind of presentations of what's going on in the field, and Q&As about that, and the kind of a lot of people bumped into and met new people, and so connecting happened, but the collaboration piece got seeded but wasn't explicitly supported to the degree that we'd like to see in this next one, and the map could play a key role in that. So that's at least one thing. But I'm happy if the approach in general is interesting to you, and there's other work you're doing that's in the systemic transformation zone, I'd be happy to talk to you about how we might apply these approaches to what you're doing as well. I've got bandwidth for probably a couple more things, or certainly time to spend an hour or 3 offering support and sharing what I've learned and things like that.
Yeah, I would love that. I'll reach out.
Yeah, I can put my email in here. It's probably, I assume it's already available some other way through the system. But
And as a quick question on getting folks to join into the map, is it basically still to just use the same registration form with the Google?
You could do that. I mean, at this point, I think it's actually, if you just email me and say I want to be added to the map, I can just add you, as a stub and let you put your information in there. The reason we did it through the registration was, that if we did it as a separate process from registering, I don't think we would have had anything like 800 people on the map, right? So building it into the registration for the summit was key to getting that level of participation. But now if you're coming and saying I want to be on the map, I can just put your name and your email on there and send you your mapping link, and you go right into some map. So that saves us the step of having to do the uploading.
Gotcha. Okay, I will still put the link to the site too, just for people to see that. But yeah, maybe we can we'll put your email, you can put your email in there. I see some other cameras turning on. Maybe Jillian's gonna have a question too, so I want to make more space for folks.
Yeah, thanks. I'm working with a fellow named Roberto Valenti, who's based in Italy, and he's developing a framework for a regenerative bioregional network. So I'd like to connect you with him. He's also has his master's and doctorate and had a couple of companies in AI, and is a coder. And he's a really kind of leading edge type of thinker. So I'd like to connect you two. I've just sent him your email address, and maybe I'll throw the link in that I think Kayla said he was just going to provide. As somebody who's been involved with permaculture and eco communities internationally for a long time, I just think about how life would have been different if we'd had, more of these tools. But as the comment was, from, I think it's Wendy, it's like, yeah, the tools, but the tools are to facilitate reality and connection. So it's that balance of both. And the reason I came to yours session was the way you spoke. I had a sense of that balance. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jillian. And that sounds like a great connection. There was one of the sessions during the summit was from somebody who's doing a food system intervention in Sicily. So there might be some overlap there with the Italian focus as well.
Yeah, he's definitely, it's right now, it's in his region in Italy, but really, I mean, Italy, he's got water on all sides and mountains. It's a very coherent bioregion, which is one of the reasons it's such a strong culture. So yes, he's all about Italy. So please, I'll put my email. It's just Jillian with a J at permaculture.net, but I'll throw it in the chat, and we'll get connected. Thank you.
And someone put Roberto's LinkedIn in there, so I'll reach out to him too. And I saw the note about the evolution, the long journey to get here. It's true. I mean, this is, I don't know, the 5th or 6th iteration of gatherings plus mapping work that I've done. And each one has built on the next for sure. And still feels very much like a work in progress.
My data fields offer to GaiaNet is the same to you, what we did for the Permaculture Collab. And really the intention was to facilitate a lot of connection between the global, permaculture community. So we can see what we can explore there.
And there's certainly overlaps there. I'm sure if you look through the 1,000 or 800 people on that map, you'd find some friends. Naomi Joyce Smith, for example, you might know. And I think Caroline is on there. She better be. Others.
And just to give a plug for a couple of other sessions happening later today as well that are related, the sibling bioregions mapping effort, which is we ran several sessions during this Bioregional Regeneration Summit. And part of the goal of that initiative is to start having, as we've been talking about bioregioning, then that idea, rather than the bioregion as this static place or thing, but really it's the activity amongst all the people who are engaged. So this regenerative bioregioning effort, and the goal of having, with which our panel will emphasize a bit more, is the ability to share data across platforms, networks, projects, initiatives. And it's kind of either what's in the way of us being able to do that more, which sometimes is the time, but other times it's trust, or it's even just the introductions. So I really appreciate when people do mention or bring things that they're sharing, and there will be more opportunities for that throughout this summit or this Mapathon, but also towards the next summit and all that too. So hopefully the weaving gets more coherent as we go. That's kind of that's the real hope of these repeated visits and the myceliation of that.
Expecting the other group to come back in. Is that what I think you said?
We do have about 6 minutes left, so it's actually a really great time if there were some other folks that we haven't heard from yet, just to bring a couple more voices in and tune in around this. I mean, there's really a lot that was shared, and there's a lot of probably a lot of potentials for synergy. So there's some space there. Sorry if I had given you the wrong timing, but my timer says we still have about 5 minutes left, and then there will be a 2-minute transition for the close of that room. So yeah, we have a few minutes.
Saul is saying he's been at it for 15 years. That's a longer mapping journey. I've been at the convening thing for close to 13 now. And again, I think that's where my use of, I've come at these tools from a different perspective, right? That I think they were developed to help envision a social system. And yes, to create interventions in it based on that. And my focus has been much more on how we use these as tools for active engagement. So in some ways, I'm kind of hacking the tool to do things it wasn't designed to do. For example, showing those opportunity explorations, right? I'm using the feature in some app that's technically designed to show organizations as a separate data table from individuals, but I used it to show both partners and those opportunity explorations. And this idea of using the connections, as sort of signals for what people want to do or what they have to offer or request, as opposed to, how well do you know this person, or are you collaborating with this organization, is a kind of a hack or a stretch of what the tool is meant for, which is part of why I think the notifications aren't there in the beginning, right? That it was not, thought wasn't that you were sending a signal to this entity when you showed a connection to it. It was that you were mapping what exists.
One piece of feedback or inquiry around that I saw too is that it seemed like it might be nice to have both the existing connections and the anticipated ones, or especially early on in the process of joining, where you might not have had a chance to really, what I noticed in the implementation anyway. I think it could be useful to have both, where you see the existing connections and strength of connections as well, and then also still could have that, and then just kind of brainstorming around tools around it. It'd be interesting to have some level of suggested connections, which I think they were playing with in Weaver, which Jeff was here earlier in his presentation, mentioned that they're kind of moving away from the Weaver. But one thing that it did have that was interesting was a kind of recommending of connections. So there was a certain amount of automation that would suggest that you might get
AI in here, yeah, because I think that's one of the challenges when you've got this much data. If it's just human powered to sift through it. Yeah, I mean, sure, it's nice to know where the existing connections are, and we did actually map them in the case of people and the partner organizations. So we did want to show, if you were in the lead or involved with an initiative, to be able to show that on the map. But it would have been, imagine, there's 800 people here. I probably knew 300 of them, right? So it would have been a lot of work for somebody like me. Maybe I'm a little bit unique in that, since I was a lead convener, but there were a lot of people who knew a lot of those other people, right? And so it'd be just a ton of work for them to show it, plus it's just going to be a hairball. So I think some other level of refinement to the question maybe would be needed for the data to be more useful, is my sense. I don't know.
Yeah, on this topic too, the ability to port other sense-making information about relationships. This was one of the frictions or pains with these additional maps as well, is that we tend to have to create a new registration form, a new instance, and then there might have been other information that would come through. And one of the kind of edgier sides of this that I think, from a pro-social point of view, that I think is really valuable, is to be able to, especially when people work together over time, to understand if there are unresolved things between people, or whether there's conflict in different natures of things, especially in a bioregion around all that. And so it's sensitive, of course, to try and surface that information in a warm data kind of a way, or in a relational way. But that seems like some of the other kind of implications of what we're going to be able to do with this. So I'm just curious, if your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reminded of a conversation on a different mapping initiative a while back. Sort of how do we map the degree of trust in a network or a community? And the notion was, well, you don't want to map who doesn't trust, who's not trustworthy, right? So that's where actually I came up with the idea. Well, let's map appreciations, which was part of a dialogic practice I was, I've done for a while. But to say, if you see a network that's full of appreciation, maybe that's a proxy for trust. But I think ideally, you're right. If we could find points of conflict in a way that's generative, that could be cool. I guess another comment I would make around just in general what the technology does and doesn't do. I made a decision a while ago to not get too caught up in what I wished it could do that it didn't, and my sense is we have so much capacity available to us now for all the flaws and limitations and whatever, that if people care about a thing, that it's not unreasonable to ask them to deal with a little bit of a learning curve or challenge or messiness to use the tools we have. And so that's been my approach. And the tools keep getting better, and I'm excited when they do. And it feels like we have a lot we can still work with. And a related comment would be that I've also stayed away from this idea that for inclusivity purposes, we need to have sort of a lowest common denominator, of access to the technology. So while I think it's hugely important that we can bring in and engage with people who can't use these tools well for any number of reasons, I don't think that's a reason not to use the tools. I think it's a reason to create bridging structures. That's another weaving role, is to say, how do we get to somebody who doesn't have good internet connection, Kumu doesn't work very well on a phone either, things like that. So there's all kinds of limitations, but to me, that's not a reason to stay away from them.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks so much. And so we have the other group coming back now, and we have a few minutes before the next session. So it's a chance to hear from, just have a little intermixing of these two sessions. If Helmut or Vincent, if you'd like to, or someone else that was in that other session, share for a couple minutes on like just a highlight or two, and then Ben, you can share. Thanks.
Yeah, sometimes it's more better to understand if people from the audience actually sharing what they heard. So I would encourage somebody participating.
Love that, yeah.
So for example, Narayan, would you like to present something?
I think John unmuted as well.
I did. I was just going to say that we got a good look at Helmut's project and Sam's project, which is based on WordPress. And I actually did present and got to record the discussion of the big map to save the future. And I said that I'm very excited about the notion that the underlying data that I've been collecting could be part of a larger pool, and that people could augment the data and then use it for other places. That to me is the big revelation from today's meeting, is that the platform for doing that seems to be available already, or is well underway. So I'm very pleased about that. And I can see how all of these projects collectively produce a meta database that could be very, very productive and allow people to build on each other's collections.
Thank you. Great.
One of something that I'm bringing to the space that I would like to drop in and have everyone here consider is that, especially with what sort of Jillian is speaking to with regards to the oncology, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, in terms of sort of the what is our common bond, and what is our sort of higher level relationships here, and also the most basic essential. And I've come to water, and that's my work, is recognizing that water itself is the foundational element. The covalent hydrogen bond is our common bond, as all life on Earth would not exist without it. And realizing that the molecular structure of water is an excellent, very excellent organizational model to follow, and am mapping, seeking to organize us in aligning with that as a foundational element, and just want to remind us all to really feel into our water, and like we are water, right? And in every way, shape, and form. 99% of the molecular count in our body is water. And just have to speak that, because I think that if we could align with that, which is the source of life, then we have the greatest ally ever in terms of really coming together. And would, yeah, just drop that in to consider with your work is how much deeper can we really go internally into our connectivity. So thank you.
So Elizabeth, and is there anyone else that wanted to share? Yeah, either a participant that was present in the in Ben's session, or more than one others that might want to share some highlights, insights, aha moments. I'll just quickly share that one of the things that's powerful is seeing the iterations of the use of SumMap and Kumu that Ben has done over the years, and how the culmination of that is currently expressing in the bioregional regeneration map, and then the way that that map is also intentionally open to be interoperable to the other efforts. That was one of the kind of synergy points, and we got into some other threads around the specifics of appreciation, visibility as a trust proxy, and some of the other connection mapping pieces, and particularly the how the maps can be used basically to stimulate and support the synergy of regenerative efforts in a bioregional context. So anyway, that one is exciting, and we do have Grace has arrived and will be presenting the next session here. The title of that session, Why I Won't Use Your Map, slightly tongue-in-cheek as I understand it. And I look forward to starting that one up. If there's any other closing comments or things to from the last session, and we'll make a little bridge that way.
Well, I'm curious, since I missed it, and Ben, I'm looking forward to watch the recording, but if you were to like summarize the hour, yeah, what would you say was like the main thing that came out of it?
Well, it was a presentation of a map, Vincent. So, it was a chance for people to see one way to use the SumMap plus Kumu tech stack in conjunction with a live event, a 2-week-long summit, and a sort of ongoing, how to seed ongoing collaboration based on that, and a focus on more on what kinds of connections and collaborative possibilities and invitations and appreciations there might be in a system like that versus what the existing connections and the structure of the relationships are. So how do we use it as a tool to create more collaboration and connection? Is kind of the purpose. And I just want to note, I'm pretty sure Grace is on that map. So she may not want to use everybody's map, but she wanted to use mine.
Oh yeah, it's the perfect transition of what to my session, which is called Why I Won't Use Your Map. I know you'll be really surprised to see that I actually have that map open on my computer now.
Did you know that somebody reached out to you and wanted to explore collaborating?
That somebody I reached out to wanted to work on it?
Someone used the map. Someone, Naomi Smith, who we were mentioning before, that I think Jillian might know, said she really appreciated the moments where I witnessed you critiquing Web3 and would appreciate any opportunity to build kinship, solidarity, possibly even collaboration. That's on them.
So the map is already tagged me as a bit of a witch. Nice.
Well, Naomi.
I'm so glad that is, we should upload it to the blockchain so everybody will always know this about me. So thanks. What a perfect transition. Thanks, guys. Did you want to wrap up something else?
I'm just going to go ahead and stop the recording just so that there's a new one for the next session. So thank you all for that.
This gets to start now. Thanks everybody coming to my session. This is going to be a little more interactive because I don't know a lot about mapping, and I'd like to see people because I want to have some raises of hands and stuff like that. So something like that would be great if we could actually see each other. Or this could be a not very interactive session, in which case it might not be interesting at all because I don't know a lot about mapping. I'm just gonna riff. You don't want that. Okay, so great. So I kind of want to get a concept in the room. How many of you are actually doing maps and going to hear why I won't use your map? Like maybe by raise of hands, how many people actually have mapping projects to work on? So quite a few of you. And then with your mapping project, I kind of like a show of fingers, like how many people are on your team? Like, is it just you? Is it two or three people? Okay. And are any of those in the room? Like the people who are with you on the, so none of the, so yeah, one person has one of their teammates, a couple people have teammates in the room. Awesome. So some of you have a map that some other people in this room will use, but all the rest of the people in this room won't be using your map. They're going to be using their map, which is really what this is about. I've been really challenged by how many people in this space of, I want to say, creating alternatives to the big tech, right, are under-resourced, right? So because if you're creating an alternative to big tech, you're under-resourced almost by definition. And then on top of that are working on their own with a few volunteers and not collaborating with each other. And I've been really confronted with this question, like, why does that happen? And I know that Vincent is also interested in this theme here. And so that's what I'm gonna explore here. And I guess I might as well start with telling you why I won't use your map. And so I guess I will start with this great map right here, which we just were discussing. And I'm on Linux, so the way that it shares is going to be a little bit not exactly what I wish it were, but it is what it is. And so here's this map, and here I am on the map, and I'm on the map. I'm kind of out at the edges. I'm not connected to anybody. I have no picture. And somebody has tagged me without my knowing it, apparently, according to Ben. I didn't get a notification. Oh, she's pointed to me, but I didn't get any notification about that. And she apparently has said something to me or dropped a verifiable credential on me in some way that I have no way of knowing, revoking. I don't know. Like, here I am, and I can't even see it on my profile right now. And I'm not connected to Ben at all in this map, although I certainly know him. And I know Tomas, and I know Reiki. I don't know any of these other, but none of those connections are on there. So I've got this map, which to me is, it looks really nice because most of the, it's all centered around the people maybe that know how to do these things. I don't exactly know how to go back to the main map, but like, here's some people who know how to connect themselves. But wouldn't it be cool if while I was in that conference, it would create a whole lot of different connections, and then it would know who was in the same room together, and then we would be able to know who was in there. And then with that, it would like create all these connections based on who was actually in there. And then I might get something like this here, which Vincent was kind enough to share this with me. So if all the connections were in there, it'd be really, I'd have this. Okay, so that's kind of, and then, but it's like, okay, well, I do really want to find things. So maybe I would be like, maybe I'd go over here and I'd be like, okay, I know where I'm going to find what I need to know. I'm going to go over here. Sorry, I keep sharing the way that I'm sharing because Linux is funny and I'm sharing from different places. And it's like, okay, well, find me some web 3 people in Slovenia. And then I guess ChatGPT is gonna tell me something here. I mean, probably it's not gonna tell me anything great, but damn. Training data only goes up to 2021. Look at this, all this great general information. But I mean, you get the idea, right? Eventually it's going to be able to tell me who else is around. It may be log in with my Microsoft ID or whatever. And oh boy, it is very chatty, and it's, oh, look at that. It's telling me about associations. I'm pretty good, not great, but it's actually better than the maps I just showed you. I mean, it showed me one place to start, which is better than I got. All right, how about some single guys? Anyway, so, which your map won't show me either. But anyway, you get the idea. So that's why I'm never gonna use your map. And I'm not the right audience for your map. And if you've been working on these things for a while, I'm kind of interested, again, if you could do by show of hands, thumbs up, how many of you have written out your user journeys? Anyone? Okay, we got 3 people written out their user journeys. And like 1 user journey, 3 user journeys, like how are you doing? Like a bunch of them, is it like you're focusing on just, I don't know. Well, some of them have some user journeys. And so if you've got some really clear user journeys, that's already going to mean, and are your users like end users or kind of integrating with other companies?
I can say as a platform, the user journeys is like having to map, like, so if we're working with GaiaNet, then GaiaNet, there's like a user journey there, but then it's like helping GaiaNet create a user journey. So there's multiple stakeholders. And I think it's really hard to design. Yeah, I found it very difficult to design maps that work for both of those stakeholder groups simultaneously. So like a product like Airtable is designed for like the user journey of a company where like you can't edit your own record ever unless they set up some really weird workaround form, because it's like designed where the data ownership is around the company that hosts the Airtable seats. So yeah, that's like something that I keep running into, is like those incentives for the different stakeholders that we like laid out in the beginning, like the platforms, the networks, mappers and weavers, and then people that are using the maps to find something.
So what I'm hearing is that you're constantly in violation of GDPR because under whatever agreement you got to use the data, that user never has knowledge. And like I was saying in this case of Ben, like I don't really even have a great way of knowing that somebody said something about me. I don't have the right to be forgotten. I don't have any, you're wanting a better word than use, okay? But you could see the power of these things, right? Like to me, the power of maps isn't with the individual user. It's something like if you could plug into GPT, right? And then it could tell me who was near me because it would have some map in the back end. But I want to go a little deeper with you guys and do little breakout sessions. It's the power of community. Yeah. So, and I want to do a little breakout room with you guys if you're up for it. It's a little experimental. Are people up for like an experiment? Okay, it's going to be like 3 people in the room. And what you're going to do is you're going to, and hopefully you'll be in a room, not necessarily people on your same project, but I don't know, so it'll be random. And you'll be in a room, and what I want you to do is, you know how when we're in these groups, there's a certain professional way that we conduct ourselves. So I don't want to do that in the rooms. I want you to let some of that back of your mind chatter get out there as to why it is you're not working with some of the other people creating maps here. It could be a specific instance, like, I met this guy and he was trying, it sounded really good at first, and no, this is why I wouldn't work with him. It could be specific. It's going to be about 10-minute breakout, and then we'll come back and share, maybe 10, 12 minutes, because 3 people. And I want you to complain about the other people. And I want you to do that in a playful way, being exaggerated about how bad it is with those other people. So if I were going to do that, I'd be like, have you ever tried talking to men? Like, this is like, they don't think in a systems way. They're mapping their stupid things, and they put like 3 connections in there, and it's like, that's not the way I see it at all. It's like, what big, like a rant, right? So I want you to exaggerate it, be playful, laugh at each other, laugh at yourself, and just like rant about, because I don't know if you know this, but like everybody other than, that thing, like everybody but you and me is crazy, and I'm not sure about you. It's like that, like everybody but you and me is doing the wrong thing, and I'm not sure about you. So, and to get ready for this, whether you want to do this with camera on or camera off, I suggest that I'm just going to give it a minute. Like, beat your chest and make the face and, kind of like get yourself in that mode. You might, like, I'm not turning off my camera because I'm demonstrating how brave I am to be like, so make some facial expressions for a few seconds here while I set up the breakout rooms, because that's a good exercise to do while I'm setting up breakout rooms. Oh, did somebody set up breakout rooms? I'm going to do recreating breakout rooms.
Yeah, I started to set that up for you, but yeah, feel free to.
I got that. I'm going to do that. Include co-hosts. Yeah, everybody can participate. There'll be a couple of rooms with 4 people. Why is there one room with 2 people and some rooms with 4 people when why does it do that? That's weird.
Well, basically, you end up with 3 to 4 is usually because there's not always exactly 3.
People might have dropped off after you did the initial.
People did drop off after I created.
Okay, cool.
You
All
scared.
right, so I scared them off with my crazy thing. So, and feel free to exaggerate, cut each other off if you want, like, and heat each other up a little bit. Like, so one person will be like, have you ever seen how like people don't understand this aspect of maps? And the other will be like, yeah, I know. And just like try to heat each other up a little bit too. So it gets, as you're going on, I think 10 minutes should be enough for that. So I'm gonna open the rooms and for 10 minutes and like try to heat each other up. Yeah, has this ever happened to you? And really talk about like why you definitely cannot work with all those other map makers, because they really just don't see it the right way. So I hope you enjoy this one way or the other.
Okay, well, now I'm fired up, so I need to go into a breakout room. Or should we stay here? No. Up, you're muted, Grace.
You should go to a room. Can you pick your own room because you're a host? Is that what happens?
Yep. Are you going to go in the room or are you going to stay here?
No, I think I'm going to hang out, let people go for it.
Okay, cool. Let me pause the recording.
People did this exercise without showing their faces. Some people look like they had fun and maybe some people didn't. So just bring yourself back to the room. Either put both hands on your heart or one on your heart and one on your forehead, and just breathe a little bit and slow down your breathing, especially if you were in a lively room. When you put your hand on your heart and your head together, it kind of regulates your heart and your brain waves that, to be more in sync with each other. Which, like I said, hopefully this exercise desynced them. Cool. So, anyone want to share? What did we learn? What did we see? We all have obstacles, particularly in a very individualistic society, right? That rewards the top guy and has taught us how to be independent and stuff. So what are some of the things you guys saw or found out in this, or became, I don't know, surfaced? You might have known them. And also what might be some things you could give up, like thought forms that you know show up for you that you could like maybe not give so much dominance. Vincent has his hands up. Go ahead, Vincent.
So I realized during our session that a lot of like the main quote unquote competitors for our mapping projects it's TikTok, and it's like the social networks that have us just addicted to scrolling through a feed. And like the reason why people don't engage with maps, in my opinion, is because it's like they're more complicated. And when you simplify things down where it's like easy to digest, then you're like, how do you have that while also having these like advanced mechanisms and tools that are powerful enough to like, I don't know, like actually not just in the right direction. So like I get really frustrated when I'm using a map, whether it's a social network map or like I'm on a directory website, and then I find something I like and I want to reach out to this person, etc. And there's two options. Or maybe three. There's I do it right now, which often I don't have the time or not in the headspace. Two is I open a new tab and then it's 1,737 tabs. And then the fourth option is I just close the site and, maybe bookmark the site and then never go back to it ever again. So like for me, what if maps could, like in the same way we have this like add to calendar button on like every calendar you see across the internet, what if there's like a add to my list of things to do, where we can actually design systems that encourage us to go back and revisit things we've seen in the past that we want to engage with and take that next step of action and not just like consuming content. So yeah, that for me is like, I won't use your map unless it provides me an easy way to like export the pieces of it that I can use somewhere where I can engage with them later. And that's just been like a personal struggle for me, and part of the reasons why I'm doing this work is like my own personal sanity and Google Chrome not having 1,800 tabs open at all times. So I'll pass it. I'm curious to hear what other people are frustrated about and what other reasons why the maps are not doing it for you.
Well, yeah, so you could have swipe right. If swipe right, that would solve it, Vincent.
Well, I will say that it's amazing to me, unless I've missed it, that there is no browser that creates a real-time network map of your tabs, because most tabs are open from other tabs, and that would be a sensible way to begin imposing some order on it. Get on that, would you please?
Yeah. What else? What came up about why you don't want to work on the other projects, or why your project is better than theirs, or any of that stuff?
One theme in our group was that people don't know how to read our maps. They're mostly useful for the people who make them. Shows the structure of our thinking or the things that we're caring about, but people are missing out on the greater potential of them. Even the network maps, like they're just using them like a phone book. So then we talked a little bit about what if there was an AI layer that could explain the map to people, and they wouldn't even need to look at the map. I think that was sparked from something earlier you said, Grace. Beautiful.
Yeah. What else? Anything else come up?
We care about what we care about, right? We care for what we care about. And up until now, we've, with this capacity, with Zoom and mapping and all these new tools that we have, this is entirely new territory. And it's harder to find what we care about in this, like what do we care about most our caring before has been almost person to person, right? It's the people we love in our environment. So I'm looking at ways that we can utilize that evolutionary arc that we've been on for, hundreds of thousands of years to bridge it to this space where we now have these tools and to be able to bring it back and forth. So the big frustration, which is already being spoken to, is a matter of capacity. Like, how much time do we have in a day to? So that was one thing. We got a lot of rants out. It was good.
Perfect. Anyone else? Yeah.
It's not a direct answer to your question, but I'm reminded of one of the favorite things I've ever done with some of the maps I've created. This is with the Now What gathering, which was much more like that tangle of connections that you were pointing to before, and beyond beyond the map just helping people to visualize, wow, all these people are interested and connected, and it created a sense that there was a there, but people weren't using it very much. And so we created some games with the map, and my favorite was what we called the Now What Oracle. So it was like doing a tarot card reading or throwing the I Ching. You'd ask a question, one person would. We'd do this in a small group. And then we'd take random walks through the map. We had different processes for deciding when to look at this and that. And we'd go into different people's profiles and we'd find meaning there, or we'd look at a song that they liked. And then we'd find a random minute in the song and listen to that. We'd take like 4 or 5 pieces of information and get amazing synchronistic information, of course, just like, happens with the I Ching and stuff. And in the process, we'd be using the map and we'd be looking at the data there, which to me is one of the things that's the greatest shame in all of this, or disappointment or frustration, is that people put so much care into providing information often, and so little of that actually gets looked at and read. And just spending time taking a random walk through this can be really enriching, even if you don't have a question.
That's super fun. I love that. And
there's videos of some of it too. I was trying to find one to see us do it. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, as far as there's a there, one of the things I do want to say is, I'm not a mapper, but I come to this group, right? And I know 30% of you from other groups or from whatever. So there is a there. It's very clear to me that there's a there. I've had this sense over the last year that I found my people. And the 2/3 of you that I don't know, you probably are also my people. I just haven't had the chance to be in a room with you yet because you're in this group. It might be closer to 40%. So cool. So the next breakout room, as those of you who know me know, I'm not a teacher, I'm a facilitator. I don't know anything. And I like to have facilitation and have this kind of be a discovery process. And I think also, again, like there is a there, like this group of people who are my people that are you people is really a group of experts that know their stuff. And so that kind of like frontal, somebody's going to stand up there and tell me the truth thing is not my deal here. I was going to do something where you were going to say why your thing is going to fail. I think some of that came out here. And for me, as somebody who I flitter around a number of groups, identity is a really big deal here. And you guys really, to make the maps work without self-sovereign identity integrations is gonna be a privacy nightmare. I mean, the network map you were talking about with the browser tabs and all that stuff, without integrating self-sovereign identity, this is not gonna fly. It's just too, the data that you're capturing is too personal, even, unless it's just about organizations. But rather than going into this, why it's going to fail, I think I'd like to go deeper into the inquiry you did before and just have a conversation with the 4 of you, speculating, what might it be like to merge with some of those other projects? Because like you said, this is about how we think. And it might be, I don't know what it's going to come out, right? It might be like, we're going to talk about each other's thinking process. What would it be like to integrate some of your mapping projects either with the one that's closest to you or the one that's furthest to you? What would that require of you? What would you see coming out of that? And maybe just do that same group. Oh, define self-sovereign identity. Oh, wow. Okay. I will do that before the breakout. So in the internet, when you log in, usually it'll say Google or Facebook login. And when you do that, what happens is between you and the entity that you're logging into, there's a handshake. And Google or Microsoft or Facebook is mediating that for you. They're sending a number or whatever, some packet that says this is Charlie, or this is Ben, or this is Grace, and these are the facts about her that you're asking for. Now, sometimes you'll get a thing that says, do you agree to give it these things? But mostly you just log in, and even if you get that thing, you just check it so that you don't pay any attention to what it is that you just gave Google the permission to say about you to this site that you're logging into. And all of the data about which sites that you logged into, and other data that, again, depending on what you clicked and where you live and things that we will never know, Google collects all that data about you, and then that they do data mining. The idea of a self-sovereign identity would be that I hold a wallet, what's called a wallet, with me. I hold the little package with that data about me, and when I go to a website to log in, it says, please send us your identity information, and you know, maybe you choose what you want to send them. And then it says, send something called a digital identifier, and it matches you in that website. If you've been there before, it uses that same identifier. So maybe they've held some information about you. They're like, oh yeah, it's you again. I know you, blah, blah, blah. Right. And so that but you hold the keys, and you can say, you can have the information about me, but you got to erase it after an hour or after a day or whatever. And so you would hold your own keys and your own data and be able to not use Google as your mediator. And if you went to a website that said, look, if you give us more data, we'll give you personalized advertisements, or we'll tell you whatever it is, what your preference is for a movie based on the websites that you visit, would you be willing to give us that data? You could say, yes, I'm giving you exactly this data and not that data. You can know all the websites I visited in order to give me your best movie recommendations, or not. Like, just give me a random, give me what's popular today, I don't care, you know, or I'll give you my demographics data or whatever it is. So that's the idea of self-sovereign identity, is that you would hold all that data with yourself, and then you'd give permission. And that type of a wallet, if it were integrated with the map, would let you know, hey, somebody said something about you. Hey, you know, this person is trying to, you know, they swiped right on your profile, they want to meet you, and here's the information they agreed to show you. You could say, I'm going to show only my professional information, or just give them my email, don't give them any other information. So without that kind of autonomy of the individuals in your maps, you will be in a weird situation, right? Either you're violating some laws, or your maps are less useful because the people can't use them, or just generally you're collecting, you know, then you start to be like a data broker with all this data about people that they didn't really give you permission to. Okay, cool. Now we get it. Yeah, and the self-sovereign identity people, I've been to their group meetings. They are some of the geekiest meetings I've ever been to. I was absconded in Prague and taken to a meeting absconded in Vienna and taken to a meeting in Prague. So we had 4 hours on the train so they could explain the terminology to me so I could understand the meeting that they made me go to. But it's like, it's super, super ultra geeky stuff. And they've been working on this for 20 years. And with blockchain, they've finally found the infrastructure that allows this to actually be developed in a positive way. So anyway, you don't want me to go on about that for any longer. What you want to do is go into your rooms and talk about not self-sovereign identity, talk about what it would be like to collaborate with one of the people, either your favorite person or your favorite map in the room or your least favorite map in the room. What good things might come out of it, what you might have to sacrifice, and what insights might even you get from working with somebody you disagree with. So what might it look like to merge one or more other map with your map is the topic for this one. And I'm just going to open those same rooms and you get 10 minutes for this one too. Yay. Has Sean not been assigned a room? Oh, I do have Sam not joined. Tom not, I have people who are not joined, but you are assigned rooms, I think. No,
Okay.
you're unassigned. I have to give you an assignment. Sorry, let me assign you. Assign to room 4. And I can assign Tom as well. Well, assign to great. Mm-hmm. Oh, hello. You just joined. I can't hear you for whatever reason. Oh, I know what reason. I'm going to fix that.
Oh,
But,
no, you're good. It was me. I
oh,
had a
good. Oh, it was you.
double mute on.
Double mute. We're in breakout rooms speculating about what it would be like to collaborate with some of the other people's projects that until now we didn't collaborate about because, you know, they're kind of jerks and we're better than they are. So that was the first breakout room. Was we ranted about how everybody else and their project wasn't as good as ours, and now we're speculating about maybe working with them.
Oh, there we go. That's always a good thing. No, that was that's literally my talk because I was running late due to snow reasons here in northern Minnesota. And I was just laughing as I was writing notes to myself. I was like, I still got to put this thing together. So do you mind if I hang out here with you for a moment?
Oh, no, I don't mind. They'll probably be back in another minute or two. I think I should close the rooms actually, looking at the time. Yeah, I'll close the room. It'll give them, I think it'll give them 2 minutes. I better do that now.
Right. No, I just thought it was funny when I joined and you were typing and you were so in it. I could tell you were flowing, and then all of a sudden I was just like, am I in the right space? Am I not in the right space?
I don't like to talk. I'm a facilitator and I don't know anything about mapping.
Oh, you're good. You do know about mapping though. I would challenge that. You just map the world differently, right? And not from a social science perspective. I'm a physical mapper, right? So we do everything utility wise. And I have 3 screens, so I keep looking over at you here. But no, the thing being is I always tell people are more than capable of mapping. It just has to be of interest to them some way, somehow. And the stuff I do is phenomenal. It's also phenomenally scary. So, but it makes life more fun. So.
Oh, Simon, it's so good to see you. Oliver, sorry, I've got you in, like, I saw it said you Oliver, and I'm like, oh, he's that guy who works with Simon. Wow, good to see you.
Hi,
It's been
Grace.
a long time. People are going to come back from their breakout rooms in 56 seconds is what's about to happen.
He was just quick to the draw. No.
No, he's new.
Oh, is he new?
Oliver
Okay.
wasn't here, but yeah, Oliver wasn't here before. I would have known.
I'm just joining now. Hi, Bradford.
Hello.
Bradford is still preparing for the next talk, apparently.
At 11:45, I got time.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I sent people into breakout rooms to speculate about. The first breakout room was about people, and I had them heat each other up. I was like, all right, say why you're not working on the other guy's project, and then have, you know, and when somebody says something, be like, yeah, and you know what else?
I love the title. The title of your talk, it was very good. It was good.
But that's because Vincent would put the subtitle, which was, and neither will anybody else. All right, folks, welcome back. We have a few minutes to reflect on what we saw, what came up in your rooms. How'd that go? Is that Monty raising a hand or hiding? I don't know. Yeah, good. It went well. Do you want to say something?
I think a lot of our conversation was centered around how you get lots of different sources of data that have been collected to create a more interoperable system, and also how you're managing the source of the data that comes through, which is and the provenance, which is quite a complicated issue, because it may be that it's being sourced by someone from a piece of a database that's then sourced it from somewhere else, and attributing those kind of things is a difficult challenge, and getting it all to sync up and be interoperable with other sources of data and stop duplication and things like that. So yeah.
I see somebody else was talking about self-sovereign identity, which is also interesting, right? One of the things that we've built a lot of databases that when you're in the database says a thing. It's like, okay, it says 10. I was like, 10 what? 10 degrees? And who says, right? This thermometer says it, or somebody, right? And is this, which manufacturer made the thermometer that said 10 degrees? And our databases are built attributionless. It's just a table. And having data that is already has the attributes stuck to it has a very different sense. And self-sovereign identity is one of the ways of thinking about it. because like, who said that, right? So all of Ben's data is in the first map I showed you, it's self-attributed. I said that this is my organization. Yeah. Cool. Anybody else want, oh, Charlie, go ahead. But you have to unmute. That's the rule.
I just want to repeat basically what I said in the breakout room, which was that I work with John Schul on the big map to save the future. We are of the opinion that eco restoration is the primary driver behind saving our biosphere. And thus far, we have focused on collecting a lot of nodes where storytelling is involved. And I think that's absolutely the right approach to get more people involved. If I was a younger man, I would really want to learn more about adding intelligence to the to each of these points. And by that, I mean, what is the what can people tell us about the impact that they've had by using a certain collection of trees or a certain grouping of a certain type of agroforestry? Can we quantify that? And I have dealt a little bit with data science, but you know, to go down that path for me, it would be extremely difficult at my age. It was suggested to me that, you know, I try and crowdsource that kind of thing. I think that this is not a current need for our project, but I think it's something that I think would be extremely useful now in the future. And so anybody who would like to comment on that, I would greatly appreciate.
Well, I'm certain that Ben has some people you should meet in the bioregional group. And a lot of what you're saying really resonates with how the bioregional groups are thinking about these things, both in terms of the storytelling and in the creating living libraries. So I think there's probably some rich discussions you guys could have.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyone else before I just kind of close it out?
Our group spoke to the sort of natural conflict that arises between that idea of self-sovereignty and the delusion of separation. Mm-hmm. That, you know, until we get out of our own human perspective and are able to really not just see the whole system, but live as the whole system, we're just putting Band-Aids on top of gaping wounds, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I hope that this has been valuable in terms of reflecting. We all really have barriers to working with other people, whether that's from the past bad experiences or just because we really truly are smarter than everybody else in the room, or whatever it is, right? Or we're too nice and we don't want to say what we're really thinking. And as I said, I've really been confronted with this idea of collaboration. I've started a group of women that is just inclusive. If you're a female woman, we're including you. Certainly, if you're interested, reach out. And we're just experimenting. What is it like to say up front, everyone's included, and how will that look? And we don't know, but I think that that's for us the first step, overcoming our barriers to working together. So I hope that this has helped some people reflect on how to work better with others, and that you'll create fewer maps with more people. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Grace. Thanks so much. What a fun and few turns we took there. Yeah, I can pass over to Vincent to introduce our next session. It's good timing.
Sounds great. So yeah, now we're going to be jumping into a panel discussion. This is one of the longer sessions, and the beginning of the panel will be introduced by Jen, and then we'll kind of, as it goes on, make it a little bit more loose and invite people who are in the audience to kind of also come up and share as we move forward through it. But yeah, the like real intention behind this was bringing together different leaders from platforms and networks that are doing key mapping work. And so those different stakeholders we mentioned of like platforms, networks, mappers and weavers and change makers, figuring out like what are the really tricky challenges, like Grace was saying, on like how we can start sharing data and also just the resources across these different initiatives and efforts, and start to kind of create like what that network looks like when it is mapping together. So I'll pass it to Jen, and I think Grace left, but yeah, I'm glad we had that session to kind of open things up. And, you know, I think one of the, we would want to continue that into the panel of just like getting deep into what are the real barriers to collaboration here.
Sounds good. So we should spotlight the panel. So if you're on the panel, please share your video and then we'll put you up. And then we'll start with brief introductions of everyone. I'm going to give a brief introduction of everyone who's on the panel just to get into the discussion, but you'll hear more about the organizations and initiatives like as they answer different questions. Okay, so I'll start with the introductions. So first we have June Hawley, founder of Network Weaver, Master Weaver, a big fan of your work. She's been doing this for over 40 years. So we're really excited to have her here and talk to us about connecting and mapping and weaving. We also have Elliot Bayev, the founder of Global Unity. So he's been really interested in civilization design for over 20 years and has translated that into creating Global Unity, which is a global network of change makers, over 200 people from incredible backgrounds already part of this organization. And some of you may have attended the Transformative Impact Summit that just took place earlier this month and had over 100 speakers. So excited to have Elliot here from the Network Weaver side. We also have Jordan Sukut, who is the founder of Lionsburg. And this is a community and gathering place for people and organizations advancing on a shared quest to transform our lives and our world. So really also a global community of change makers that he's bringing together. And for GaiaNet, we have Bart and Yannick. So we heard from them earlier. I'm really excited to have you join the conversation, and especially how you center your work on the network navigation and the user journey aspect and the mapping. I think they'll provide some interesting insights as well. Vincent, who needs no introduction, you know, founder of Catalyst Commons, is here as well. And we have Sari Azut joining us now for the panel. So she's the founder of Startup-E, and Startup-E is a collective intelligence engine. And it's really a new space for people in love with interesting ideas to explore, research, and curate the best knowledge on the internet. So it was really interesting. In our previous conversation, someone brought up that it would be really nice to have one place where people put a lot of cool information. And I was like, well, we're gonna have a founder of one of those in a few minutes. So here she is. For Open Future Coalition, we'll have Katie join a little later. So she's gonna join in like 20 minutes or so. But Open Future was launched the beginning of last year, and it's also a global impact ecosystem. So they have a platform with a collection of individuals and projects in the impact marketplace, and are also doing a lot of great work with measuring impact and connecting projects to funders. We also have Tibet representing Hilo, which is a community platform for pro-social collaboration. And he's also a steward on the Collaborative Tech Alliance. So kind of wearing two hats and bringing both of those perspectives in the discussion. And Ellie Young is also was able to join us. So she is the founder of Common Action, which is a global network of people getting together to try and address systems change, focusing on climate in particular. And yeah, so this is our great panel for today. As you can see, everyone on the panel in some ways is involved in like building communities, having maps, and have a vested interest in systems change. So we're excited to unpack this discussion. We've already talked a little bit today about how important data sharing and collaboration is to really amplify the mapping ecosystem. So what we want to do for the next hour and 40 minutes or so is first start off the conversation setting some context. So we're going to just go over the problems and solution space briefly that we went over in the beginning of the session today. And then in terms of the questions with the panels, we're going to focus like the first 45 minutes or so just answering a wide breadth of questions to try and cover like what are the key considerations across this whole topic of data sharing and collaboration. And then for the remaining session, we'll take it where it feels alive. So it might feel like we're covering a bunch of topics initially, but we want to kind of surface like all of the context in the space, and then we can deep dive on some areas in particular. And I want to add to the panel as well as the attendees, be curious and be open. We really want to surface the people side, the tech side of this issue, and yeah, come out with some cool insights. So just covering the context that I briefly noted, we're going to go through the key challenges in the mapping ecosystem and the solutions. So the categories that we've outlined here in terms of the challenges, on the left side, there's a lot of data fragmentation, silos, and overlaps like we've been discussing today. So people have maps in different places that has data stored in different places. So it's hard to have a wide-reaching transparency on the space and have searchability across all of it. So it makes it confusing for all types of users. The interoperability, so yeah, not having standards and similar processes on how the data is collected and stored creates issues when you're trying to bring things together across platforms or across maps. The loose boundaries, so a lot of the communities, the networks, the platforms in this space are pretty emergent. So who they're addressing, what they're addressing is something that changes over time, like as it's being developed. So it creates some confusion when you're having maps to know like what is in scope for this particular map or view of the space. And the other area of challenges is because we're operating in such new territory, there's not as many like operating models for how to collaborate at this scale. So we need some innovation on the legal and business model framework side to know how to govern and even understand the value exchange that would be happening between the parties. And then in terms of the solution space, so definitely not exhaustive, and we hope we come out with some more today, but just to get it started, we have 4 different categories. So first, looking to nature for inspiration in the biomimicry space. So Vincent covered some of the resilient design principles in our earlier session, so I won't rehash that too much, but yeah, looking to nature for design principles and how we operate in the ecosystem. Having dedicated resources and organizations that are specifically focusing on being bridge builders and collaborators. We could think through some of the more successful initiatives like this, like the W3C and what it was able to do for the semantic web and the beginning of the internet. So having something like that would work for this space, like the Collaborative Tech Alliance, is something that would be really important because you want to have someone representing the ecosystem level incentives when you're interacting with collaborating. The other types of solutions that we noted was having a form and a function fit. So we noticed that as the communities or maps and networks evolve and mature, there's a misalignment sometimes with the roles that are established and like the purpose and objective of the organization, and making sure that there's a fit with the objectives and the processes and roles that accompany them. So helping organizations be like self-aware of where they're at in terms of maturity. So we could have a better form and function fit. That's literally the point. And then lastly, the operating model innovation. So just since that is a challenge, thinking through new ways to work together in the architecture and frameworks that accompany it. And lastly, we just wanted to like set the context of some of the different types of considerations and characteristics that solutions would have. So all of these can be mapped across the different categories, but just as an example, you could have a centralized or decentralized mapping process. You could use Web 2, a more Web 3 technology in rolling out your solution. You could have a stance on being like closed first and really emphasizing privacy, or all about being open. So that's a different characteristic. And in terms of where your data is stored, so you could really emphasize data sovereignty or have a more centralized approach initially. So some of the characteristics to keep in mind for this solution. I will stop sharing my screen. That was a lot of context, but just to set the stage. So now we'll get started with some questions for the panel. And as we go through the discussion, if any questions come up, feel free to include them in the chat, and then we can get to them at some point. So our first question would be directed more to the platform players. So Catalyst, Hilo, and Open Future. When they arrive, we can direct us to them. So platform designers, what do you feel are the main pain points and barriers to collaboration that you come across when working with networks to do mapping work? And Vincent, you can start with that one.
Yes, so I will start with that. Yeah, so it's been really exciting working with different networks to do mapping. And I think to me, the thing that has been really difficult is like from the platform level, if you're working with 10 different networks that all have like a unique center and like boundary of their network, seeing the like overlaps in the Venn diagram where like you could imagine 10 circles all overlapping in some small or large way. And then kind of seeing the same processes happening over and over again of like, okay, we're gonna have an event, we're gonna do a form, we're going to map the ecosystem, we're gonna send out the map. I've seen the process enough times to start to like understand the patterns. And some of the main pain points have been getting the schemas of like the fields that are used when you're collecting data to be like standardized if they are standardized and customized if they're not. So like if we're all collecting location data, it should be in one of two formats. It should be like latitude, longitude, or it should be a geographical address. And seeing that like, some people are doing it where they're mixing those two together or having like, just country, it makes it really difficult as a platform owner to have that like data integrity. And also there's no potential to share data across those different networks if there's not some like standard structure for it. And yeah, then kind of just also predicting that like as we were talking about like the loose boundaries of networks, like as people are moving in and out of networks and are in like, sometimes hundreds of different communities, like how filling out a separate form for every community you're in is a daunting task. So for me as a platform designer, it's been how to find that balance between like the specific questions and fields that networks want to map to help their like members navigate and find each other, but also like creating profiles that are robust enough to be able to allow some of like the standard information to be shared across networks without like additional work having to be done each time you want to do a network map.
That kind of speaks to John Scholl's point earlier on starting out simple and then introducing complexity over time. So I wonder, Sari, if you could speak to that a bit on how you manage thinking through what fields to include in curating information. and especially the balance between simple and complex, taking into account Vincent's pain points as well.
Yeah, this is a topic that is very top of mind because Startup-y was born. I'm an obsessive curator of information, and I had this, sort of to contextualize here, had this massive Airtable database that had all sorts of fields and sort of mimicked how my brain thinks. And every time I'd see something, I'd capture like people mentioned and organizations mentioned and topics. And I had sort of my own schema and ontology. And the insight really behind Startup-y is that a lot of this information is stuck in single player environments, and we need to move towards more collaborative multiplayer environments. But there is a fundamental tension there because everybody thinks differently, and you need to create if you are going to go into these like more social multiplayer environments, then if we look at the sort of like big social environments that have worked, whether it's Twitter or Reddit or Instagram, they're very simple. In some ways like reductive, and we want to move away from that. But the challenge is, how do we embrace the beauty, the complexity of these single player environments, but in a way that is sort of shared, queryable in these more social settings. So we've been doing a lot of work on that, thinking about the fundamentals of our data model. And I think ultimately it is about trade-offs. When we think about what we are building, I think that there is a we want to combine the benefits of single player productivity and focus tools with the aliveness and connectivity of networks, right? But to really combine the benefits of those two, you need to compromise on some of the power of these single player tools. And so, yeah, I think it's ultimately about embracing simplicity, being very mindful about building information environments that are both opinionated and flexible. And yeah, I guess that there is a lot of nuance. We're sort of working our way through the nuance. But yeah, I guess I look at it from the vantage point of, if we want to essentially like everyone's building like a party for their brains in their sort of respective Notion, Roam, Airtable, whatever you call it. And we want to build a party for your brain where everyone's invited to contribute. But how do we do that, considering everyone thinks differently? And yeah, we're very much like thinking about this stuff from a design perspective.
Awesome, thanks for sharing. And we could probably get into the nuance and the detail of some of those trade-offs the later part of the discussion. I wanted to open up the same question to anyone else on the panel before moving on to the next one for network weavers.
I can bring in a specific example from Hilo's world. So, to some degree, I think we're approaching this from a little bit of a different angle. We're a group collaboration platform. We're building kind of flexible tools for groups to do their own mapping and, maybe not thinking as closely about the sort of curation of data, letting groups figure it out themselves. But we are working, really passionate about interoperability, and kind of have our first real life use case where we've been deeply working on creating interoperability across platforms with this network called OpenTeam, which is the open technology ecosystem for agricultural management. And so we've been working closely with them to build tools for farmers and farm data, agricultural data to come onto the platform, and building kind of a specific type of group for farms and for farm data. And so built out our first set of APIs to allow data to flow in from their survey stack, which is an open source tool for gathering data, doing surveys, but it's kind of specifically oriented towards agricultural data. And so, definitely struggling a lot with schemas and, how to get the APIs right and how to have a collective process to define the fields and be able to update them and iterate on them. It's super slow work, right? We had to define what is a farm schema that a ton, wide range of people will agree to. And then of course there's going to be issues that come up over time, and how do we agree to iterate on it and version it? But I think the other piece I want to really bring in here is that a lot of the problems we're facing are not so much technical, they're more social and they're more about consent. And how do we make sure throughout the chain of kind of command of data, because in many cases, these are farmers that want their data to not be owned by big proprietary systems that kind of steal their data and do whatever they want with them and don't actually necessarily let the farmers own their own data. But they also, then how do they know they can trust this network and high-low? And so we need this kind of like chain of consent. And there's often people that are helping the farmers put their data into these systems, and then the data is flowing around and they want to know where it's going and make sure the privacy settings are correct in every part, step of the way. And so we actually have been working on this kind of data oath, kind of like what do we call it? Ag data oath of care. And it's, sort of like a Hippocratic oath. And, about, we're also calling it a fiduciary standard. And it's been really interesting. And if that type of thing feels really important, it's a lot of like explicit transparency and consent gathering at every step of the process. And so I just wanted to bring that piece into the mix.
So maybe I could just add, I think the two easiest places to start working on interoperability, and Sarah, I'd love to hear your opinion, is resources. Like, I know of a database of resources for networks and collaboration that's got, hundreds and hundreds of things in a beautiful Airtable. And if somehow we could begin to get a massive Airtable that was then people could select what parts of that they wanted to put on their platform, website, whatever. And then we could work together on a query process, because to me, it's not just about resources, it's about querying. And then also the social part, finding others that want to learn that same kind of learn in that same kind of area with you, because I don't think resources really does it. There's a pathway where resources have to, people have to have a way to digest those resources, think of how to apply them. And that needs to be a social piece. But that again could be automated where people sign up for, learning groups. So that's one thing I think would be really easy and not too much of the privacy things that Tibet was talking about, which I agree can get really gnarly. The other area I think is mapping. And so what I'm doing with Ari Sahagan in Rhizome is like using the profile to gather the information you need to create social network maps. And so you not only ask some about relationships, but also about interests and other kinds of questions, gifts, and needs that can be used to create smaller maps that then can be used to help self-organizing in those networks. And again, I think that helping everybody kind of get a profiling system and then a set of maps. And now here's where the privacy stuff does start to come in when you create network maps. So there's a lot of stuff to figure out about that. But I actually think the most useful network maps are these clustering ones where people talk about their interests, hot topics, whatever. And then network weavers can use those to convene groups that could really do massive learning and then sharing back to the network. So I don't know, I just think those are, instead of trying to think that we have to make our platforms totally interoperable with everybody else, can we pick some places to work? We can build trust, get to know each other, learn how to work together. And I think then that would open doors for some of the more complex kinds of interoperability.
I'd like to introduce one topic, and then I see Ellie and Yannick, feel free to speak after, about trust, especially for the network leaders and individuals who have big communities that they've curated. How do you maintain trust, and how does maintaining trust with your community play a role in how you make decisions about what to do with the data?
I don't know if I have an answer to that. But I'd love to address June's points, if that's all right, and maybe respond to Tibet as well.
Yeah, go ahead. I was like weaving in that thread. So as it's relevant, I think trust is kind of an underlying decision point that you make as being a leader of a community and having put in a lot of work in curating a community. So yeah, as it's relevant to your responses, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, as we talk about these data issues and the idea that there's a social problem or a social challenge underneath that, right? Like, I think we are maybe uniquely positioned here as community and weaving people that are more focused on people, to really dig into what's underneath these issues. So when we talk about data privacy, you know, why we're worried about that is because there's been massive abuses that have happened. And when we talk about, you know, thinking about information share and the reason that different communities use different languages, right? Like there are significant reasons for why these things are the way that they are, partially because we're human and we think in, you know, specific kinds of ways, and partially because we have pretty siloed organizational structures that we're trying to respond to. So, you know, what the answer is for bringing like the trust problem, which I think is already just out there in the world, into the computer space and dealing with it in a way that's very different than how it's been dealt with. I think that's sort of the mandate for us, you know, as a group to figure out, not just for trust building with our users, but also to be successful, right? So, you know, going back to what Sari is talking about, this idea of siloization in the digital spaces that we're in, we have all these, you know, single and player environments. It's true. And there's massive values, obviously network effects from moving into collective spaces, but like getting the agreement to do that and the work to do that is really difficult. So Tibet, your activity around, you know, developing like a schematic for farm language, like that's something that we also want to do, but I had no idea that you were doing it because how would I know? You know, I've never even met you, right? I've only seen Hilo's like website. So, you know, how do we begin to think about building the trust amongst the people here, right? The people who are all trying to do this to, you know, consolidate like a common approach to building the common necessary tools for, you know, trust and interoperability and things like that. Now I'm staring at myself. So, you know, I'll put that out there. That's kind of, you know, some of the things that we're thinking about are like technologies and softwares that can support that, crowdsource kind of like vocabularies and things like that. But, you know, I think it's kind of an open question that we should be thinking about together.
Maybe on the technical aspects that both Tibet and June mentioned, part of the research that we did at GaiaNet for the ecosystem mapping project was to sort of contextualize the standards that are out there, look at what standards actually exist for what we call network navigation tools. That includes standards for mapping, but also there's other standards that are relevant there. For example, social network benchmarks. There's interoperability frameworks out there, and you find a whole bunch of interoperability frameworks where most developers can't even agree on a single framework because there's so many out there, and even finding one is already a task in itself. So I think the idea that June mentioned of having these repositories of resources can really be a fantastic starting ground for developers finding the right tool to start in small to get interoperability between projects. Just on a side note there, my mother, she works with logistics databases, and I know that the way that they work is that they really integrate one software with another one at a time, and that kind of reflects Tibet's experience as well, that you start with the APIs for one other project that you're integrating with, because what you actually need from a technical perspective, it could be the data schema, but it could also be your model, or you just have to create an API adapter. So the different layers in the technical space really make it difficult to find a common starting ground. So we need that overview, and we need weavers to help find which resources are most relevant for a certain collaboration. And then on the social side of things, Ollie Bream, who works with the Social Systems Lab, had a fantastic presentation that I posted in the chat on barriers to synergy. That's what he called it. And he researched the barriers to synergy between sustainability platforms and highlighted in a lot of nuance what some of the social aspects are that are stopping us from collaborating between platforms. And although they're not specifically about trust, I think they're all like secondary aspects of trust or things that create trust. And so there's a lot of these barriers to synergy that block trust between the different platforms, such as what if my ideas get stolen, or ego being involved where you want to be the one having the great database and not this other platform, a competitive mindset, things like that. And Ollie Bream highlights that really well in that presentation. So I've dropped it down below for you. So that's my 2 cents on the issue.
Thank you, Yannick. That was really great context. Kayla, I saw the discussion around going deeper on the schemas of memorations. We could go back to the technical details and the schemas a bit later. I want to pull a little bit more on the thread of trust within the community of mappers and builders and weavers. So that actually leads to a question for the community and network weavers. So Elliot and Jordan, feel free to answer this one. So at the core of trust in this ecosystem, I think the value exchange is really important. So the fact that you've spent years curating people to be part of your community, what do you feel like the value of that is in any terms? What does it feel like to start thinking about sharing that data with other networks? And what are fair ways to start having the discussion on maybe one tangible point? So for people who have curated communities, if you were to share that community with another platform to make a bigger group of people who are aligned with the same mission, yeah, how would you think through that decision?
I have a few thoughts, but I see Bart has had his hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I can reflect on that. I wanted to respond on this topic of trust. I myself, I'm only starting to dive into this topic of data privacy and how to deal with that. So I cannot say too much around that. But I do feel that this whole topic of trust, it starts on a personal level. It starts on a human to human level. And I believe that technology should be supportive of that. That's kind of how we build our network. It's all about the personal connection. And then, I don't know, the technological side of that, it barely comes into play. However, now that we're building this ecosystem mapping tool and want to start interacting with other platform builders, weavers, mappers, it becomes a relevant question. So that's also why I think it's interesting that we're here now, part of this conversation. And I feel that having these conversations together, that's how we start building trust amongst us. And also us deciding to work with Vincent to collaborate with Catalyst. That's also something that starts with trust that has been built over a long time, having a lot of conversations and getting to know the people behind the technology and understand what are they coming from, what is their story, why are they doing this. And I think this is a very important aspect to consider. I think this is also one of the reasons why we move away from Facebook platforms like Facebook, because we don't trust the people behind it, because we don't know exactly what are their motives. So I believe it's important that we start navigating this from a human perspective, and then see how we can match the technology to reflect these human connections and the human trust that is actually already there and built on that. Thank you.
So I fully agree that it is about really the human to human relationship. And so for our community of now a few hundred folks, that has been grown with a few hundred one-to-one conversations. And so it has been so far person to person, And how scalable that is a separate question, but where that's started to almost scale has been when that trust is built through these conversations, then that leads to an introduction. And that introduction is, someone who is trusted by, person B, who is trusted by person A, makes an intro to person C, and then that mini network is formed. And that, or when someone is introduced, why is the trust there? Because they're already familiar. There's already an element of trust there. And so Jen mentioned that we ran Transformative Impact Summit a few weeks back, really highlighting nearly 100 incredible change makers. And part of the purpose of that was to make others familiar with the incredible work that's happening in the impact ecosystem. And so I think, the one-to-one relationships are really important, but familiarity, and it's not quite the same as having a personal connection, but the very fact that the folks on this panel are kind of highlighted by Jen and Vincent, who folks in the room trust, almost is a bridge to trust. And so there's an element of, there's the personal connections, but then what are the ways that we, with our platforms, and I don't just mean technical platforms, but our kind of established networks, how can we prop others up to make others in the network more familiar to them? So when someone speaks highly of Hilo or GaiaNet, that someone I respect, that raises the esteem in my mind of it. And so these are tools for us to help support each other. And then I think Jen's last question is, how do we think about sharing the data of our networks? That I actually, I'm really reticent to do that. We're very protective of that piece, but what we will do instead is again, the familiarity piece. We will promote others to those in our network. So if there's someone who's grouped like this kind of Mapathon, this is the kind of thing that we deeply trust Vincent. He's part of Global Unity, and he was instrumental in Transformative Impact Summit happening. So within our bandwidth, we're very happy to promote that and give them the choice. And I think where we keep trust in our networks is by empowering them to make decisions for themselves. And it's not necessarily the ideal for the mappers that, everyone gets access to everyone's data, but I think it is ideal in the sense that whatever data is shared comes with a higher degree of trust.
Maybe I could just jump in real quick here and just say there's a big systems gap here, a huge systems gap, and that is people who can do this convening, who can help, who know the processes by which people can use in their meetings, gatherings to build that trust. And there's just like right now, I can see like a number of different small groups that are just begging to get together to work on some of this stuff. But who in the system, who is going to do that? Who, it's like, I call this like a pool of facilitators, conveners, network weavers, or whatever. Somehow we need to have these pools that are easily drawn on, but people are maybe stipended to have, because this is, real, it needs to be, skilled work. How can people be available to, somebody who we could say, oh, let's convene a group to talk about privacy once a month for 3 months, or, let's convene somebody to talk about, a group to talk about interoperability on their platforms. And right now, it's not, I mean, people can step up, but it gets very expensive in terms of their time, and there's no systematic way of making that happen. And I feel that's really, really holding us back.
Elliot, before I make a comment, I want to just make sure we're surfacing the most difficult issues. You mentioned the types of ways that you're highlighting and supporting people on the network. And then you also mentioned that you're reticent to share information. Could you, what are the 2 or 3 kind of core issues that that make you reticent to share information?
Oh, when I say share information, I only mean data. I mean, we will never share people's emails as an example, but we'll speak very openly and highlight and celebrate the people in our network. So I think it's that line between what might someone consider private.
Yeah. Okay, so that privacy issue is important, I think, for each of the groups to be able to address. And that obviously gets really tricky when we start cross-pollinating information. So there's, in my network of goodwill, there's so many different people with so many different types of personalities, let's say some of whom grew up in Eastern Europe under communist governments and watched their, grandparents and parents, beaten up or sent to Siberia or whatever for challenging ideas of the government. So there's all these different forms of how closely people, how much information people want to share. So that's been a big challenge for me. Jen, you asked something about the value of curating together relationships kind of over a lifetime and thinking about that. I am desperate for somehow everybody that I know that I think is part of our universal force for good, we're all part of, to be able to see each other and know each other. So I think one of the big things getting in the way is people don't see what's possible. They don't think things are possible, and they don't realize like how much is possible next week. If only everybody knew like how many amazing, talented people were on all these fronts. And so I think it's really critical to resolve this somehow. Couple other threads that have come up. Pete Kaminsky and others, Pete Kaminsky, Vincent, maybe others have talked a lot about it'll probably be difficult to actually make platforms interoperate. And so what it seems like is there's a really big question actually about the structure of legal and governance and data sovereignty and privacy and all those things. But it might be useful to separate out the threads of actually trying to make all the platforms interoperate via API, let's say, versus each sovereign and autonomous platform in 200 different countries using all these different languages, using different coding languages, using different linguistic languages, all these different things. The idea that we could get those to actually communicate and operate at the scale we need within, let's say, the time period we need, which is maybe the next 12 to 24 months, seems like a really long shot. So we've talked about the approach of trying to solve the legal and governance issue, setting up a shared deepest back-end database in a legal commons that everybody is a member of that is playing this game. And then just trying to have the different networks and platforms that want to be visible to each other share their information to a database or multiple databases in a way that they've all agreed to. So that's a different way that seems like we could get there much more rapidly. Like I could see that potentially in 2-3 months, we could agree on a basic format for reporting out to a platform or a database held in the commons. And then what that would allow is a whole multitude of different organizations using a whole multitude of different tools to bring a whole multitude of different maps and visualizations to life, which seems like it might be a healthy pattern. The last thing I'll say, and then I'll stop, is that just as someone, so I'm an infrastructure builder. I just purely want the future we all are striving towards to come into reality, the problems to get solved. And so for me, it's less about which platform, but if, for instance, there was 6 different incredible mapping and visualization groups that were sending me every couple weeks, like updated data on who's working on what, where are the different working groups happening, like what are the different configurations. There's so many times when I wouldn't actually hold a working group, and I would just, encourage the people in my community to go to the, Global Unity working group that's happening, as long as that information's coming back so we can all see it. So those are just a few thoughts.
Thank you, Jordan. Just to put a few threads that are happening in place. So we have one on maintaining trust in the community and managing the privacy of the data. And Vincent, I saw you put some comments on your work there and how that's been challenging. So we'll hold space for that one. But I also wanted to bring in Oliver's perspective with the privacy of data and having a really open platform that's creating a database where a lot of people can contribute to it. So feel free to add your perspective on that discussion. And then Ellie, go ahead with continuing the conversation as well.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, it's great to have conversations like this and to put, you know, faces to names and so on, but also like at the end of the day, we have to build things and those decisions tend to be, you know, sort of insular, right? We're in our own groups working with the people that we know. But there are nonetheless like core things that we need. So, you know, Jordan, you mentioned you build infrastructure. I'm also an infrastructure builder. And that infrastructure is like laying groundwork for, you know, a system, right? I mean, that's what infrastructure is. So, you know, how do we organize around like sort of a work plan of what that infrastructure is so that we are building things that link up together? How do we identify the other problems, social challenges, trust, the systemic network weaving, you know, challenges that June is talking about? Some of these things relate to, you know, stuff that I'm working on. I'm sure other people on this call, you know, whether they're on the panel or not, are relating to, are also doing things that relate to these things. So, you know, if we talk about mapping, like, have we mapped ourselves as a starting point to, you know, actually just like be this work community for solving these challenges and thinking about even, you know, do we have a mutual sense of what the challenges are? Like, it sounds like we're actually just beginning to define that in a public space. So, you know, there's a lot that I could see us, you know, maybe coalescing around to maximize our efforts.
I'm gonna make just one more quick comment watching the chat, just to say something really frank. For 2 years, I've watched groups spinning around these conversations where we'll talk about how we're going to visualize something, and then a comment comes in like, you know, like one database to rule them all, or, you know, big databases are scary or whatever. So I think unless anybody on the call feels like one database or one tool to rule them all is the right answer, I think after like 2 years, we could just all rule out the fear that any of us are talking about that, and that none of us would participate in a solution that's going to be like, you know, wildly off track, right? So I think some of those things, like seriously getting some of those things on the board, like really early on, so we don't have to spin on them, would be really helpful. Actually, it's like, here's the 5 things that over the last year we've all agreed are the wrong answer, and we're not going to go there. So if anything sounds kind of like that, you know, don't worry, we've agreed that's off bounds. So we kind of start to set the boundaries to advance the conversation. And Ellie, I love your encouragement to also get down to like the doing and the work plans and just seeing what steps we can take.
I really liked your comment, Ellie, on mapping the mappers. That was something that we stumbled across in our research as well, that there's so many people out there mapping that it's worth taking a look at who's doing it. So you have that space defined somewhat. I think Vincent is doing a fantastic job here through the Mapathon and the technology he's created in the background. So all of this is going to be documented, and we'll be able to see the connections between the different organizations that are here. Organizations like the Collaborative Tech Alliance also play a key role there, that these types of organizations are brought into the same space. I think the Social Systems Lab is also doing something similar, where they are working on shared events, continuous events for interoperability. And I think these conversations are where these challenges that we're being presented with here at this panel will start to become clearer, and the key players will have more familiarity with the challenges and actually start to connect through these types of events and through resources such as shared repositories, where we can then start to address individual challenges, because in the end, it won't be a one solution fits all problem, but it's such a complex problem, and it looks different from every point of view, that I think these conversations, like Bart said earlier, are really where it starts, and when we can start to bring together the collective knowledge that we have in this space.
Thank you, Yannick, and everyone who just spoke. I want to add one question in the mix and then also give Oliver some space to talk about memorations. If anybody has a specific example or project where they've been able to collaborate successfully or unsuccessfully on this topic, that would be interesting to hear, to just get a bit more detail on what worked or what didn't work.
I just want to say that Google Docs, I think, is the common denominator for this kind of thing. There's a permissioning system, there are shared chunks of data that people consent to work on. And in our world, most people are familiar with the model. I'm not sure I can name another one. Other people probably can.
Perhaps
I'm not talking about the ownership of Google Docs. I'm talking about the interface, the conceptual model.
Perhaps that's an opportunity for me to jump in and say something about memorations and what it is we've been trying to build for the last kind of 3 years or so, which is basically, to try and sum it up, is an ontology agnostic system for sharing data. So we've heard here a lot about the differences of taxonomies and ontologies and the schemas that vary between the different networks. And we've been facing that challenge head on and looking for basically a way to approach this data as composable data. So data that people can build on other people's systems, not just one closed API, which just fires out information according to any one specific schema, but to create a method of creating any schema, so following any ontology, so that where fields overlap, that data then becomes useful to anybody else who wants to map it. That is essentially what memorations is. Like, I could give them a more detailed, in-depth explanation, but there's been some really interesting points raised here about, yeah, how do we address this challenge? And to me, that's one of the things, Jordan mentioned, even June mentioned, like this idea of a giant Airtable, or we just heard, yeah, maybe one giant Google Docs, but that locks us into a specific ontology. And we're never going to get everybody to agree on an ontology or a specific schema for sharing open data, which is why we've approached it from a composable data perspective, to design an ontology agnostic system, which enables you to share data as much as you want.
On that point, Oliver, how have you managed any conversations around the privacy of the data, or how does the privacy of the data work in your platform?
Yeah, good question. So at the moment, we're only really dealing with public information. So we haven't tried to solve the privacy challenge. We've had a couple of conversations with JLink that I saw mentioned in the chat there. And that's definitely something that we'd like to incorporate within memorations as we could move down the level of the stack towards personal data. But at the minute, we're kind of not addressing that challenge. So it's literally data on public things, because everything gets registered. URLs for specific bits of data get registered in an index to which anybody can access, and then go and find the URLs for the data, pull it back in and aggregate it on their maps as they see fit. So we're not building one giant data store. All we're building is a kind of system where you can go and look up where that data is hosted and when it was last updated.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight and just like from everyone on this panel, it seems like there's a good mix of people that are working on mapping more of like personally identifiable data, like projects, profiles, like Gaianet is doing like needs and offers amongst people, where like the privacy is a lot more important than something like the database that like June was talking about with like transformational organizations. Like that's already public data. And Kayala is working, and I wanted to also highlight Kayala from us talk maybe about like the global eco village network and the types of data there in terms of like what data is public or private in terms of like mapping out ecosystems, or some of the previous sessions we had on like geographical mapping. most of that data seems to be in the public sphere, but then there's also things like, new eco-village projects that don't want to be on the map. They want to be like totally off of it, but they want the right people to find them. So there are some interesting edge cases. Yeah, Cal, I wonder if you could speak to any of that.
Sure, and definitely, I mean, that is a big context. There is a certain amount of the data that is public, and there's a certain amount of it that is mapped that way. So you could say, oh, here are the eco-villages, here are the communities. But the project that we're working on in the context of community weaving or Community Weaving Alliance, basically looking at working with the other networks, such as Foundation Intentional Communities, the Global Eco-Village Network, Co-Housing Association, to be able to try and create more of a broadly inclusive regenerative map and platform, so that people could actually interact with that data, and there needs to be permissibility around it, and there needs to be trust levels established. But the goal there would be so that when people are looking at where they are, what are the other people in their food shed, their watershed, what the fiber shed, like who are the other people around them that are there that might be part of an adjacent network. They might be part of the transition network. Oops, they're not part of this other network. How could they be able to see each other more? And then also see people like indigenous communities or other marginalized communities that might not be on the map, but are actually in the neighborhood or in the in the area. So the goal for that bioregional regeneration map as a project, that's kind of a piece that we're bringing Jen and other platforms together, or other networks together around. But definitely the complexity of which part is publicly shared, like you're advertising a course that you're hosting, so you want people to see it, versus something that's more personal or private. Yeah, so that's some of what we're taking on there. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm curious. It's interesting because I think in some ways everyone here is building unique data sets. And I haven't thought too much about the privacy part because our information is public, but even with public information, the bigger challenge is like the project of human knowledge today is a vast ocean of fragmented information with the best sources near impossible to find. So even if you do have the data set, it seems like one of the bigger challenges is like, how do people find it in the first place? Right? Like it just seems like we have a gold mine for the few thousand people that have discovered us, but most of like search happens through either people or through Google, and that is like just so SEO optimized, and like so I'm curious how everyone else is approaching how do people find these things in the first place beyond just the small circles. As I was listening to some of these data sets around coordinate, like it seems amazing, but how, if I was like a stakeholder in that space, how do I even know this? So it just feels like search and discovery feels like a big part of the challenge here.
I'm going to add to that. Also, I think scale, right? Like if we look at the world, we have technology that is run by major corporations because they can build infrastructure large enough to do it. Google and Facebook have massive operations. If we want to stand something up that's, distributed, instead of that, it has to be as big, and like all of us are here doing our own things and we come together and we have a conversation, but like, what's getting built is fundamentally not united. I'm thinking here of how like, at the beginning of the United States, right? We had all these states, we had all these people that owned like a piece of land, and they got together and they had conversations and they made an agreement and they made laws, and like they actually had really substantial communications infrastructure to come together and like align. And I think that that's what has to happen in some substantial way if we're, going to move these conversations into something that's actually like competitive with the sort of, existing way of doing business.
Katie, feel free to jump in since you have to leave momentarily.
Thanks. Yeah, I just kind of alluded to it in the chat. I'm sorry I'm only able to jump in and out briefly here, but I've enjoyed what I've received of this conversation so far. And the main piece that I've been grappling with is kind of how we can readily kind of reconstitute and deconstitute sort of data as it moves between systems. And what it keeps distilling down to for me is context. If we, regardless of kind of the unique metadata of each context, as long as we have kind of a record of that ontology for each point of origin, then, it seems completely plausible that we can construct an audit trail of that data as it's moved kind of within and between networks, which would then allow us to understand kind of the unique context scaling, the social parameters in which that data was constituted initially. And that seems really promising to me in sort of maintaining that at scale without necessarily needing it all to be consistent or agree on. It's almost like we need to establish basic exchange rates between these different ontologies, of course. But outside of that, then even if we don't know that now, even if that's something that we solve for better in a few years, if we are adequately kind of decorating our data that we're creating now with enough information about that context, then maybe we'll be able to solve for it better later and at least have a better record of that to work from in the future.
Katie, really quick while you're in flow, what would you see as like some of those, like off the top of your head, what are a few of those key decorations or pieces that we could start that list with?
I'll put it on a few levels. I think there's profile data first, right? And I think that like sort of the person who's originating something, that's something that's fairly more simple for us to get to some basic agreements around or to sort of translate. And then there's sort of the geographic, but then I think there's also the relation of profiles to other profiles. We treat that as sort of a group object or sort of container. But if you know kind of what other profiles the profile engaged in a particular measurement or activity while in proximity of, that's something that can be really interesting to continue to kind of deconstitute. And then the other two parameters that I've been really curious about are when you look at things like impact measurement. If there's sort of a unique set of participatory, community guided sort of principles for validation, you'll know exactly what process was leveraged to validate or verify that data, including any initial attachments, whether it's images, videos, whatever verification was used there, IoT. And then lastly, as we think about community currencies, something I've been thinking about a lot is how we can allow for an interoperability between community currencies or DAOs or however we want to frame it, that have each kind of set their own parameters that are unique to that context in a way that then can be made interoperable as someone is then participating in exchange across those contexts, but then absorbs kind of the qualities of where it's going. It's almost like an alternative to how we've, as an example within current capital markets, right? There's trillions of dollars of debt that are just floating in between countries right now. Meanwhile, we have these exchange rates that then if I'm in the US and then I go to Ghana, my spending power there is, massive compared to someone who made an income there. And I think there's this really interesting digital corollary that can emerge if we actually know kind of what the social geopolitical context is, what the parameters were of kind of minting that community currency here, and then what they were over there. So that if I go, for example, from the US to Ghana, suddenly my sort of value is then, the value that I'm holding is then normalized to that new context. So we can start to remove some of this kind of arbitrage and colonialism that kind of happens in between these different contexts. That's a zanier thought, but those are the types of metadata that I think are interesting.
Adriana, you want to jump in?
Yes, thank you. Well, first, very nice to meet you all. I'm Adriana, I'm from Costa Rica. I arrived a bit late and wish I could have come earlier. The conversation has been so interesting. And I wanted to share a couple of thoughts from my experience. I'm I've been working around innovation and creativity and trust, designing of trustworthy systems for a while. So I've heard a couple of thoughts that I would like to go back. First, the idea of an ontology agnostic data platform. I think that is one of the best ideas I've heard for understanding how to connect complexity. Because as Caitlin was saying before, the data, the context of the data makes everything different from one point to another. So having that flexibility to share accordingly, I think that it's very important. Especially going back to the comments about complex systems and requiring many perspectives to understand a complex system, a complex problem. And I think that the way to approach complex problems is to understand that all angles to tackle the problem and finding solutions from many angles, from each of the perspectives, as long as all of them are aligned to the vision on what happens after this complex problem is solved, I think that it will work. And I think that part of the challenges that we face when trying to solve for complexity is to understand that gray area of what is actually okay and what is actually a good solution, and how that can come from many places. So imagining a space where all of our networks, because I've also have a network here in Costa Rica of different areas of innovation consultancy to tackle complex problems. So I understand the challenges. And I think that as long as all of our networks are aligned, not only to a vision, but to an understanding of a value system of that vision, I think it's going to be much easier for us, because I find that all of us here are trying to solve for complexity. So I would like, before I end, to go a bit deeper around trust, because that's something that has fascinated me, especially because we live in a world that doesn't know how to trust, and all of its structures of this current system are designed to destroy. So it's quite difficult to trust in a system like this. But it's not only how do I trust in the system, it's how am I trustworthy? All right, so those two things I find that have to be balanced in order for a system to be trustworthy. And that's where I go back to the core of the principles and of those values from the value system of the principles on which we work with. Because if we understand, I don't know, something, I don't know, any value that we want in the same way, and we understand how to act according to that, then it's much easier to translate information from one place to another, because we're all aligned into the same space, even though we're decentralized. Which I think that from this, it's fundamental for us to be able to work in a decentralized way, because otherwise we won't manage to get to everywhere. It's a huge world. So from here, I would just like to leave a couple of questions that it's where I would like to focus mainly on understanding, much more on where we placed it, because this ontologic and agnostic data platform, I think that it's just fabulous. But it's how do we amplify the access to and from these networks of trustworthy systems, right? Because much more than sharing private information, which I really believe that privacy has something to be defended and to be cherished. We need the access, right? So how do we work on that access to give access to the network, to give access from the network to my network? And to that, how do we communicate the needs of each approach to solve complex problems that each network has? Because we might all as well be working along regeneration and climate change and preventing more biodiversity loss, but but the way that each of us is working is so different. And how do we actually communicate those needs and challenges so that the other networks can plug in themselves, as Elliot has explained greatly with the global unity. So yeah, those were my two last thoughts, and I'm very grateful to be here with all of you and happy to share more.
Thank you, Adriana. I want to tie the discussion back to something we mentioned in the beginning and taking into account some of your comments on having a shared vision to really be able to collaborate. And Tibet, I see you have your hand up, so you can chime in here. But we brought up initially that an alliance and a consortium of different platforms and members that are aligned to some broad vision but are tackling different aspects of it is something that could be really beneficial. So if you're actually managing a community or building a platform, like what would make you excited to contribute or be a part of this alliance? Because I think that seems to be a pretty obvious thing that would be needed, similar to all of the success that the World Wide Web Consortium had in setting up some standards. So that would be one question I would add into the discussion now. Vincent, I see you just put your hand up. Well, a few people. Tibet, you can go first. And then John, Vincent, then Ellie. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Yeah, I mean, that was a perfect segue or intro to one of the things I was going to share again, which is the Collaborative Technology Alliance that myself and Keala and a few others have been stewarding over the last couple of years. And it's been an attempt to create one of these alliances without a lot of resources and energy. It's been kind of slow growing, but a lot of folks here show up in that space, and a lot of relationship and trust has been built there, and some seeds of collaboration. And we're hoping to do more, and we need more help, and would love your participation. We have kind of just meetups every couple of weeks that have been a lot of relationship building, although also sometimes presentations from different projects. And we've been trying to figure out how to catalyze more cross-organization collaboration instead of just kind of building the network and building trust and relationship, which is great. And so we are figuring out how to put together a collabathon, we're calling it, early in the new year. And we actually have some funding set aside for it, and we want to figure out the best way to collectively decide how to move some projects forward as an alliance. Projects, some of the ideas that have been popping up. Of course, there's putting money towards interoperability with our platforms. That takes a lot of money. Like, software development is expensive. And so, I think that may be something we focus on, is some interoperability, concrete projects that foster interoperability. But I think maybe other things might be more related to kind of social interoperability. We've talked about things like a nutrition label for social platforms. We have the principles on the Collaborative Technology website, which you can see, and imagine that we kind of created a nutrition label that rated different platforms and how open they are and how focused on well-being and how much is justice included. So please check that out. There's a pledge you can sign, and also would love to see some of you in our meetups in the coming months. I also just wanted to mention a little bit more about within Hilo, how we're thinking about our kind of architecture for how data moves around and collaboration happens across groups, because one of the main reasons we're building Hilo is because we see this need for kind of cross-group collaboration, connection, and network and alliance building, and tools that don't really exist for that in the way that we see them as needed. And so right now we have what we call our holonic architecture. And I'll talk about this in the context of Hilo, but I'm hoping some of these ideas can be valuable as we think about how to bridge between our platforms. So right now we have the ability to infinitely nest groups within groups. Any number, a group can have any number of parents and any number of child groups. And data can flow between groups that are connected. And we have this, the first version of this is already in place. But we were really thinking about, okay, how do we, first of all, add like peer-to-peer group relationships, and then define within the software, within the platform, agreements. And agreements can partly just be social agreements, but they could also be does membership flow between groups? How does money flow between groups? And then how does data flow between groups? If someone posts something in this group, does it automatically flow to this group? And that can be decided on a group to group basis. And that, having this happen across many different groups within hierarchies of groups enables this kind of like mycelial web of evolving and shifting collaboration to emerge based on clear agreements between each group. And also individuals have the ability to choose, like you can create a post that is shared to multiple groups at the same time instead of having to like copy and paste. And some of the things we're thinking about is, okay, let's say somebody wants to share your data to another group. We don't just add a share button that lets them like take your post and put it in another group. We have a button that says, I would like to share this group to another group. And then the original poster sees that and they can consent. They can decide, do I want this data to flow to this other group? And what Caitlin was talking about also, I think is really important, the kind of transparency around data provenance. And so I think that the two principles of transparency and consent are kind of core to everything. And I just wanted to put some of these ideas around the sort of architecture of how we start to enable these, intergroup and network and alliance and coalition flow of information and collaboration to happen a bit more. So I'll leave it there for now.
So I'd like to emphasize some of the points that Adriana made and that Jen has kind of brought up with this idea of a W3C. Obviously we're all doing the work we're doing because we have sort of a perspective politically on the context that we live in, and we want to change that. And so I think we should have conversations about that, explicitly, not just the technology and how we make the platforms connect, but even the fact of that we are making so many platforms, right? That this is a bunch of territories that, we need to make money on, and that makes a lot of challenges. So, when we think about networks, networks are dynamic, they're complex. I'm seeing a lot of different network-based solutions coming out, and they're not interoperable because they're software, and they're not, it's really difficult, as we've just discussed, to make that happen. And yet what would be ideal is if we could somehow connect them together, because we want to be able to do, what Ben has just, or what Tibet has just described with networks, but also what this person and that one and that other software can do. So, like on a very tactical level, unless we really come together and think about the political context of like money and competition and in the broader system, and all the people that kind of don't think in networks, and how we can interact with the team here as like a group to kind of make the work of transforming the world a little bit more like possible, like put like 5 screwdrivers together to get like a tool that might actually be large enough to do it. Like we need to do that if we're going to be actually successful in approaching the problems, and not just making like sort of a boutique solution in a lot of different places that might be discoverable by some people, and but doesn't really have the like architectural capacity to scale.
Just to touch briefly, like that was the point I was going to bring up around right now. If you look at the best integrations between softwares, it's between companies like Google and Airtable that have millions of dollars and billions of dollars in valuation. Most startups don't have the resources to build connections and bridges when they don't even have the castle built yet. And so I wonder when it comes to, and John, I'll pass to you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm just excited about what you're talking about.
Yeah, so like, but I think we need to design systemically, so what I hope the CTA can do is, if someone is going to build a new platform, they can give their architect the blueprints for the roads and for the pipelines for all the different utilities before they start building, so they don't build something and then they're like, oh my gosh, how do we hook up oil? We didn't think about this. And so, or solar panels, sorry. But basically, we need to have that big picture vision. But I find the stage that startups are at in this space is really, really makes it difficult to collaborate. collaboration across different scales, like someone who's in alpha testing and someone who's more established, but also people who are in early stages. I feel like it's really difficult. And I wonder how the like coalition alliances we build can be like scale agnostic and also deal with, like maybe we need to get like grants to be able to have third-party organizations be funding this interoperability work, because I feel like there's a really, I don't know, weird incentive right now where like platform owners have to like take away from making the platform actually successful and usable to work on the interoperability pieces. And there's a risk there, especially if you're building with other partners that are on like, potentially the foundation isn't that strong. So it feels like there needs to be both the expertise of the platform builders involved in the like standards, but also how do we not have it where people are put in a position where there's a conflict of interest. John, go ahead.
I'm going to try to pick up on the last few threads. I'm simultaneously enthralled and frustrated by this discussion. This is a really smart group of people working on a really good set of problems. And some of you, and my impression is that this holonic architecture may be an example of sort of a solved conceptual model, but I'm not sure because I haven't had time to really go into it. I think I'm not the only person who is in that situation. I also want to comment that I think that the burden of building a business is handicapping us psychologically. Everything you just said is true about the barriers, and we don't have time to work on interoperability, and we need big funding. But I want to point out, we spend a lot of time in these meetings where we make the effort, but it's all words. So I just want to share my screen for a moment and suggest that there might be an approach that conceivably we could organize around. Let's just, this won't be long, but let's just imagine we have two databases. And let's imagine that they have URLs. You ought to be able to drag them together. And I've been playing with GPT-3 could do this. They could immediately produce a couple of Venn diagrams that show the shared rows and the shared columns, and by the way, allow you to make connections between them. That would be nice. It would also be nice if under some conditions I could select this whole thing and say, okay, now I have a new database. The point is, there are some very simple, and immediately these privacy and these trust issues emerge, but they emerge in a toy system where we could actually solve it for the toy system and maybe solve it in such a way that it could scale out. Now, you may already have an interface for this, but I'm not aware of it, so I'd like to see it. My point is that it could be that there are some very simple toy systems or visual models that could actually be implemented. If solving this allowed Tibet to say, I could use the holonic architecture for this, and here's a little bit that would allow us to do this, we might be able to build up a system of relatively simple operations that is relatively quick, because we're not trying to solve all the problems, but we are trying to make use of the shared wisdom, of the wisdom each of you have developed by working on your complex systems. And we're not going to adopt each other's complex systems just by sharing each other's complex systems, because we only have room for our own. So if we could agree on some very simple systems and operations and loan each other the solutions that we have found, it might create a common ground that we could build up around. Because while I have a huge appetite for present company and for these issues, I do think that we're going to continue to talk around them forever until we converge on something that we can practically converge on before someone gives us $500 million to begin going up against Google.
John, if I can just say quickly, like your overlap in your Venn diagram, like that is what we've built with Memorations, right? So it uses JSON format, and it's basically sharing, it's not trying to share rows and columns, because we're not trying to say we want the database. It's a distributed data set. So the only thing that we're at the moment is centralized, but could be decentralized if we had more than one, is the index. And all the index does is keep a record of which rows and columns do you have effectively, because it says which schema is your profile compatible with. So say you have a profile, you've got specific rows and columns in yours, I've got specific in mine. And just by polling the index, I can tell where those overlaps are. So if I'm only interested in that overlapping data, I can pull it down, store it locally, and present it, aggregate it onto any map, directory, whatever it is you want. And it's all built using standard JSON API. Nothing
So
else.
let me just thank you for that and challenge it. If you could, this group could probably understand everything you just said, or much of what you just said. I believe this group understood everything that I put on the screen. So I'm wondering whether you could show us in now or during your presentation later, if you have one, if you've solved this problem, I'd like to see it solved in terms that are as simple and self-explanatory as my silly drag items diagram. And if you've solved it, we can say, okay, what's the next thing we want to solve and attach to the thing that we have? I'm looking for a process of incrementally establishing a shared, simple set of concepts.
I can share one thing which would take a few seconds, which is this basic diagram here.
I want to just jump in. I feel like we're getting into like a weedy, like boots on the ground conversation, and we're, a little bit maybe over time for some people, certainly for me. So, are we kind of moving into a different direction or still?
No, I think you're right. Actually solving the problem, I wanted to make the conceptual point about how we might advance beyond just talking about the things we're all scratching our heads about.
Yeah.
If someone would like to get together and say, let's work through that, I'm all in. But you're right, if we solve this one, we're going to lose track of what we're doing. I'll be back, Oliver.
Yeah, so I just want to jump in briefly. I do have to leave in 3 minutes, but what you were saying, Victor, I think is the way forward, right? There's conversations that I've been part of with the NSF, with NASA, with MIT, like everybody has the same issues with data interoperability. And if we can, figure out how to say, this is what will solve them, right? There's a lot of things here that I'm hearing. And of course, I don't know any of the details of what, people are sharing about, but it sounds like what we're creating is potentially, or could be created, is like an infrastructure backbone for, exchange, for representation, for privacy, for public, all of these things which everyone needs. If there is a way to sort of come together in the way that John started to do with Oliver and for the rest of us to kind of do that, I absolutely think that there's grant funds and, more than even just being able to solve the challenges that we have, and, as being time constrained, like resource constrained startups trying to just, survive. If we actually, as like Web3 type folks or, network type folks, whatever we may identify with, if we actually could build some major infrastructure that solved these issues, that would also be of interest to the quote unquote old system, right? Which, like, at the end of the day is what really needs to be reconfigured and influenced. So, I just want to kind of throw that out there as something to really think about. And I think that some of these things are pretty hairy because we run into, collaborative and competitive questions pretty quickly. But I'm super interested to contribute, Jen and Victor, and happy to talk more about what that might look like for grant funding and things like that. Last thought too is just, we're all solving problems beyond us, sort of sustainability challenges, money, Ghana, right? All these things. But we ourselves as innovators have a host of challenges too. So, we should be looking at ourselves and designing for this so that we can be more successful, together. before we go out and solve all the other things too.
Thanks so much, Ellie. So we have 15 minutes left in the panel. I wonder if the best way to spend that time together, which this conversation has been great, is maybe inviting a few people who feel confident in their listening, that have been on the panel, to maybe like synthesize what their current thoughts are and maybe talk to what some next steps could be to advance forward some of the solutions that we're talking about, or to double click on some of the problems that you don't feel like we really have gotten into deep enough. So maybe you just invite like 15, 20 seconds of reflection, some silent reflection on that, to take a deep breath. And yeah, Jen, maybe if you wanted to start off and then we could fishbowl, you can call on the next person.
Sounds good. Thanks for that redirection, Vincent. I think, yeah, in my mind, the synthesis of the discussion so far is like there's two categories, tech interoperability and people interoperability. And we need a third party that has incentives aligned only to the ecosystem to help broker those different issues. So yeah, my mind kind of goes back to something like an alliance, but making sure that the individuals who are carrying out the governance and actually, doing the agreements and the interoperability, like don't have any ties to existing platforms, maybe. So we can keep in mind how that would work. So that's some of my synthesis so far. And Elliot, you can go next since you've been, your hand is up.
Yeah, so this is both kind of what Vincent had invited and some thoughts that I've been wanting to share, tying to what others and Ellie have shared. So in terms of the alliance and this idea of mapping the mappers, this event clearly is that for Transformative Impact Summit, we've been thinking of it, of transcending the format of an event. And the Mapathon is an event, but it can be more. It very much feels like it is a third party in a sense. And it is kind of outside of the individual mappers. And so I would invite that this event transforms into, and it by nature kind of is, but it becomes the alliance. And that there is someone had, in that idea of mapping out the mappers, I think an important piece of the puzzle is kind of onboarding, and how does someone who's totally new to the mapping space get exposed to it and see who are the players working in it. And then we can get into the weeds of what folks like John were speaking to, of what are the skills or what are the tools that each group has that they can access. So like this idea of like being able to dive in layers deeper. And to Ellie's point of, can't recall exactly, but something around having a shared vision. I think what we need to do is vision mapping and have process. So for those that aren't familiar with what we're doing, one of our platforms, Society OS, is designed to be a crowdsourced civilization design platform. And the idea is that we need to crowdsource a vision that, because we all kind of have a sense, I think we all like want the world to be a better place. What does that mean? I think for us to feel deeper trust and deeper alignment, we would benefit from participating in a process where we got to actually articulate and hear from others what that meant, and co-create that vision, whether it's for this micro group or for the larger world. And just to go back to something that June had spoken to earlier in the idea of mapping out resources, I think equally important, this goes back to Ellie's last point, that we're all, we all have our individual needs and challenges. I think we also, in addition to resource cartography, we need cartography. We need to map out who needs what. And so one of the questions I'm constantly asking in our community is, how can this group help you? What do you need? If we were to help you get to the next level, what would that look like? And for many of us, of course, that's resources and finances or financial resources, but often it's much more. And so I think that is an important piece of the puzzle as well.
Sorry, do you want to go next with synthesis so far?
Yeah, it's actually really nice to be here because I sort of live inside my head with a lot of these challenges. And it's good to know that everyone's sort of like trying to navigate these challenges in their own way. In particular, I think interoperability is something that we spend a lot of time thinking about. It's incredibly sort of expensive, resource intensive. And so, yeah, I'm just excited to have found this like beautiful corner of the world thinking about these issues.
You can do a popcorn style Tibet.
I don't know that I have too much more to say in synthesis other than thank you. And yeah, always great to connect with people on the same journey in many ways. And I look forward to collaborating with all of you. I will pass it to Jordan. I saw you unmute.
Oh,
I was curious. Oh, go ahead, Jim. Please.
I'm kind of struggling to sum this up from sort of a network perspective, but I think the thing is just the need to sort of walk the talk as we're doing this. So thinking about, you know, that trying to get a vision or values is really about looking at our own behavior and trying to begin to shift it and move it, because we've all been brought up in this dominant society that, you know, is kind of an invisible prison. And so that process needs to, you know, as we're doing this work, thinking about things about the isms, about, you know, how do we really interact as peers? How can we really bump up our capacity for collaboration, acceptance of diversity, and those kinds of things? So, you know, thinking as we move forward on this, that there is this deep side. It's even deeper than social. And then there's also the social piece that we need to be really constantly spending time building the relationships. Like, I think this group needs to keep doing more of building relationship, having twosies, having small groups where we talk about ourselves. And so, you know, building trust from the ground up by getting to know each other and really having accurate sort of views of each other and expectations. So, and then thinking how we organize our work, that we don't need to all work together, that, you know, the clustering is really, and self-organizing is really important. And then we need to think about how we're sharing with each other what we're doing in these work groups, and then how we share it with the larger networks as well. So they're kind of coming along as we're coming along. So, you know, there's probably more aspects of the sort of social and network building, that we're building a network as we're doing this. I think that that's really important, and that the networks, you know, they may have cores, but they also have peripheries. And how are we making sure that people on the peripheries are following along and moving as well as us? Maybe enough said on that, but.
Beautiful, Jim. I'd love to follow that and just say it's really been such a powerful space to hear so many great voices and feel just the amount of intelligence and how many things that people are working on, and the intent towards the willingness towards the interoperability, towards the capacity for greater sense making and where that can go. So I find this always very enriching. And the way that I'm picturing it in terms of the weaving is that we are weaving many, you know, we're weaving collaborations, we're weaving understanding, we're weaving information. You know, it's quite rich, really, in a way, the tapestry. And I do want to highlight the dimension that you just pointed out a little bit, June, around some of the healing that we need to be able to do around the cultural baggage and things like that. And so some of that I feel does fit into regenerative culture and pro-social culture as a context, and to genuinely create the spaces where we can enrich that cultural experience and build that aspect. So my hope in hosting these kinds of events, this is the second year we've done this, we'll do it again. I think that the CTA Collabathon in the beginning of the year is going to have at least a place where many of these threads would weave forward. So a lot of it for me has the spirit of, just feeling like we're in the right place doing the thing that we're here to do. And that it can include indeed some of the work to go deeper. Like I think when you said that, June, deeper than social, I could jot down deep social, but I couldn't find the word of, wow, what's the word for that? but thank you so much. And maybe it's spirit, but thank you.
I want to invite Jamaica to say a few words as well.
Sure, thanks. Mostly it's been really a joy to listen. Most of you who know me in the space know that I'm usually instigating these conversations. So I don't know that I'm going to synopsis as much as just reiterate, I think constantly being an advocate and what I put in the chat around living systems being a universally sort of non-human centric, ecocentric look at the patterns and the principles and the processes by which nature organizes all this complexity that we're struggling with as humans. I'm always going to be the person who's like, I think it's a lot easier than we think it is. And I think part of it is just aligning as humanity as part of a living system. And the more that we educate ourselves and not even biomimicry, not even looking at nature, but remember we're being nature, remembering our own radical interconnectedness and diversity. And then I agree with so much of what's been shared here about being careful with the tendency towards a human-centric, homogenized approach to a particular paradigm and pattern matching to that versus pattern matching to how it is that you can have complex, adaptive, diverse, dynamic systems that are resilient, that are distributed, and yet they're compatible and they're cooperative and they're mutually nourishing. And sort of that is something I think that I just want to say, I think maybe it's just where I'm coming from today. We're already doing it. Like for some reason, like the struggle, the frustration, John, that you feel, I know we've been in many of these conversations, like, how do we get over the threshold of these like certain points that we keep getting stuck at? I kind of, to date, feel like we're doing it. There's a naturally occurring response mechanism to the intelligence of humanity remembering itself as part of a living system. We're doing something very innate and emergent, and it's happening the more that we have these conversations and we share these ideas and we start to feel and sense make the patterns amongst us. I think that things like the CTA, I'm always going to point back to wherever there's already gravity centers and nodes of coherence, let's keep showing up in those spaces. Let's keep bringing our sort of pieces to the center and see what there is to do to get really tactical in smaller nodes of coherence. You talked, Ellie, about scale. And I think that's really important to understand that we may not hit the threshold of the Googles yet, but if we work in prototyping in small coherent nodes, I think that we can model a whole systems approach to something that then once it's ready to hit a certain threshold, it will be coherent. It'll be designed for the infinite game and not the finite game. It will be designed for a regenerative paradigm. And so us practicing and prototyping in these small groups, I know obviously we're here in support of the same mission, which is to play with you all. Let's try it. Let's try the DID passable profile and content sharing with Hilo and, with Open Future, Open Impact. And, we have these other platforms of trust. We're building rapport because we keep showing up in each other's spaces with the same common intent. But I think playing together and practicing and almost making a experimental labs without the pressure of trying to be the next giant ass thing that humanity needs us in some ways to be. I think it takes the pressure off to just be the thing we're being right now, which is an incredibly, amazing group of humans that keep showing up, building rapport, building trust, and building common understanding. And then my hope is, my last piece I'll say would just be, I would love us to keep reaching out to where else is this happening? Because this nexus keeps noting and noting and noting. So where else are there people doing this? Can we keep building these sort of nodal synaptic connections? That to me is when we talk about scale, how it's all going to happen. It's the same thing with it's going to be bioregional coherence that nodes together to create a global pattern of regeneration. It's going to be nodal coherence of these platforms that are actively working together and looking for principles of trust and how we can be compatible together, and how many of those can we then replicate and connect up to create that kind of scaling function. I just think it's just a total phase shift of the approach. And I think we're already doing it. And I just want to celebrate, keep going, keep showing up in each other's spaces. I'll be at the Collaborathon, to keep, weaving us coherently. But I would ask us to look around a little bit more, like who aren't we including? What other kinds of diverse communities, but that really could be compatible and aligned, or bring even more to this kind of group? Who else aren't we connecting with? And let's be active in our outreach as much as we are in our cohesion amongst those who keep showing up in the same spaces together. So I hope that's relevant today to add to our thoughts. It's more philosophical and esoteric than how are we technically going to do it, but some of you have way more capacity we know how to technically do it. It's, for me, it's more of a fundamental worldview and esoteric conversation. Thanks for letting me share today.
Thank you so much for sharing, Jamaica. I want to invite Jillian really quick before Bart and Jordan, which will be the last speakers as we're close to time. So Jillian, please go ahead.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I think that there's something here that is fundamentally a paradigm shift, and you speak so beautifully. And Jamaica, I really think that this needs to be a yes and finding the positive. I think that the default in terms of our critical mind has been to find a problem or something that's not like, and we give that a lot of energy. And I think that we're still individually and collectively getting over that hump, if you will. This is going to take all of us stepping in, moving forward, doing our individual work, our work together. And I work in permaculture and eco communities internationally. We have so much need for these tools. And yet this is still quite a refined group of people or a specialized group of people where the bridging is not happening anywhere near as much to the people who can use these tools and inform these tools. I'd like to see a lot more funding for us to be in these communities of practice together. Because as somebody who's approaching 60 and who's been funding this work off of fumes my entire career, I think it's something that's a fundamental part of this paradigm that we need to be shifting. And Tibet's been able to get some funding that was very, very much appreciative, and he does a stellar job with Hilo and other projects. But I just really want to encourage us to think beyond ourselves, because there's so much of the ego that is, especially, in the traditionally masculine ego of me, my, I, mine, what I'm doing. And I'm not saying that that is all of you, but that still persists in the system, subtly or otherwise. And I really want to encourage us to continue to swim towards the light together. I think, and I'll emphasize just in my last statement of, we are what we are. How can we honor that, and how can we move forward together?
Thank you, Jillian. Bart, Jordan, sorry, and I saw you also had your hand up, just to share a few comments, and then we can wrap it up.
Shall I go first? Yeah, maybe last comment. I really want to bring in also this question of how can we solve all these problems, not from our mind, but from our heart, and how to make things simple. And I feel it really starts with, starting small and finding the resonance amongst us as platform builders, and find where does it make sense to start collaborating and exchanging the data, and figuring out there how to make it work in terms of consent and privacy and transparency. And then learn from the examples where it works. That's also why I was asking, where do we have examples of where two platforms start collaborating? And then, when there's enough longing to work together, you will figure it out. And then from there, we can learn and see, okay, what works, and we can expand it to the network and other connections that are made between the platforms. And lastly, thank you all for being here and for hosting this. And I feel this is a very important step in bridging all these platforms together, and find where we can find the fun to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, Bart. Jordan?
We're a little over time, so maybe just a rhetorical question to end it is, as a non-technologist and builder, I would love to know from the technologists, like, what could I and a network of allies do to most help? I was thinking as we were talking and people were talking about the small steps and the incremental. I think it was Vincent that said to me at one time, like, if we had like a client or something, it might force us to kind of align. So, you know, my whole background's kind of finding the things in the world that need to be done and then figuring out how to align the distributed network of sovereign, autonomous, different partners to get it done. So if something like that would be helpful to like have something to point into, we could kind of pick anything. Like we could use our legal and governance platform to spin up a fiscally sponsored project that nobody owns called the Water Project. And that could be a small project. We could go, you know, figure out how to get 10 wells drilled, or it could be a $10 billion project if we got good at drilling wells and equipping it. So if something like that would be helpful, like to have a client and a focus, we could set out a little target and go, okay, we're going to have some of us are going to go out and get as much grant money to drill wells as we can or do water projects. Some of us are going to map all of the different trade partners in the world in different regions who have well drilling or water project capacity. And then the technologists are going to talk about, if we had a distributed network of these things, trying to get as many wells drilled at the highest quality and lowest cost we could, how could we each bring our tools to bear in service of that? So it's just an offer. It might not be what's needed, but if it is helpful, I'd be happy to help spin up like a client and a project to point this at that we could all just kind of roll up our sleeves on. So I think such a pleasure to be here and so deeply appreciative of all the amazing things each of you are doing. Much love.
Thank you, Jordan. You actually brought up a point I wanted to reiterate in the kind of summary and wrap up on the concept of roles and how do we think about roles in this work of collaborative efforts, because we obviously don't want to emulate the existing super corporate, super hierarchical structures. But that's one of many threads that were opened and we still have more to discuss. So I think there's definitely more conversations to come on the topic. Obviously, we should all participate in the Collabothon and continue the engagement there. We had like 20 more questions we could have asked, so there's definitely more to unpack and get deeper on some of these topics. But thanks to everyone for your engagement and participation. I think for the time allotted, we had a great discussion. And Vincent, if there's anything else from your end as well.
Just to say, yeah, this was a pretty ambitious panel to bring together so many different stakeholders, but it's something I've been feeling like really wanting to do for a while, and I hope that at the least that some of the people here start to weave and connect with each other's projects, because I know that there's a lot of alignment and potential for us to be moving forward faster together. And I definitely would like to invite this group to get together again, potentially at another time in the next few months to continue this, because I think there are a lot of threads that we opened up and that we'll want to revisit and take even further. And so we'll have actually a lot of fun going through the chat and being able to kind of maybe synthesize and maybe invite a group of people here to go through what has kind of come out of the recording and this session to figure out like what comes next. How do we build on top of this conversation and get further towards action? Because that's what I feel like is really holding us back in terms of having the same conversations over and over, and there needs to be like a way to build on top of things and also give the space for people to actually start taking action in between the conversations. So there's so many like calls to action in the chat that I think it would be really valuable to start synthesizing those. And if anyone has like direct needs or offers or suggestions that they want to share in the chat for us to kind of be doing that even more effectively, please post them in there throughout the next few minutes. Like, is there a way that someone here needs to get involved with what you're doing to start moving the actual work forward? And lastly, I think one of the other just intentions for this panel, like on a personal level is around Catalyst, there's been some like really big privacy decisions that we've had to make. And I think doing that in a way that is like community first, and that all the different stakeholders, like people who have communities on the platform, people who are in multiple groups, like basically can figure out what is the best way to build things moving forward, or if like the assumptions that have been put in place are valid. Yeah, would invite anyone to also share on the event page any notes or things they have after the event. I'm going to be posting a little mind map that I have from some of the discussion. And so I'll just share, yeah, I'll actually probably just send it in a follow-up email so we can move on, but look forward to an email with some ways to take action and post the content or information that came out of this event. So yeah, thanks so much to everyone who attended this panel and also the participants. You guys are all doing incredible work, and thank you, Jen, for organizing and coordinating this with me. It's been a lot of fun.
Thanks all. See you next time.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, we're going to make a segue into our next session, which is actually going to be starting just a couple minutes late here. But I believe that Bradford, you are here.
I am here, and
Thanks for the coordination, you guys. Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Kayla. Thanks, Vincent.
Thanks, Jamaica. Really glad you popped in. Looking forward to more. Yeah, sweet. That was really it was really well done. Just all the folks that were here as well. So we didn't design any breaks into our time, so everyone needs to kind of manage for their own bio breaks if you're here for the long haul, like those of us hosting. Yeah, weave your little breaks in when you can, but also all the sessions are being recorded. So this next one, and I'll let Bradford give more of an intro on it as kicks it off, but it's called Pros and Cons of Mapping Tech, Voice with his own petard. And so I will just hand it over there to Bradford to lead us in. Thanks.
You guys can see my screen and everything like that?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Hi, I'm Bradford Folta with Honey Badger Analytics, my company that I run here in Brainerd, Minnesota. First of all, I'm very non-linear when it comes to doing presentations and jumping around and having conversations. So if at any time somebody wants to chime in or ask a question or ask, something to be clarified or something like that, feel free. I live in the space. I was thinking about it as you guys were talking through the panel there, a very different space in that we are locational mappers here at Honey Badger. Let me get my clicker to work with me. Here we go. Anyway, we map everything around you, as far as what you see, the trees you interact with, the stuff underground, the stuff above ground, you name it. We are utility mappers, we are people mappers, we are insert whatever the problem is. So when you guys were talking about complexity and those systems, I live for those systems. I love those systems because humanity is the perfect, how do I put it? The perfect control for understanding how those systems interact with each other from a complete ecosystem point of view, all the way down to a complete social system point of view. With that though, this isn't a pitch about our company. This isn't a sales pitch by any stretch of the imagination. I'm more of a GIS architect than I am a systems person or a salesperson. But no, we enable our clients to utilize their data the way they know how to interact with their data, right? Like instead of designing Facebook for the masses, we design Facebook specifically for you, kind of a thing, but keeping it general so we don't run into issues like what you guys were talking about with APIs or this, that, or the other thing. Essentially, the system that we play the most with, ArcGIS Enterprise, ArcGIS Enterprise or Esri's products, albeit a company that has gone proprietary with all their information and all their stuff. The way we design it and build it around that is with their system is so it's open to interpreting or bringing in anything it wants to. So as long as it's in Python, SQL, or any of the coding languages, we can find a way to either punch through the silo, blow the silo up, get rid of the silo completely, or you name it. And that's what we aim to do. And we also want to make locational mapping as ubiquitous as electricity. Because let's face it, it's when it comes to mapping, and I know this might cause some hair to go on fire. When it comes to mapping, if it doesn't have a space that we can think about it or put it into as far as like something in front of us, then we usually have a hard time comprehending what we're actually trying to understand. So if I tell you where the street sign is, but I can tell you where the street sign is within reference to something, it's a completely different story. With that though, we don't force systems other than ArcGIS usually, because that's where most of our clients are coming from. We don't force systems or tech. We always find ways for people to work with different systems in tech. One of the things that fell on my desk this morning, before I was able to join into the talk, was one of our clients both works in the CAD community and the Geographic Information Systems community. Those two historically do not talk well together. And we've set up workflows for them / ways, as I call it, jumping off the bus. So when they get to a point on one side, they can transfer it over to the other side with minimal issue or, bad occurrences. Mainly it comes down to how they present coordinate systems and how those coordinate systems interoperate and interpolate with one another and all the fun stuff. And from our end, we're data collectors and data visualizers. So if you guys probably have a stronger understanding of that versus folks on our side typically, or even folks like city administrators, where I tell people that we're essentially the surveyors, we collect the data. We're the engineers, we synthesize the data or get it to tell you what it needs to tell you versus what you want it to tell you. Two fundamentally different things there. And then we also help visualize that, but make it cyclical. So that data is constantly able to be updated and it constantly stays in the flow. Essentially, we play the Virgil to the Dante, getting them through data hell to data purgatory to data paradise. Once they're at data paradise, we let them go. We say, have fun, go break some stuff and call us when you need us. Because we also play like the side of, that support before you actually get to Esri support or AutoCAD support or insert whatever program that we happen to be fluent in. So the world in which we live, and specifically, I'm coming at this from my very much point of view in my world. You have the light side, the civilian, the utilities, the infrastructure, the open mapping, the social mapping for social justice, all these great ideas to get us together as a community, as a government, essentially as a society, and move us forward. However, very much like, and I'm sure most of you know here, there's obviously the dark side, and that's where you see it exercised amazingly well, as far as the level of funding, as far as the level of complication, the people that they throw at it, you name it, from military intelligence espionage with predictive analytics, hackers, and marketing. In the beginning, when I was talking to Vincent and Khalil, is that how you say your name? I keep forgetting.
Kayala, thanks.
Yeah, that's in talking with those two, I talked about, there was this awesome paper that came out of China and the United States respectively at the same time, or two papers, and both of them were talking about how you can use Wi-Fi signal to map interiors of buildings so you can better understand who's standing there, who's breathing, who's laying down, all of this stuff. From a military perspective, it's fantastic so you know who's in the building. But why aren't we using it on the civilian side for people that are, dealing with fire issues? Say, for instance, somebody's trapped in a building. How many people are in the building? How many people need to come out of that building? How many people do we send in to get those people out? How dangerous is it for us? But we don't use it on the side. One, because we don't want to fund our fire departments to be that knowledgeable on things. We'd rather fund the police. But in the same breath, it's a technology that essentially not necessarily do we want everybody to know about, because hackers could then use it, which they're already using it, so on and so forth. So this is it's the issue, right? It goes back to the Chinese emperor with the man in the flying machine. He sees the man with the flying machine, his servant thinks, oh my God, this guy's amazing, he's a genius. And the emperor has him stoned. And the issue was, as the emperor said, I had a dream about this man that said that essentially, these stones could fall on my walls, because the con of man is that we will use it for nefarious purposes. We will always find some way to abuse something instead of doing it. And that comes from a lack of governance on our side. That comes from a lack of holding people accountable. And, in this democratic republic of which we're in, it's the people saying, well, we just don't care enough because they're just going to bloviate about whatever they bloviate about. And instead of holding them responsible for the actions or the things that are happening with it. I'm not saying we need to overthrow the government. I'm just saying we need to be better stewards of our government. So usage, this obviously power comes in many forms, and I mean this from literally the power out of the wall all the way down to the power of data governance and such. And so right now, I want everybody, if you have the chance, open up a Google window and do a Google search. And you can even search this, as I had to this morning, because I remembered, I was like, I can't remember the number. But for every Google search that happens every day, and there's about 8.5 billion of them every day, you're using 0.2 grams of carbon emissions. Much like the electric car problem we're going to face here soon enough with everybody switching over to an electric car, we're offsetting the footprint of what it's doing environmentally. And this is where I'll take an environmental side approach. The issue with better data is you increase the amount of power or control you have to put on that data. That power or control essentially gets rid of, well, any of the chaos that's, you know, the universe is chaos, gets rid of any of the chaos around it. Ergo, in controlling it better, you have to give it more power, electricity in this case. And in doing so, we have to be better about our power. So if you see where I'm going with this, if we continue to burn coal or use the fossil fuels as we have been, we're not actually doing anything to help our system. We're potentially even hurting it more because we're making it more convenient for us to use. The beauty of a car is, and this is probably the only time you'll ever hear me say this, the beauty of a car is not everybody can afford it. And those who can spend their money trying to support and maintain it, which also goes back into that industry or goes away from them into that economy, which, you know, essentially, if you can't pay for your car, you can't drive your car. It's a great way to prevent the car from actually, you know, producing the carbon emission. Same is happening on the data side, where we see AI and machine learning, or whatever other acronyms for essentially a data processing or workflow, or automated data processing or workflow, or even a data decision tool happening, where I was just reading an article on the way in to work today about AI, or somebody creating the first child's book with AI. And doing all the illustrations with the AI. And illustrators, you know, fundamentally a group fundamental to the actual book process, being in a torrent about it because of the fact that it could replace them. And it's absolutely true. And how much of this do we want to have go on? How much of the human do we want to remove from the loop? Because of the fact that the loop that we're removing the humans from is one that we designed. And if you've seen any of the AIs from Facebook, Amazon, or any of them, it's pretty grim for humans whenever they start talking about their own things. Even on the machine learning side and what that goes. And that's the one thing I remember, or I remind people about in our industry specifically, is that the data doesn't care, because at the end of the day, the data isn't thinking about it. The data is what it is. And based off of that logic or that reasoning, it only knows that. And then common issues. And I heard it not so much in here, it's a common issue across all industries that we're seeing. And it's a power issue. It's a power of control issue, right? Who owns the data? Who runs the standards for the data? And who makes that data accessible to others? Who gets access to it, right? I always joke on our side, on the Esri side, you know, I'm a monk essentially for Esri. I'm out selling the good word of Esri on the streets and profitize, or, you know, essentially not profits, but like a profit, like an actual profit, out profitizing about the power of Esri and what it can do for you, as almost if it was a deity, when in fact it's not, right? We know it's just a computer system. It's a really fun S language that was built in the time of R. But what is that? Is that good? Is that bad? Does it get everybody on a common language, or do we have to design a common language around that? Well, if we create one system, who's going to keep that system innovated? Who's going to keep that system in charge? Because history has proven time and time again, things go corrupt. And I mean, we had the Library of Alexandria founded for the foundation of knowledge and learning and sharing ideas. And the early Judeo-Christians burnt that down in a second. Back when they got upset because they only wanted one deity. And that's kind of the point here too, is that we can all come at it from different angles, and that should be respected, and we should always respect that. It will always be different angles, and that there's going to be more than one system that can either explain or do the same things as others. It's just we don't need so many, and we need to stop calling them solutions, because they're not solutions in every case. But we don't need so many that it gets essentially everyone else gets cacophonied out, right? That we lose the actual understanding of what it is we were seeking to do in the first place. Scattered approach. So this happens in my industry all the time. And it was one thing that I was keeping I was hearing similar things happening in your guys' side. Somebody's doing something specific, somebody else is doing something specific. They're both in the same area. They have the same, ability or the approach, but they're competing for funding. That's not, that doesn't make anybody happy. And so you incense that competition into them. You make a competitive spirit that potentially puts an idea that could have been better out. Thus, creating this power void. And this power, well, look at what Microsoft does. Look at what folks were alluding to Google and Facebook. One thing I think is funny about Google and Facebook is they're actually, to the namesake of this presentation, hoisting their own petard, because the level of data from the geographic or the locational side that they're doing is actually pretty easy. It's straightforward, it's quick to do, it's a few databases with a bunch of data inside, even from the navigation side and all those fun things. This is stuff that's not hard to replicate. But why is it so hard to take them down? Well, because they have so much money and they have so much manpower, right? The thing being is, if people were to stop using their platform, it would be done, but it's so convenient. Who's going to create that next search engine? A search engine only takes about 30 seconds to set up, and then you can even tie it to Google and those guys, but it would stop them essentially getting the marketing funds that they need. It's just that conversation's not being had in my eyes. Because it's such an easy way to route them, as it were. With that though, too, language, terminology, semantics. I work with Christine Capra every now and then, and we have a beer and drinks every now and then and talk about things. And the number one thing we come back to is always language, terminology, and semantics. We use almost the exact same words between herself and myself, and yet they mean completely different things with how the realms of our worlds are set up and how we look at things. And we always have to remember to translate for one another or to explain something for one another. And that by itself is already a limiting factor, right? If you spend most of your time trying to learn Russian or Spanish, you don't spend any time talking about the things that you're there to talk about in the first place. One thing I've noticed a lot too, and you can see I'm following along with my slides to a T almost. One thing I noticed a lot too, and same in my industry, I'm sure the same in yours, is these one-off projects. There is a group right now, I'm trying to remember their name. They want to do everything LiDAR, which is just essentially measuring the world with LiDAR points, right? Essentially capturing reality. We do it, we collect 2 million points per second. Other people do it to do interiors of buildings, so on and so forth. The issue with these one-off projects or these one-off groups that are trying to hold the bar or set the bar for everybody else to come as a commonplace. I liken it to setting a lawyer bar, right? And standard of ethics, or even setting like a licensing association, like what you see with surveyors. It doesn't help anybody, because like with surveyors, it limits out people like myself who live both in the geomatic and the geospatial world, where we're doing essentially what they do. We just don't define a land boundary as far as like somebody's property, because that's not our job, that's their job. But they want to control our work because they see it as infringing on theirs, because we can actually pull up something. Huge problem. It's a thing that we're dealing with in our community, and it's always fun to stir the pot with them. And I feel that, well, I feel and kind of heard it today. I think it's something that you guys are running into with your community, and especially as these two communities start to merge together, or these data communities start to merge together, as far as like sharing ideas, what we might see people striving to, well, essentially control one another, which that shouldn't be the way we go. No housing of national data or research. That was commonplace throughout your guys' conversation there in the panel. And what I find most funny about that is that we already have structures that could support us, like the Library of Congress and such. We just need to make the petition to get it out there, because no one controls the Library of Congress, right? Other than the government. Well, if it's for a government, for the people, by the people, then it sure as heck should be supporting its people and storing its stuff. And who better to do, even in the GIS community or the geospatial community, we're bringing librarians in to help us catalog and do better data management, because we're running into issues where you have small towns who they have one guy doing the work of 10. He doesn't have time to sit down and do his metadata out to a certain extent. So how do you help him? Well, he hires somebody like us to help build things out, to speak to the level of data, to help, define that for him better, and also get at least a writ against it, so somebody knows what's happening. And in that same breath, though, the making business, academia, and nonprofit essentially stay in their respective houses with regard to, well, finding funding, really, what it comes down to. I'm a small little one-person shop at the moment, and I can't tell you how many projects I've lost to nonprofits and academia that end up leaving the groups high and dry after they got the work done. Because there is no ongoing, there is no follow through as far as, well, these students were here, they're going to be here for the next 20 years, da 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 da. There's no impetus to create the forward thinking within the organization that they're servicing. It's all about, oh, we came in, we had a really good idea, we did something, we're gone. That going back to the one-off projects, and then somebody else coming in and helping to help clean up and such. Questions so far? I've kind of just been going. Comments, agitations?
I think we're following along with you. There's a few things in the chat, but I think you can keep rolling.
Okay,
great. Yeah,
I don't have it open because otherwise I'd be sitting here looking at everything. So where should we be? And actually, I invite everybody, if you unmute yourself, whatever, or just throw it in the chat. I'll actually open it here. Where should we be? Where in the hell is my flying car, by the way? In the 1970s, we predicted these things. The Jetsons had them in a cartoon. Where's my flying car? This is what I get usually irritated with people in my industry. It's like geography isn't a thing that just showed up. We've had it for years. We've been making maps for literally hundreds of years. Where in the hell are we? And why hasn't anybody figured out that why these are so important to them? I always like to go back to the Star Trek idea. It's Star Trek, it had its problems, and obviously they have to throw in some action for everything. Why do we still have militaries that exist that are here to essentially kill each other? Why aren't we focused on a combined collaborative to go into space or to go into different places and explore and do and actually create the very thing that we all seem to be striving for, a consensus around understanding the world and the things around us? Does that take place through certifications? And with certifications, much like in my own industry with the GISP, with the GISP, as I always tell people, I was like, I'm never going to get one, only because of the fact that I don't understand what the hell it means. I have a master's of professional science. I yelled at my university because I was like, I didn't learn anything. I have 12 years in this industry. I was teaching your professors. What does this mean for me? Where does this take me? And I don't mean to dilute anybody's degree programs. It's just, to me, it comes back to, we're not actually educating anymore because we're not challenging the status quo. We're not challenging or changing the world around us. We kind of seem to be in this stuck flow. And, usually at my conferences or in my group's conferences, I go and I hold up my cell phone and I go, what comes after this damn thing? And, people are like, I don't know. And I was like, are we all going to implant a chip in us? Because I'm not doing it. I'll be the first one to say no. And I don't care if I lose my job or anything like that. I'll just go be a garbage man. I don't care. But what does that do for us? How does interconnectivity make us better without making somebody more powerful or lording it over us if we can't even keep the ones we have now in power and they're idiots? These are the things I deal with on a daily basis. So how is the certification going to help? And in the GISP case, getting back to that, how is that going to actually how does it actually help me as a business owner understand the person's level of qualification? If I know for a fact when that person came out of school, they just studied really hard for one test, took it, but it doesn't tell me their skill level because they still don't understand, for a perfect example in like my industry, that, a point line, polygon, or raster is representative of data that you're working with. It can be applied to electric, water, gas, sewer, any of the utilities, right? Well, as I always tell people, a point is either a power pole or whatever. You just have to make a definition. Once you set that definition, you have to be consistent about it. As long as it stays the same, everything should be fine. You have a data standard, you have a data ethic, you maintain. Versus other people, they come in, electric is very different than water. And I was like, subject material, yes. The way we're represented on a map, no. So, where's this push-pull? How do we get people to see the bigger world? Or, in an allusion to Plato's allegory of the cave, how do we get people to come out of the damn cave? And I invite folks, seriously, where should we be? What does that look like? What is that utopia? If it is a utopia. Nothing? Someone? Bueller? Okay, I'll let you guys think on that. Gotta find my little pointer. There we go.
Can you repeat the question?
So where should we be? Data-wise, governance-wise. The panel talked a lot about it, but it was the bigger ideas.
But it seems like we only evolve when we have to.
Foot to the fire kind of a thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, we want security until suddenly there is no security, and then we realize something has to change. And then we have to change it.
So, and I like where you're going with that. But do we know what security is, or a perception of security?
We have a delusion of security.
Exactly. And that's the, I mean, that's what I love about Google and those guys too, because I love ripping on them. But they stole so many good ideas. If you guys haven't seen, you know, $1 Billion Code on Netflix yet, go watch it. It is absolutely phenomenal. But these bigger companies, these bigger organizations, these bigger groups, governments included, steal so many things from so many people. And that's anybody here familiar with the NSA? I'll turn on my camera. Yeah, everyone loves the NSA, right? Like they do good things supposedly. But the thing about the NSA is when the 7 people who created the program that socially mapped the entire world, not just like a few people, baddies that they were watching, the entire world. The difference of knowing, you know, Bradford knows Vincent, knows so-and-so, knows so-and-so, knows so-and-so. They need to know how Bradford is the passer of that information through, or if he's even not passer, but how is he related, or how are all these people getting in the same room? Fantastic science question for mapping, right? How do I better understand potentiality of terrorism? The issue is when you turn that against an entire people or an entire group. The issue then becomes, well, now I understand everything. I see how everything's interconnected, and I know who's doing what. Hence Facebook, like the CIA even admitted it. Facebook, you know, essentially having all these social media profiles and creating the social network for people to follow and see who's friends with who and what's going on, because the CIA director said flat out, we couldn't write dossiers fast enough, and Facebook did it for us. And that's why I haven't been on. Actually, the funny thing is I got off Facebook a week before Cambridge Analytica broke, because I was like, I'm tired of it. I've been on it since the beginning. I'm good. I'm out. So the film was $1 Billion Code. I just opened up the chat. By the way, if anybody ever asks you, this is one of my other favorite things. If anybody ever asks you about data security and why they need to be concerned with their data security, right? They have nothing to hide, as it were. Ask them if they have blinds on their windows. A security expert was talking about it one day. She goes, if you have nothing to hide, why do you have blinds on your windows? And I was like, that's a fair point. So my thing is I propose governance. Obviously I can sit here and I can riff on everything all day and talk about how crap the world is and blah, 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 blah. The thing is we need to get a consortium of people together and create a governance model, and from respective things. It shouldn't be a company. It shouldn't be, you know, a academia. It shouldn't be anything. It should be everybody in the same room. Essentially take it back to Athens, 10,000 people sitting there telling everybody, hey, by the way, this is what I'm thinking. And everybody just talks about it and they can come to a consensus. The anecdote I have from it, so I actually trained as a geologist in school, and I ended up getting my degree in economic geology, not oil, hard rock geology. And if anybody gets mad at me for it here, you're all using a computer, so you can thank me later. But anyway, the thing being, there's this really cool thing here in Minnesota called the Minnesota Core Library. And if anybody ever comes to Minnesota here in the US and wants to go see the Core Library, stop by my office. We'll set up an appointment to go see them. But any core that's ever drilled in the state of Minnesota for any purpose, you're putting in a house, a building, you want to go out and test something for, you know, how much gold it might have in it, or how much, you know, metal it might have in it, half that core has to go to the Minnesota Core Library. And you walk into this series of about, I think they're up to about 7 warehouses now that are literally the size of IKEAs, with 4x4 shelving going all the way up to the roof of just 4x6-inch box, 4 foot by 6-inch box of every core that's come out of the state of Minnesota, or half of every core that's come out of the state of Minnesota since 1890. And it's just sitting there for anybody to go in and look at and to utilize, essentially to go back and see the rock record through Minnesota, from sand to actual hard rock, like what we have in northern part of the state. But again, getting back to the housing of all that things, is that a Library of Congress idea? Is that a Library of Alexandria, you know, the Dream Pinnacle Library? Who hosts that data? What government is potentially involved with it? Or is it a disassociated government like what you see with ICANN and those folks with the internet, and who gets what domains and so on and so forth? So hurdles. Let's get over this dog eat dog thing. I fight with a nonprofit group here in the GIS world, that they go and they map every big natural disaster event because, oh, we got to throw geographers at this idea, right? We got to get them to get out here and get this data back for these towns or these small groups that can't afford to actually support doing the funding. Well, they need more funding because they need to hire businesses. They can't be hiring just freelancers to do it, right? And nothing against the freelance community, but the thing is it's a one-off project that's not getting standardized or sent out there into the groups. That's the whole reason I went into business, is because I was like, we need to make this easier. And if I had to come at it from a business perspective versus the government I was working for, then that's the best way forward, right? In my logic, for me at least. We don't make much money, but we're fair about it because we get it done right. And that's my biggest thing is, you know, I'm essentially a business that's trying to be a socialistic government. Anyway, so essentially, yeah, the dog eat dog world needs to go away because it's not helping anybody. This no trust thing. Humans fundamentally love trust. We're built for it. How many people here don't trust something? And it's just a human factor we have to deal with. It's not about forcing people to be trusting. You be critical, but don't block yourself out. Don't lock yourself up. Don't isolate yourself to your community. Don't hide, as it were. And it's not necessarily hiding, but similarly semantically, it's disassociating yourself with the rest. The biggest issue, and from you can hear me another time go on about governments and everything else, that the biggest issue like a democracy, in my opinion, faces is the fact that when your voters stop caring, because that means they don't trust the system. It means they don't care. They don't give two shits about anything that's going on around them. The minute that happens, you no longer have a democracy, in my opinion, because you just lost it all. You lost the very people that you were there for in the first place. For data and general governance, I can't tell you how many data sets come into my office that make me, you know, I just cringe. I'm like, no. With that though, I did write an amazing paper in my master's program where I called it a Trumpism in the actual paper. But essentially what I did is I grabbed a database for black bears in California. And I said, I'm going to map America's gigantus, which is Bigfoot. I didn't talk about that until the very end of the paper, but I just kept referring to this species of the largest primate on the North American continent. And weirdly enough, if you accept that black bear database as essentially evidence, as somebody proposed it, as evidence for Bigfoot sightings, then you can do this whole interpretation, this whole environmental assessment. Essentially an environmental assessment of what's coming. So essentially how these areas are going to change based on climate change. And that was only accepting one premise. And the premise being, oh, this data is representative of, Bigfoot. I'm sorry, I am crass too, by the way. So as I always tell people, shit data, shitty ethics, and shitty protocols. If I can't replicate what you do, and not that I should be able to replicate it to steal it from you, but I should be able to replicate to a function what the workflow is or something like that, or say you have something proprietary in there, that's fine. As long as I can get close, right? Or I can see the reasoning or logic behind something, or somebody else can, that should be good to go. We should have those standards. We should have those set out there because those are the things that are fundamental to what we do. We had an engineer back when I worked for Maine DOT that proposed, oh, hey, by the way, we can use aerial LiDAR, which is plus or minus 36 inches. So it could be anywhere within 36 inches and in the vertical, anywhere about 72 inches, right? Respectively, to get down to the inch on a bridge deck. So when Elizabeth, I'm going to pick on you, but so when Elizabeth is going over this bridge during, Maine's worst flood it's ever seen at high tide with storm surge, she'll be fine. We can calculate that she'll actually be fine on that bridge deck, blah, 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 and that the floodway will pass the water, and then, we can go back to normal when that flood water comes down. And as the resultant information office manager came over and asked me, he goes, is that possible? And I was like, well, okay, let's assume LiDAR could see water surface, right? And it can't. I was like, but let's assume the engineer was on his A game today, and that point that he's measuring from to calculate the floodway of the actual bridge is actually on the edge of the land where it meets the water. So we know that. And we also know where the point is on the surface or on that bridge. He goes, yeah. I was like, now we got to take into account the air rate, right? So if I'm 36 inches down potentially and 36 inches up on that bridge, I have a 72-inch air built into this. And he's like, yeah. And I said, so we can calculate that inch. We can define that inch of that bridge deck, or the distance between the two for the floodway, plus or minus 72 inches. And he looks at me and I was like, that's the difference between a car being on the bridge and not, as far as the water level and everything coming up. I was like, but that's based off of the data we have. We can get better data. We just have to pay more money. The fun part about that though was that, and I go, plus it's not even about the bridge. If poor Elizabeth is stuck on the bridge, right? The issue isn't the fact that she's stuck on the bridge, it's she can't get off. And that means the bridges might go somewhere, because bridges, if you take away their approaches and the structures that tie them to the land, are screwed. Also, if Elizabeth was on her way up onto that bridge and she was on the approach and she got washed away, we need to know that, right? Or what areas we're going to lose these bridges fundamentally. Because like in one part of Maine, if you take out the bridge, you literally divert everybody an hour and a half to get back up and down. And that includes emergency vehicles, one on one side, one on the other side. And the bridge isn't more than like 500 feet, which is insane. Anyway, getting back to it, other hurdles, control and access. Who gets control? Who gets to decide things? The only control questions we should ever be asking of our data set is, if I give Elizabeth or Charlie or Yuri or Brad, access to this data set, will they change it? Will it fundamentally change the data set or how it's interpreted? If so, then no, they should not get access, because we need to maintain the original authenticity of the data set. However, if they get a rendition of it and they take it out for their own way or their own terms, awesome. Power to you guys, have fun, kind of a thing. Oh, and that's the last of my slide. Okay, we got 13 minutes. Hit me. No, it's
Thanks, Bradford. Yeah, I would love to open it up. If you're down for that, we can just kind of go back to the gallery view and hear from some folks and just have a discussion. Elizabeth, yeah. Did you want to start that off?
Sure. We tend to think that we're smarter than nature,
right?
And we create all these systems and designs, and like Pakistan, in 3 months, all of the glaciers in the country collapses and a third of the country's underwater. There was no data set for that. And there's been very little help for this country to regenerate from that. So, and these things are this is just like a canary, right? It's gonna happen whether we or not we change our behavior.
Right.
To the degree that we can change our behavior as quickly as possible, we might be able to stretch the timeline a little bit and mitigate it to some degree.
Well, that's, go ahead.
So, that resiliency that we're speaking of creating with these systems, I think we're only beginning to tap into what is going to be needed.
Exactly. No, I think that's the one thing. Not that I hate or get mad at anybody, but when you see ads for let's go drill more wells in Africa, let's do this, let's do that, let's do the other thing. It's not that the idea is bad, but from my perspective and like the utility world and everything I work in, I always tell people it's way more complicated than that. And you need to fix the overall system and you need to educate them to support themselves. Because if you don't, you're just putting, well, you're putting the canary in the mine and then, you know, driving away from the canary really quick before it gets gassed. And it's same with Pakistan, right? Albeit there's political tensions across the world about who thinks what of Pakistan, doesn't mean they deserve less than us. Does that mean they deserve the inability to not understand their environment better because they don't have the right technology or people can't, you know, work in their countries or whatever? It's a political dick measuring contest. That's really what it boils down to. And that's the part that's been, well, there was 300 girls kidnapped in Nigeria one day, right? And it sent me off into a tailspin because I'm sitting there watching AJ. I hear about this. I stop. I stare at my screen for like the next 45 minutes. And I was like, 300 girls kidnapped in Nigeria. That's a lot of people to move in less than 30 minutes. Somebody with one of them satellites up there saw something, but they never did anything about it. And I was like, how much does it cost to get a satellite? And so I dove deep into that. And I was like, okay, it's 250,000 for a satellite. We have an accuracy of about 27 feet. So down to 27 feet, it gets blurry. I was like, 300 people make up more than 27 feet, hopefully, unless they're all crammed in together. And you're going to have trucks and you're going to have everything else. And I was like, why isn't somebody essentially taking imagery and watching for things like this to, you know, alert their security forces so they can be out there to prevent things like this? But it's because we don't want to enable, it seems. We just want to hold, you know, dear to ourselves. And we're not in this for the world. We're in this for our respective governments, or we're in this for our respective viewpoints. And that's not, in my opinion, it's not okay. But that's me. That's so.
Well, again, I come back to the evolutionary imperative.
Right.
That we have to change because we've pushed the earth and water's holding capacity to mitigate our mismanagement of, like, the first colonial was our natural resources, right? The first domination culture was, you know, against our lands.
Right. We're still doing it too, right? Like, that's Diaries of an Economic Hitman. If you guys haven't seen that one, that's a fantastic.
Every bit of our data has come from the earth, and we're not looking at that.
Yep. Well, I think, and not to be, I'm actually happy that the storms are happening from my scientific side, right? Being in geology as long as I spent taking it. I look at this out here right now in Minnesota. We just got dumped on with snow, right? And we're used to it. It is what it is. You go out there, you blow it, you move things around, but the albedo effect, the increasing albedo effect, and we have some diehard, you know, red people in this state, and I always tease them as far as like, you guys think it's just going to get warmer, or you think the environment's going to go one way or another. Nature has proven to us time and time again, when she's unhappy or he's unhappy or however it identifies, it goes ballistic for the next few years, and it doesn't care about us. That's the beauty of it. It will wipe us out because we're so fragile compared to most living systems or most organisms on this earth. And it will go about its way for the next million years until the sun decides to blow. So it's, you know, if we want to stay here to see the party, cool. If not, well, we've opted out and we're trying to get out of it.
So what if we align our systems to that natural world? Not in mimicking, but actually aligning, like aligning because we've remembered who we are.
I think that's the imperative. From my side, in the geospatial side, I always told people, wouldn't it be cool if we could build a map? And it's not hard, it's just a lot of data. But what if we built a map that would literally tell Elizabeth wants to start a town, right? She wants to start a town of like-minded people, blah, 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 blah. She could pick any part of the country, much like SimCity used to be able to do. And you'd be able to see the available resources, the available population support, this, that, and the other thing, down to the water. And all we had to do, the limiting factor would be the lowest support item, essentially. So if your water can only support up to 700 people, done. You only get 700 people in your town because we're giving it a definition. I was like, we know this stuff, but we insist on building cities out in deserts and then telling other people, well, you're not being nice because you're not sharing your water with us. And it's like,
I live in California.
There you go. Recently, there was an engineer, I was actually laughing and then I got just completely frustrated. But the engineer had said, well, if Minnesota and all those states along the Mississippi don't want to send water over to support us in Las Vegas because we're having water issues with the Colorado River that we drained, then we're never going to support you should anything happen to you. And I was like, what, you want us to send snow? And I started laughing about it because I was like, that's just a BS response, dude. Like, you wrote this in a paper. And but it's in the reality of it, it's like you chose to live in a place that doesn't support people. A desert is not friendly. A salt marsh, go live in a salt marsh, it's equivalent, right? Like, it's salt water. You're not going to be able to drink the water there. So what's the point? Kind of a thing. So
Well,
nothing
actually,
against living in the desert.
Well, I do see Vincent's hand, just to open it up a little bit, because we are just about 6 minutes left. So maybe just to hear a couple other voices too. If
No,
that's
Vincent, you
okay for
can't
me to
speak. It's
chime
just
in with
Elizabeth and I. No.
that. Which would be fine too.
No, it's okay.
yeah, I'm fine with you picking on me.
Yeah, thanks, Kala. So yeah, I'll be quick. So I'm curious, and this is Bradford for you or anyone else in the room. What do you feel like are some examples of data that we shouldn't be mapping, like for any reason, if at all? Like, are there things that just shouldn't be touched that if we open Pandora's box, no matter what, it's not going to be a good idea? I'm curious, since we are talking about the risks of mapping, like what do you feel like are the things that we should be like legislating against or just like agreeing to not map?
It's going to go two ways here, and I'm actually just going to force it one way. And speaking to Elizabeth's point, around what she was saying, we should map everything. We should map everything with respect to being able to better understand it. What we should get rid of, or what we should de-weaponize, is weaponizing that data, right? Peter Franchen, noted explorer, one of my idols. He talked about how climate change was happening 75 years before. Well, he didn't talk about it. Obviously, it was talked about at the time. That's how he became aware of it. But he alluded to it in his book, in his essentially memories of it all, because he said, oh, the Soviet Union wants to do this to create a more hospitable living area for the people in Siberia, right? And albeit it's a little bit, out there as far as the stretch. I was like, he said this over 75 years ago, noticing things that were happening in the Northern Arctic. This guy being from Denmark, living in Greenland. And I was like, before we ever got to the scientific realm of everybody saying, oh, hey, by the way, there's larger CO2, there's larger this, that, the other. By the way, you guys know what the worst gas is out of climate change? The one that really causes all the problems, it's not CO2.
Methane, right?
Water vapor.
Water vapor, there we go. It's the water vapor. Water vapor holds the best and most amount of heat, right? But you can't get rid of that because it gets rid of us. So we got to figure out other ones to pin it on because it's the fun of this. But no, that's the thing though, is we need to better understand all of this, but we need to understand it as a student of science, of social, of whatever you're coming at it from the approach, because this data can help us all go forward, right? The mapping interiors based off of Wi-Fi signal, that can help save so many lives. But instead we use it to put bullets through walls so we can make sure we know who's there, kind of a thing. And that's the difference, is we need to be better. Well, and I always got flack for this in my master's class. But anyway, we need to educate better. And we need to be preparing people better for the world in which we live. No longer is it 1991 where you had to pick up a landline to call somebody. And to find information or to go do something, or you have to go to the library to pull out whatever. You have this amazing tool at your fingertips, and yet here, everyone's using it to watch cats or to search porn or to do whatever with, right? And you could do that in your own time. But the thing being is, no one's using it for what it was originally designed for, from what I understand, of being able to share knowledge. Sorry, I'll stop pontificating. Next. No.
Well, yeah, I popped my hand up too, and it looks like maybe John might want to go after me, I think. But yeah, I actually I put it in the chat, the from weaponry to livingry, and I think this came up in our chat, before scheduling the session. But that aspect, and that's a Buckminster Fuller reference there, but it's the same idea. How do we take these tools or these mindsets or these resources that may have been or could be used, for these kind of war and defense oriented things, and move them into public good, serving the public good. And I know that's, part of what your vision of the capacity is as well. And so I think kind of the theme, back to the theme of the session and the kind of arc of it is just really understanding the scope and the reality that there are a number of things certainly out there that can be, used in sort of nefarious or ways that are short-sighted or narrow in purpose. And so the idea of creating more coherence around a collective bias or shared purpose that supports life in its broader expression, and that, you know, creating a bit of a critical mass around that and initiatives that can do it. So I am kind of curious if you feel, and this could be for anyone too, just if there are certain initiatives that are kind of taking us in the direction of that, you know, those expressions of livingry with some of the most high-tech stuff out there. I'm just curious. Yeah.
I don't know. I think everyone gets bought out pretty easy. I know what my dollar limit is, right? I always joke that if somebody were to call me up and say they need me to move boxes from Colombia, I'm not asking what's in the boxes. I'm mapping boxes from Colombia. And so as long as we're getting paid. The thing being though is that I don't know of any initiatives right now, because all the initiatives that I used to support, I found out have been a little bit too corrupt. So it's like, oh, yeah, you got to change that. But I'm also not watching for any of the new ones, because to me, it's too simple of a problem, right? It's okay, we got to make everybody data literate, and we got to make everybody educated as far as what they're putting out there and as data. That's an easy solve. You put that into your schools, you put it into your groups, you do organization around that. Or, you know, and protesting around that, you know, when it's like here in the local area, when CRT became an issue, I was like, what, we found out white people are bad? Holy crap, don't open ever a history book. It's all out there. So, yeah, I don't know. I can't speak to that point too far, but.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, indeed, I think some of the other initiatives that we will see in our in our midst are going to point in that direction too. So,
awesome.
In any case, I think yeah, we're going to start to transition to the next session. But yeah, and contact info is there. There's a recording of this session, so there's a chance for people to follow up. I think there's a few gems to pull out of all that too. So thank you so much, Bradford, for and also your sense of humor and your style. Appreciate you coming. So yeah. For our next session, in the bioregional context, we have this project around mapping sibling bioregions for regeneration with Carolina Carvalho and myself presenting on some work that we've started over the last several months, really. And we're just going to roll right into that next one. So Carolina, I would invite you to open it up.
Hey, thanks, Kayla. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here and share this with all of you. Yes, this is, as Kayla mentioned, this is something that we have started to explore in some conversations in the Global Regeneration Collab and also in the Bioregional Regeneration Summit organized by Ben Roberts, Isabel Carlisle, and sorry, I forget the name. There were other organizers, but there was a very big group organized the summit, and we also had some conversations there. And maybe I'll share my screen just for a little bit. So what inspired, initially we came across this concept of sibling bioregions through some conversations with Byron Joel, who is a permaculturist from Australia. And we got inspired by it. So maybe I'll give just a little overview of what this idea originally was, as exposed by him, and maybe give a little bit of context of what people have been bringing up in our conversations, and then we can take it from there. And we'd also like to invite you to all to join the discussion. We have some ideas that we'd like everyone to chime in. Yes, thank you, Ben Roberts, Melina, and Joe. Sorry. Okay, I'm just gonna do a quick screen share. Okay, so I hope you all can see my screen, but basically this idea of sibling bioregions comes from the idea of sister cities. And if you look at a city near you where you're living, it will probably have a few twin cities or sister cities. It's a concept that was created around after World War II, and normally it had to do with creating diplomatic relationships or strengthening some ties, whether for economic relationships or political relationships. And the idea comes from this thought that, okay, these relationships were created, but they weren't really based very much on the ecological context or the culture of a city. So can we reimagine this to be a little bit more encompassing and look at a bioregion and create a mutually beneficial relationship between communities from climate analogs? So the original idea that we have also been discussing throughout is this idea that climate analogs will have tendency for more similar ecologies, and that this idea that culture evolves together with ecology and with the people that inhabit a region, and that normally there would be strategies that are adjusted to a specific ecology of a place, and if places with similar ecologies would be primed to exchange ideas and practices that are more ecologically friendly to their own regions. So the idea is that you can still create, you can get a very, by exploring your region and understanding its ecology better and its culture better, you get more of a sense of place. And at the same time, you can create these strong relationships outside of your immediate region and create all of these exchange. And this also comes from, we all know that we are facing all of these global challenges related to climate change, environmental decline, energy decline, economical crisis, all of these complex that you've all heard, everyone has been discussing this. And at the same time that we're actually losing a lot of the knowledge that is place-based and that comes from people and their ecology evolving together over time. So this allowing for these relationships, we could exchange different types of information. For example, some ideas could be appropriate agricultural practices, different sets of species that could work well together. And also one of the ideas behind this would be that you could foster and end up with a stronger bioregional identity if you were interested in exploring something like this. And these exchanges could lead potentially to creating new systems, hopefully also to help strategies of regeneration at a bioregional level, and potentially eventually lead to supporting even bioregional administration. Yes, so we would have to study a little bit about the bioregions and find out from certain characteristics which ones would be primed for this exchange. And some of the interesting discussions, actually, I would like to potentially open the first discussion. One of the first things that has been coming up actually has been how it's not, if you want to say, okay, I want to map a bioregion, I want to go through all of these characteristics around what is the ecology, what are the main economic activities, what is the culture that is present here. Finding out what a bioregion is not so easy. It can be much more difficult than we are expecting. In some locations, there is a very, very clear bioregional identity, and in some other locations, it's really not clear. So I can give an example here. So when I started exploring, in particular, I looked at some of the maps that we will share also. There have been maps built globally of regions, bioregions, and ecoregions that we will also share the links to. And if you go look at those for your region, you might be a bit confused as I was. For example, I'm joining you all from Portugal, and for example, one of the really good examples is the One Earth map, which is a brilliant piece of work. I'm not trying to in any way try to diminish the work, but simply it puts together, for example, in this case of the area where I'm living, a huge piece of land that would include Portugal, Spain, and even a little portion of France. And thinking about the culture, it can be a little bit, okay, this would be very difficult to imagine because the context is very different for all of these places. And then when I actually went to look into, well, what bioregions are organizing in Portugal, there were some quite tiny ones. very just one or two municipalities. So this is sometimes even not as straightforward. So one thing that I would like to hear from you is about the bioregional, what is your, if there is a bioregional identity associated with the location where you are joining us from. Do you know your bioregion? Is there a defined bioregion where you're living? And do you identify with it? Do you know if other people are aware? I think this is a very interesting discussion to also hear from folks in the room. I just pass it over to Keala to see if she wants to add anything. But I'd love to just open the room to this discussion.
Thank you. Yeah, there's definitely, I appreciate you sharing a little bit of that initial context. I'm responding to Tom in the chat, and I definitely look forward to hearing from you today because your work is definitely aligned, adjacent and related to where, especially where this wants to go next. But just to share a little bit of that background, you know, we started working with those two different data sets, essentially with an exploration of wanting to establish what the fields might be that we would want to establish to help people achieve more of a sense of identity, a sense of place, and a sense of place-based identity. But the process that we had focusing on the siblings, there's another area, another dimension of this that we're excited to open up in, which is a little bit more related to what Carolina just mentioned about how the sort of ecoregion, the bioregion scale might seem quite large, and that the process of bioregioning is also about being place-based at the most intimate level, essentially. You know, so you might be in a specific watershed or in a certain context, solar orientation, et cetera, that's going to actually, you know, make your position like most distinct. But the process of relating to other people in the same bioregion as you, even if they're actually having a microclimate that's very different, was another layer that we hadn't anticipated, or it just wasn't the focus of our first work. And it's another layer that we're excited to work on. But because this is, I think there's at least a handful of people that were at some of our prior sessions, but just to kind of give it an opening here to talk a bit about bioregional identity and you know, like the context for that. I think we can open that up as a discussion. Yeah. Tom, do you want to open it up? Sure.
Hello, everyone. This might be a little bit disconcerting because I have video on one device and my voice coming from another. I do apologize that. Yeah, I'm excited. I arrived a little bit late to this, but Carolina, it's yes. This conundrum it's so real. Of like, a lot of us here probably like, well, we might describe ourselves as bioregionalists, and then we go and look at different maps, and then someone outside of our region has developed a map, and we're like, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense to me. So that's I think a pattern that is very seductive to fall into, and that we somehow have to like figure out. So I love that you're convening this. I really appreciate this popping up. And just to quickly speak about my own bioregion, I don't know if I have this sense where I live in Northern California, in the Sierra Nevada foothills, that there are a lot of folk that without being bioregionalists are orienting in a bioregional way. Like they want to source things locally. They want to have more interconnection and more community. And so I think it's a very like potential region for that. But if I say, oh, I live in a bioregion that's defined by the Yuba River and the Bear River on different sides and the mountains, I don't think many people orient in that way. And I've encountered folk who are based in Sacramento who are like, oh, you're part of our bioregion. Or there's a really, really big bioregional, really big in terms of geography group called Salmon Nation, who define a bioregion by all of the salmon runs from Alaska all the way down the Pacific coast of the Americas, down to about, including my area. Because we do have salmon that come up the Yuba, and so I'm very interested in like these different ideas of like the scale of bioregions, Like how big should they be? What makes sense? Or if like bioregionalism is more like, maybe there will be a hierarchy of different scales that we organize on. And it's not so much about my bioregion, but that we have a home region and then maybe a watershed region above that, or that there's a space for maybe overlapping regions that make sense. Like, yes, I'm still connected to Salmon Nation, and we organize around removing dams and waterway restoration. But for local ecological changes, I'm actually connected to a different group. So that's a very like little brief summary. I just want to share that. I'm excited to hear more about what other people have to share.
Thanks for that. Yeah, just dropping a little bit of a point there in the chat too about some of what emerged in our discussions prior around, the nature of how watersheds they influence a bioregion, or they're an aspect of it, but they don't actually create a boundary of a watershed, at least not in an indigenous perspective, since the river and both sides of the river are part of the place that one would flow. So it's this awareness that it's not going to have a state type line or boundary. And that's probably a little bit more of like the socio-political aspect of what the shift to bioregions is in a cultural way too, compared to like a nation state perspective, some of the nuances that came up when we were exploring. I want to make room to hear from others on the topic. Ben, you having hosted recently the summit, I'm kind of curious what your latest or what your take is at the moment. Share.
Oh, I was just echoing some of what Tom was saying in the chat, and you've heard me say this before, Kayla, but one of the shifts for me from the summit was really to focus as much on the idea of bioregioning as a practice versus defining bioregions and saying we need to create a whole set of structures to organize within them, in parallel in multiple regions. And the trigger for that was seeing the map that you shared of the territories of indigenous peoples historically, that were these sort of overlapping colored blobs and zones without hard boundaries, between groups. And that's the original, form of bioregioning, right? Is how we existed on this planet for most of our time here, probably at least once we got beyond the smallest local tribal units, and started to have a culture that spread out over a larger territory. It was still in a bioregional scale for the most part. And yeah, something like salmon fishing might align a lot of that over a vast territory, and the set of practices might have spread and evolved, and there might be connections, and there might be much smaller domains that fit. And even watersheds doesn't quite do it because, the Mississippi is a watershed. And we might want to do some organizing on that scale for sure, and thinking at that scale. And that also might be far, far larger than the scale at which we might want to organize for many things like our food sheds and our economic systems, to the extent we want to relocalize them. So, I think the tagline we had in the summit was a play on think globally, act locally. We added and collaborate bioregionally. So the notion is not so much that it's bioregions as entities as it is thinking about bioregional scales as intermediaries to manage and organize and distribute resources and to support collaboration and shared thinking, rather than sort of, as the substitute for political units, let's say. Check. I guess I'll add one more then. In the context of your map then, and the idea of sibling bioregions, what would happen if instead the goal was to connect up bioregioning, groups of people engaged in bioregioning as collaborators or siblings, and that might be quite different from, looking at the dimensions of the bioregions. There might be other parameters that actually turn out to be more important in terms of where those pairings might make sense.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing, Ben, the perspective. I was just wondering if anyone else also would want to share a little bit about their bioregional context and yeah, definitely hear you there, Tom, with also all on the difficulty of different scales, or difficulty or opportunity possibility also. Does anyone else kind of encounter these types of challenges of different scales and trying to even understand their own bioregion, and what are you using to understand it if you are looking into these types of things?
I'll speak to that a little bit. So I think right near Thomas in the Yuba River watershed, and this was the heart of the gold rush, and they used mercury to extract the gold. And that mercury is encapsulated behind our reservoirs. And it's a huge, significant issue in terms of taking down the reservoirs. What do we do with the encapsulated mercury? Because if we take down the reservoirs, that mercury is going to be disrupted. And that mercury came from Cache Creek, which is west of us in another mountain range that Clear Lake is not clear. It's incredibly toxic because of this mercury legacy, and it all goes down into the Sacramento Delta and affects the salmon, right? So, understanding the relationships and the disruptions and the way we can regenerate balance, I think really needs to be looked at and almost triaged, that we're able to really look at where we are, what are the impacts, what are the legacies of degradation, what are our resources for regenerating it, and that needs to be done, I see, on a watershed scale, because upstream, they're losing the headwaters of this river. And, so all of that relates to the way water flows. And I see that there's layers of this community building, that there's the basic from source to sea, the headwaters to the ocean, organizing. There's also the functional guilds that run across watersheds. And then there's the affinity of attraction, like everybody wants to rally around saving the salmon. That's across several watersheds. So there's a lot of ways that we can interweave these relationships, but if we have sort of a core basic foundational structure based on the fundamentals, then we're able to diversify and get more complex as we layer up and down. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Beautiful. We kind of want to move into just sharing a little bit more. I am going to put a little link on the Ahupua system, which is a like mountain to ocean method that was used in Hawaii for a long time, and influenced some of the work happening in other regenerative projects that are quite exciting. So as a pattern, because there was a talk about salt marshes earlier, and I was going to say there's regenerative strategies for everything, basically. But to kind of bring it back a little bit, to share a little bit of our work so far, and just to say that our work towards this sort of data set for the bioregional fields is very much just a work in progress. And I'm going to share this here. I think I'm going to go ahead and do it with all of them visible at the moment. Wait, are you seeing it? Let's see. Are you seeing the share now?
Yes, it's coming through.
Okay, great. So we mentioned Byron Joel, who had started an original framing of these categories that he was looking at. Here's his example of this place where he is in Australia. And then we have mentioned the climate analog work, which particularly Andrew Millicent's work around that there's an advanced permaculture course that they run annually that dives into this. And then we kind of took these together in our effort to make a bit of a prototype around how sibling bioregions and then really what becomes the regenerative bioregion mapping fields. And so the goal here is, and through our efforts, we haven't categorized these really strongly, and we're definitely in the phase of still, adding more or generating more thoughts that way. But in some of our earlier explorations, we really only used the 1 to, or the 4 to 16 here, 4 to 15, to just kind of gather some minimally sufficient info in order to get people seeing themselves in terms of the categories like the Köppen-Geiger climate classification, or some of these other existing biome or ecoregion maps, and also the native land one that I shared in the chat earlier when Ben was referring to it. And so the part of the process that we really found, and we had a number of people who have participated, and the goal is to keep is to basically create a prototype that would have a minimally sufficient set of fields, and ideally an ability to add more fields on the fly or in a living way. And then we would establish a map prototype and platform so that people would have a place to interact. And the latest thought, and I don't mean to mash too many of the full thoughts into the same conversation, but the possibility of Pilo as the platform where we would prototype this, and that we might even have a multi-stakeholder initiative around getting a regenerative bioregion mapping prototype in motion. But that's a lot of what's here. And so, Carolina, while I have this open, I want to invite you to share too your perspective on the journey.
Yes, so what I can just add here very quickly is that this year is essentially, as Kala mentioned, we put together both perspectives from Byron Joel and from Andrew Millicent. And then actually, if you take the time, I've shared the link to the spreadsheet in the chat. And here actually we have added several fields that have actually come from conversations that we've had so far with folks leading up to this. So actually, one of the first things that came up was historical and indigenous knowledge. People were very interested in this and thought that this would actually be a way to maybe help preserve and curate this type of knowledge and help share indigenous knowledge related to a region. And actually the history, the fact that a bioregion actually, and not only the ecology and the culture, they can actually evolve over time. And it is important to maybe some of the techniques or appropriate technologies that could be shared between bioregions would not be the recent ones, but could be a bit farther back in time, which could be interesting things to explore. And then actually there are other things here. For example, geology was also added from our conversation. Some people brought up interesting thoughts about maybe if you're looking also at what are the characteristic species of our bioregions, and what are the distributions. Could this also help us define these maps? And then also all sorts of climate adaptation methods. What types of regeneration is happening in a different bioregion? What types of actually not only regeneration but also degeneration? So we could look into all of these different things to help pair up and create relationships across different locations. So this is kind of a mashup of all of this, gathering thoughts from a few folks, and some of them you can see the names of a few people that are on this call already here. Yeah, so this is something that we've been looking through, and this is another thing that would be very interesting. We ultimately would like to invite you to add yourself to the top of this spreadsheet, to claim a column here and add a little bit information about yourself. We would love to see more folks here and explore a little bit more on this, just the top fields, but also we would like to invite you to then look at the rest and hear your thoughts also on what other things, what do you think is relevant to explore here? If you're talking about these relationships, what should we be looking at? What fields are relevant? Yeah, back to you, Kayla, if you want to add anything else.
Yeah, I'll just bring it back to, yeah, just to open up. Some of you have seen this before, and other folks, it's a new concept, this type of mapping, or this, this inquiry. So yeah, just opening it up. If there are questions or comments, inspirations or reflections.
Awesome. I'll jump into that space or spaciousness. I'm so excited to see this all coming together and to see so many people here that are connected in different ways to making this big, beautiful thing happen. And I think the things that are kind of echoing in my mind, they're like on repeat. Is it like kind of what we're looking to empower here, or what would be empowered through this process? Is this is like part of the collective sense making process? So like we look at different ways of seeing, and and then this is kind of like empower our decision making. And I'm thinking about it from the perspective of place-based systems change, and being able to see where our initiatives and actions, and to see ourselves in relationship to the things that are going on around us, to help us understand, like, what are the things that we could contribute to in some way or support in some way, and feeding in this kind of trust-based philanthropy angle. I think that it is, anyway, I just think it's very, very exciting, and happy that we're doing this and want to continue on that. I'm curious, and I just have not put you on the spot because I was going to sync with you before, Kiala, but I'm curious if we're planning to do an exercise where we are like putting ourselves on a map today. If we're interested in that or have space for that.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of the open question around, mainly with just how much time we have, but we do probably have enough time for it. The other option would be to kind of show some of the examples, and one of the places where we've used it, because we don't have our the full expression of the map prototype that we ultimately want. We've done some of it with putting the points up in the in Google Earth with the Köppen-Geiger layer on, so you can see the climatic aspects at least. But definitely there's some room also to do an exercise here with having folks enter themselves on the spreadsheet. We could even make a fresh sheet just for today or something like that as a way to hone it in. And we could also have people exploring the degree to which they're within the same region. And actually, like, the latest feeling that I really have about this is that it's about being people of place at all the way up to a planetary scale. And so if the other people are are very nearby, or they're not, they're still within the same, at some scale, you're in the same group. And so, but like that Salmon Nation reference, that's a specific level, and there's other different layers. So anyway, it'd be interesting to hear from the group how many folks are live in the session and would like to do an exercise like that, and we could follow the energy in that direction. So I'd be curious. See the chat getting lit up with a bunch of resources too, which is great. Yeah, Carolina, do you want to weigh in on that?
I actually would love, if people start putting themselves on the sheet, then we can have a little bit of a discussion here. We can keep discussing, and I could be pulling the points into this Google Earth that I can quickly share. So for example, a few of the people here are actually already on this map. Okay, can you all see this?
Yep.
Okay, nice. So the people that you can see already on this spreadsheet, they are already here. This that you can see all of these colors, this is the Copenhagen climate classification. And here we have the information from different people. For example, Madeline, this is actually not a very full one, but for example, I'm just gonna go here to Jenny's point, where you can see some information about what's the biome that you can find, what is the indigenous territory, what is the One Earth, what's the bioregion that One Earth identified here. So we've been pulling, this is a little bit of just a very, very simplistic map of pulling some information that people have given us over time in sessions, and plotting it over the climatic classification. And then this is just a very simple, these lines that you can see here. As I mentioned before, one of the first things that came up was to look at was climate analogs. So these are just lines that are connecting different people that are in the same type of climate, but in different places of the world. So if we're actually looking, okay, let's see who here could go into a siblings exploration, for example, here, Mary Lou and myself, for example, Mary Lou and Jenny Patton, who are in climate analogs, they could then start into an exploration. Okay, we have the same climate, let's look into different things, let's look into our biomes, let's look into cultural practices, some of the history of our locations. I also have here a line between myself and Aaron Hardiman here in Cascadia. So this is, I mean, these are just some of the possibilities, but with more points, this would also be more interesting. So we also have here, for example, we could also connect Jenny or Mary Lou with João, who is also on this call right here. Yeah, so this is just an idea, but if folks start putting themselves in there, we can keep the discussion and I can keep pulling points here if people are up for adding themselves. And I can see there is a hand raised from Charlie.
Yeah, I had 2 points. One, I think Restore.eco would have a lot of physiographic and climatic data. You look like you have a fairly thorough map there, but if there's anything missing, I think you can go to that site and get it. The second thing I wanted to ask a question, which was, what do you see doing with this application? At this point, it's really categorization, right? And determining what the siblings are. Do you expect to extend this application beyond that?
So the thanks for mentioning Restore.eco. I did put that in the chat. That's the one that is owned and managed by Google, I believe. And yeah, that's a really good example of like high power data aggregation, I guess you could say. One of the things that we are orienting around, whether we would call it an application or perhaps platform or a data structure to be interoperable across different open platforms, but one initiative that we have bubbling up is a prototyping for bioregional regeneration mapping that actually supports the agent-centric perspective, or the people and how they relate to their place. So like, rather than this kind of global view, you can look here and there, but to actually have a way to interact with the data that's more relational from your own point of reference. And then also in a way that's kind of secure to the level that you want it to be, which gets into some of the complexities we were talking about in some prior sessions in terms of whether you want to, share where the fruit trees that you're open to having gleaned by, someone in your community or that sort of thing. So it's just kind of looking at the types of the full scope of what we might be able to do in a bioregional regenerative context. I don't know if that answers your question, but
yeah, it does.
Yeah, and I see Dave's comment also that proposing this as a powerful feature in a larger collaboration space, not a separate application. Yes, and this makes all the sense. It's not trying to reinvent or create something that is completely new and requires everyone to move to this new idea, just something that complements what's already being done. And actually, this point of relationships is very important, because if you want to maybe create some exchange between regions, a person is not a region, or one project is not a region. So you would have to have some relationships within the bioregion to exchange with relationships within another. So there are all sorts of levels of relationships for this to be able to work. So it's building on things that has to build on the work of others and things that are already happening. I'm also happy to hear anyone else's thoughts on things to consider, any thoughts you might have, and feel free at any time if you would like to add yourself to the spreadsheet, to the top field, then we can add you to the map. And I see Jillian's hand.
Yeah, thanks, Carolina and Kayla. I just want to mention again that I had developed a framework for describing people and projects and organizations within the Permaculture Collab, which is a global community. And one of the aspects is, what bioregion are you from? And so the question we had was, how do we support people to identify what that is? What framework are we going to use? But I also come from the school of, essentially, it's a perpetual learning and education process as we try and figure this out. It's not like it's all, set and understood, but so it's the yes, and it needs to be comprehensible enough, but leave it open for us to continue to become more literate around this. So I'd like to share with you, Carolina, the work that I did there. And it's just kind of sit there in suspended animation for LACHO funding. We do have more funding coming into the collab starting this coming year for 3 years. So maybe we're going to be able to put some more towards it. I did a lot of volunteer hours on that, but I think that there's ways in which this can dovetail. And also, if you want to know more, go over here. So I just wanted to flag that, and I can follow up with you. And anybody else who's interested, I'll put my email. It's just Jillian with a J at permaculture.net, but I'm very open to collaborators and sharing. And the data fields go well beyond bioregion. That's just one node of helping to identify and locate folks so they can find each other.
Yeah, thank you. That's wonderful. Is this something that you could share the link to, just because the chat is full of beautiful resources already, but it might not be at that stage.
Yeah, well, I have shared it before in this type of a forum. I'm a little apprehensive, but it's not untenable. I would say more if people are motivated to see what I developed, that they can get in touch with me, and I'll share it. Thanks.
Yeah,
absolutely. No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. And the resources that are shared in the chat here do become part of the trove for this event. One thing that point about ontologies or larger data sets, and also the larger picture, it kind of does get towards the data schemas and the other conversation that we were having earlier in the panel as well. So yeah, lots of richness around how that weaves back. I wanted to sort of check back in with the suggestion that Day made earlier, or the question of whether we would do an exercise together. We're going to start to bump into our time threshold, but we would have a little bit of time for that if folks want to engage with the map, or we can go in kind of any direction where the energy is most alive, given that this is a session in the context of a whole day here. So curious what's live for folks. I see Joao in the chat asking about doing a presentation. How about 5 minutes? And just because that would be a space for you, but I do want to keep, yeah, why don't you start with 5 and we'll see where it takes us. would love to see what you're working on.
Nice. Hello, everyone. I'm from Lumiar, Brazil. I will do a quickly showcase from what I'm working. I will start into my agroforestry. Like I like to map things, but that's wasn't a way to plant my food and also know some revenue, create some revenue through that. So I plant there. I put the days that has the maturity, and it gives me the harvest date. And with that, I make this is a page when I sell things, when I choose to go to in my cell phone, I can use it. And I sell here and goes directly for the control. And here is where I make all the data from all my plants, you know. And yeah, it's one thing I want to share. It's the plant of my garden. And I want to share with you how, okay, I have 3 minutes. Maybe start with the mirror board. We did a forum here in my region, and we have working groups. And we did this, let me show here, maybe. We made a form for people to engage in the organization, and we delivered it in every media, and people start to mapping themselves into these working groups. And we made a huge event in the beginning of this year, and with this mapping from them was the contact, and we make the working groups there. And we did that because our government was not doing that. We need to have representation of sectors of the culture in a way to bring the revenue of capital. And we start to creating these working groups. And I'm creating an open collective for us to have donations and for each project and so on. And also I'm activating a DAO with the Haifa. We're gonna use a token with rainbow seeds. And this is the presentation that I translated. And this is a Kikochat. It's a wonderful platform because it allows to bring any resources and into tabs and integrate them. So this is one circle. I can see who is online. Group of works, etc. Have their own links, and all sections to bring here, you know, as resources, Google Doc or things like that. And I find this very, very interesting because people who do not understand how to engage in the tools and have to have so many links, we just use this as a portal for them to work together, and it's engageful, you know, people who see that who is online. And like with a Jitsi right here, people can engage. Yeah, that's me, sorry. And all kinds of tools you can integrate here. So that's I will use this tool presented for my community also to use. And I don't use only for the forum, but also I'm part of the agroecology of articulation from Rio de Janeiro. And we have a lot of work and political laws and doing this kind of articulations and working that. So I want to show that as a idea for people that are engaging their own bioregions. And it was start very easily, was with Airtable, with that, you know, form, and then people, I can bring this, embed this in any website, so people can reach our data from our bioregion. And yeah, I think I passed my 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
All right, great. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, thank you for sharing. And yeah, much applause to your work. Great example of bioregional organizing, and then of course just the way you're doing the data organizing. And there's a nice carryover from the last Mapathon, which we didn't emphasize a lot, any connection with seeds, because there's been a little bit of a lull in that way, but many of the folks that were drawn to that, to Haifa and seeds, were drawn to creating ways of bioregional economic structures as well, using blockchain and so on. So great to see these initiatives continuing and to see how they weave back in. So thanks for that. And I'm not sure if we're at any kind of a crossroads in terms of deciding if we want to do more mapping, but there's also, I think, the conversation that's alive in the chat a little bit. Tom, if you'd like to just chime in and share a little bit, if you want to expand on what you put in the chat there. I think it's a valid layer, like with who's here. I think it's a good direction to be able to talk about this level of the sort of work that we're doing.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. So yeah, just maybe to reiterate what I've mentioned in chat, how as a platform and the people behind it, we are very like bioregionally focused, and we want to bring that onto the platform. And part of my journey in it, like I haven't encountered many of you all in a substantial way, and so I'm excited for this to be like that crossover point that we can have more collaboration. But through my journey of like thinking about that, certainly like one of the, and I think we see this in a lot of different avenues where we're all trying to figure something out, and we like build a little prototype, or we build a thing, and do we get to a place where we can actually merge those different ideas and have them connected? Requires a lot of coordination and sort of understanding about like sort of philosophical or technical alignment. So I don't really have answers around that. And in part, what I've been writing is just to even clarify what I'm thinking about it, and in some way, like I have to pitch what I've suggested to my own team, because we're always going to have a bit of that. You're like, oh, how, like bioregions, of course they're places, of course we can put them on a map, right? It's apparently like so simple. Like everyone's like, oh, of course, it's a place, it's a region, put it on a map. Come on, how hard can it be? And yet, like in all of our discussions and stuff, it's just like, wow, we just fold out into I think there's the social, political, and like cultural side to that complexity. And there's also like the real map nerd, like like just getting data into common formats and all that. So and like projections, like, oh, this data set is like that, and wow, I want to do something that's global, but then that means that all the coordinates in Australia are 2 meters off because Australia is moving so fast. Just all those like nitty-gritty nuances are just like constantly sort of bubbling up in that. So like we're not a very big team, and we don't have a lot of money, so that's like, I don't know when this will be able to happen, but we are looking at trying to offer more and more on the platform in terms of a bioregional mapping scheme or something. And I would love, like I can totally see a world where we're just integrating, or that there's some way that we're, as an ecosystem, we're publishing to a distributed communal ledger, or some separate kind of like agreed upon kind of like data storehouse that we're collectively managing as the place where we sort of like keep track of this information. and that Hilo is just one of many clients of that. Yeah, there's a lot of questions and a lot of things we have to explore on the path to that. So I think that's my share for now. Be curious if anything pops up for anyone else.
Yeah, well, one thread I would like to weave on that, in terms of the next bioregional regeneration summit, as one of the places where we have, the group of people that have started to come together around that, and that there's an opportunity to sort of plan ahead towards that as an anchor point to convening people, in space and time around that, and moving it forward to support in a way too. And I know in your writing you've referenced this, that it's not just that we want a digital representation of all this. The digital aspects are only to support, in a way, the real world actualization. And so that's where we want to see all that the regeneration happening in real life and in the real world in that way. So then the tools can reflect that. And I think over time, even the tools will probably become reflecting of more immediate real-time states of things in different and dynamic ways. Probably the technology would get there. And the reality, though, is that we're working on it in that way. And I think that's the groundedness that we also tried to bring in the last sessions was, and as I look at doing this, I think there is the bioregioning 101, right, Ben? That'll be a thing that's going to be put out, and you want to share a little bit about that idea?
That was one of that was the sort of the top tangible, let's get together and do something after the summit activity that surfaced with a list of many, many more that are being pursued in different clusters. But a group of people are looking to create a kind of a basic course on bioregioning led by Isabel Carlisle, one of our co-conveners. If people are interested in supporting that, the development of that program too, let me know. And the thought is potentially to have that available sometime, in the first, maybe by the end of the first quarter of next year. And then to do another summit in May, hopefully. And I'll put links in for people that want to stay plugged into that or get plugged in if you weren't part of the first summit. If you were, you're already kind of on our list, but we're on both the Kiko Chat platform, that's been kind of our home base that Joao was sharing earlier, and also on Hilo. So I'll put the links to both in there. And if people want to be involved in organizing the next summit, that would be great too. We're still kind of organizing how we're going to do the organizing, the old who decides challenge. But I think one of the things that's clear as we do another iteration is that we want to move from the sort of baseline level of connecting and sharing learning with sort of traditional conference style presentations and Q&As and that sort of thing into creating the capacity for people to organize into more strong tie type groups around projects and opportunities that they want to pursue, and to use the summit as a way to energize existing initiatives like that. So, the sibling bioregioning mapping initiative would be a perfect example. How do we design the summit so that you're doing, you did a little bit of that, right? That spreadsheet got added to, I think most of the people on the one you were sharing today were from the 2 sessions you did during the summit. How can we take that to the next level and really use that next summit as a way to advance your project and, 50, 100 others. So yeah, please get involved if this calls to you.
Great. And, one layer of what we, weaving just from earlier today when you shared the Bioregional Regeneration Summit Kumu map, that same data could be added to the Bioregional Regeneration map that have the other contextualized layers that we're talking about here, these other fields. And so ultimately, that's kind of the direction it could go. Yeah, so we're going to be kind of moving a little bit towards wrapping up thoughts. There's definitely still some space for more voices. And I don't know, Carolina, if you want to do an updated share of the, just another screen share on the people who have put themselves on the map for today.
Yeah, if I can share just a couple of new points, and I was seeing if there would be maybe some But I think one of the points is here in again in Cascadia and Rain, and then we also have Charlie, I think, here. So there aren't really any new, let's say, potential connections here other than the ones that are already at least longer distance connections. But one thing that maybe we could use this last portion to discuss, which I think would be interesting, is also a bit of a recurring discussion that we've had. So we are thinking about longer distance. So we could do sibling bioregions based, for example, based on these climate analogs. So what are current climate analogs, places that have similar climates at the current time, but we all know that we are facing climate change, and that we might actually need to use and to adapt using techniques that, so we would be ideally learning techniques from the places that have the climate that our region is moving toward, thinking about, okay, if the weather goes up, the temperatures go up 1.5 degrees centigrade, then what is that going to mean? What is the climate that I'm going to have in this bioregion? And can I do a sibling region with a region that already has this climate and learn from their strategies in terms of adaptation? So that's just one idea. And then we also played a little bit here, for example, with the thought that there would be, people in the same, for example, here in the West Coast. So there are people that are relatively distanced in the same bioregion even. So they could be, let's say, the neighbor siblings. Yeah, so these, you all mentioned scales a while ago. So you would have the largest bioregion. And if you have smaller scales, maybe these could be neighbor siblings to exchange within even a larger scale, despite having this more closer proximity than we've been discussing before. So I would love to hear also some thoughts from folks on this. So what types of relationships do you think? And I see some on the chat from Tom, cousin bioregion. Yes, so any thoughts on what types of relationships, the types of shares you think would be interesting for this? Or just any other thoughts that come to mind?
I go back to creating a standardization of a coding pattern language that you talked about, the climate code, and there's the Phosphedder code for watersheds that some people say needs adjusting. There's all sorts of already existing codes that if we could piece together and weave together codes that we could agree to use and come to agreement that, oh, that makes most logical sense that we use that, or it doesn't make sense and we need to create one that does make sense, then we're able to have like musical notes, right? There's no one specific language, but it still is a universal language that we're all speaking. So that's one thing that I'm thinking of. And then the other point is that I think whatever we do needs to, we talk about the digital twins, we need the bioregional twins, that whatever we do on the internet, that we have that mirrored on the ground in terms of really actually building community. Thank you. And then also, I'm working with Solmaran Broza, who's on here, with a song initiative that creates a social media swell, a tractor factor to bring, like, to the scale of Live Aid, to bring attention to this imperative and create a fun, delightful, youth-oriented And she can speak to it more if there's time, but to really start bringing this in a cohesive way out into the public that draws attention to what's being done once we have all of this mapping, at least so that we can capture what starts coming in. And that's just so you know, it's the Be One Together, or the Be Together song campaign.
Do you have a link that you could maybe share around that? That would be
Absolutely.
maybe-
Sol,
you.
are you still with us? You want to speak to this?
Is there time or space for this? I don't know.
Yes,
Leading
you can.
this session.
Yeah, just
at
least sharing
sure.
links and.
Yeah, sure. I'll try and come on camera. Let's see if I can get my phone to stay steady. Hang on. Elizabeth, would you like to kind of speak to this with me?
Sure.
And share a screen if we need?
Yeah, if I have
okay, let's try.
Yeah, okay.
Is this gonna work? Okay, I guess I'll just hold it in my hand for now. Hi, everyone. I've been really kind of taken by today's sessions back to back. I've not been able to stop even while having plans with other people. I'm just like plugged in here, just saying. Really loving it. So anyway, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and for everyone and all the work that everyone's been doing and information you've been sharing. I personally have been mapping, I guess, for almost, well, close to 15 years, but even a little before that, on the ground, really like traveling the world, immersing myself and doing, I guess, data collection that later ended up plugging into my own, what we're calling database. And basically, it was almost 15 years ago that I started looking at a theory of change and reverse engineering a minimum equation of harmony and balance between humanity and the rest of nature. It's kind of like a big thought. For me, it was a question as to whether we were going to be able to survive and or thrive as a species long-term. Personal project that now has become a life project. And when I realized that I wanted to dedicate my life to it, it was when I had enough data that I wanted to make accessible to a critical mass for impact. And then that's what brings me to what Elizabeth spoke to, which was, how do we get a critical mass to kind of see what we see when we cross-analyze this data? And I happen to come from, or was born into a family that is in the entertainment industry, music industry specifically, and grew up with music around me, and realized as I grew up the power of music also on a scientific level and beyond. And so I ended up spending about almost 11 years, at least 11 years, also engineering a marketing campaign that could potentially get something like this out to the masses. So I took inspiration from We Are the World and Live Aid. And Elizabeth actually and I met through this work, and it is the mapping that brought me to this. So at the moment, we're talking about tapping into a Rolodex of celebrities, influencers, and other kind of people at different from different industries and sectors of industries, kind of doing a We Are the World style campaign that by uniting voices that are influential in one place in one way and also using, you guys mentioned TikTok, et cetera, earlier, and I was like, yep, that's a tool now. Bringing attention and awareness to, for example, the information that everyone's kind of been, I keep seeing the screen, the beautiful screens everyone's sharing and going, I wish the whole world could see this and know it and see what we're talking about, and start flooding it with their own data, and then really being able to create that current that we all see. And so with that kind of generating that kind of energy and that kind of traffic, being able to also collect resources and basically have everyone kind of plug in their information, exactly like you're talking about, databases, Excel sheets, open source, et cetera. We have the right categorization, people like us on the back end kind of helping to, you know, look at where the information and the data is going, how it's being streamlined, and then how can it be redistributed, you know. So if it's people plugging in their information on projects they're working on regions they come from, or, I mean, I heard you talking about different climates and plants, et cetera. It's kind of using the collective intelligence. And then with something like that, and people like so many that I've seen today on the call, I thought that interoperability that is so necessary, I believe that we can get the kind of money that we're all talking about needing. And just by coming together, we could tell that story in a way that I believe that we might be able to, I think actually not even might, I'm actually pretty confident we could get the kind of capital that's necessary. That people like us could do more and accelerate and amplify what we're doing. Even if you think about like outreach like that and $1 per person, what that could bring in itself, not to mention $10 per person, et cetera. And for impact investment and philanthropy and where the world is right now, I think it's not for nothing that we're all from different parts of the world kind of seeing this collective vision and wanting to be able to at least try and pull our kind of species in the right direction. So in terms of sharing screen, I don't know what, from what I've said and how much time it's taking me to say it, you want us to share, but the last thing I'll say is I've positioned myself now in a way where, amongst other things, I'm also a climate ambassador, and I work with UN related organizations, but also civil society and corporates in between. And at the point in time that we're at right now, there's a lot of energy around climate change. And I think with data and mapping, one example of an initiative that I'm in touch with about combining the information, I wrote something small in the chat that NASA has given them now approval to connect to satellites that are actually able to pick up on natural resources and calculate how much we have. And then on a like 27-hour update, I think every 27 hours it's updated. We could actually see what we have, what we don't have, et cetera. And the reason why I think we said music is also because it transcends a lot of the human condition and the psyche and psychology that, you know, fake news and things like that, that can really take us in directions that just pull us away from where we need to go. I'll pause for a second. I don't know if I'm still on the right trajectory with this.
Thank you so much. I mean, that was a beautiful share. We're actually just at about time for this session. So the next session is going to start in 2 minutes. So maybe just to wrap up, and you can share, like, just maybe if you want to additionally share contact, or also later in the session, there'll be more chances for kind of a networking or for people to share.
Yeah, no, sure.
Yeah,
we just didn't
great.
show any mapping things, but go for it. I'll put my contact info in there, and I'm still here listening, and lots more to say about that.
Yeah, and there might be a window in one of the other sessions in a little bit. We're just gonna kind of complete this one. Carolina, I don't know if you have any closing thoughts to share. I'll just say that, oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to, well, thank you everyone for participating in the session and adding your thoughts, your feedback. It always leaves us with food for thought to take this forward, new ideas. And I'm going to drop, for anyone that might have joined later, drop again the link to the spreadsheet that we've shown in the chat. So if you still want to pop in your details or maybe take a look through the field and give some feedback, leave a note about something, oh, I really think this is something that would be relevant for sibling bioregions, feel free at any time. Yes, and yeah, thank you again so much, and to Keala and Vincent also for organizing the Mapathon22. Thanks everyone. Back to you, Keala.
All right, thanks, Carolina. And Carolina was also a key supporter in our last round of the Mapathon, and this year it's great to have you back as a presenter in this session. So thank you so much. And I'm going to pass it over to Vincent to take us into the next session. Thank you all so much.
Great. So I'd like to introduce the next speaker, who was also on the panel. Ali Sylvester Bradley is going to be speaking about murmurations.network, a protocol for sharing data across platforms in a way that is ontology agnostic. I think it's a really exciting potential for like going beyond the platform level of like platform to platform interoperability, and like an example of a really good pattern and use case for how we like put the onus of hosting data like outside of the platform purview, but making it available for different platforms to pull that data when they need it. And this definitely connects to like the whole theme about like kind of decentralized identifiers, but potentially for like organizational websites versus a personal profile. So with that, I'll give it over to Ali, and then at the next presentation is going to be Narayan Wong in about 20 minutes. So stay tuned for that.
Cool, thanks, Vincent. Yeah, and thanks everyone. This is really fascinating, and I'm really pleased that you put this on, because this is a key topic of interest for me. And I think, yeah, share the vision with everybody else that we can use mapping to try and stimulate a new economy, a better economy, a better world. And that's what we're working on here at the Open Co-op, which is where I'm from. And Murmurations is kind of one of our projects. We do various things, organize events, and try and do all things that are good and open and cooperative. So to explain Murmurations, Vincent gave it a good introduction. We've heard lots here about all the different sites that are trying to build maps and they're trying to share data, but interoperability is this big problem. How do you get data that doesn't quite fit to match with other data in order that everybody can benefit from a large meta data store rather than us all having to rely on Google? So the way we've approached that problem is to try and make our solution, this protocol, which anybody can use and is open source. We don't really have a platform. We're trying to be the kind of weaving composable data layer between all the different networks. And the way we've approached that is to try and make Murmurations ontology agnostic. So meaning that it doesn't require that you have a certain set of fields, which everybody already has, in order to make your data interoperable, shareable, and usable by other platforms and other places. So I'm going to kind of walk through a little introduction and try and show you a few different tabs. It's only going to take like 5-7 minutes, something like that, but it might get a little bit geeky. So bear with me if you're not completely technical. And yeah, we'll just try and show you an example. How it works is in our docs here. The basic concept is that every website or every entity, and I should just reiterate here what Vincent said. So we're talking here about kind of organizational data. So it might be a profile for a company, an organization, a project, or something like that you're sharing, not necessarily personal data, because we haven't solved those types of problems yet, and we're not trying to. So the only data which is shared on Murmurations is open public data. So you've got these three websites here, which are all different websites and all want to be maps. They want to be on loads of different maps. So instead of them all going to create a profile on each one of the different maps that they want to be on, they create a Murmurations profile file, which, as we see in this example, this hostel here, their hostel file is just called hostel. Their own file, all of the standard information. And then for everyone to upload it is their own website, so that data belongs to them. Primary as the thing that it's described, and the profiles are registered with an index. So the index doesn't actually store where and when it was last updated, so that then aggregate from pull the index, query the index, specific.
We're getting.
Yep.
And I was wondering if you could try shutting your video off so the bandwidth might come through a little better.
Sorry, I lost you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you now. Yeah, maybe try resharing with the video off. You could do the screen share, but maybe just try turning your camera video off. So it.
Okay.
Thanks, Ollie.
No problem. Yeah, flaky internet in London tonight. This is not good. So I don't know how much you heard. Did you hear up to the idea of profiles?
You were cutting out for like a minute there, so maybe back up just a bit.
You could start where you were talking about the.
So I'll take it from the top.
Great.
So basically, the memorations, the concept. Yeah. The concept is that you have profiles which belong to an organization or a project, which are JSON files, and these contain kind of standard profile information like you might expect, name, URL, tagline, and even tags as well. And then these profiles are registered with an index. So the index doesn't actually store the files. All it does is store a reference to where that file is and the date that that last updated. So then if you're a content aggregator and you want to build a directory or a map, you can come and query the index, find the information that you need from the source, i.e. the people who actually own that profile, and then use it to draw down a local copy, cache it, and present it on your beautiful map. Still hearing me okay?
Yes.
Cool. So I just wanted to get into the weeds here. So this idea of compatible fields is built around a field library. So here we see, let's just take an example. These are all the fields that currently exist in the Memorations field library, and anybody can add one in here. So this is a field for an email address, right? And it's just written in standard JSON, and it describes an email field, just like you might expect. And then these fields, if we go up a level, are assembled into Memorations schemas. So if we just take an example, we'll look here at, say, the organization schema. And you'll see that this simply references all of the existing fields that we want in there. So one of them not being email, because we don't have an email address in the organization schema, but just all the obvious fields that you might expect. So then the question becomes, how do we use these schemas to enable people to we use a profile generator? This is just like generating some kind of SEO script for your website. Again, we can come in here. So if we pick the organization schema again, and we select it, this will generate, which people can use to create a profile. So I call it the Ollie test profile, give it some URL, etc. I think it needs one in here too. I'll just do this. And then, so there's all the other information. It wants some long and lat, so let's just call that 3 and 4 for now. And then we generate our profile file. So here you see it's generated some JSON for us in Memorations compatible format, which subscribes to the organization schema. Now I could go back and I could add in other schemas that I want to match this profile to as well in order to appear on different maps and have an extra fields, which describes the kind of overlap that you see between different networks. So for example, if we take the Cart von Morgan schema, we get a kind of different set of fields here. And if I select them both together, then it combines as much as possible. So what does that look like then? What happens next? So here is a Memorations profile, which I've saved for the Open Co-op at /open.json. And then I've registered this file with the Memorations index. So that then if we look at the index, this is basically an index explorer, which allows you to look at all of the things that are in the index. Obviously, it's not very user-friendly. It's not meant to be. It's just an example of how you can interrogate the data in the index. So we see here, these are all different organizations, 25,000 of them that have registered profiles with the Memorations index. So if I'm an aggregator, I can use the API, which works just like any standard JSON API, ping the index, you can validate the node, what the nodes are, find which schemas they subscribe to, or even do things like search on tags. So for example, if I just search on co-op in here, then obviously we're going to get a different subset of data, just the things that have been tagged co-op. But equally, instead of if I don't want to do just things that are co-op, I can switch and get all the complementary currency nodes, if there are any. So this is a good example of where a certain network has used Memorations to map all of the complementary currency projects in their country. And that gives us a map which looks like this, which is filterable by all the specific fields that they included in their schema. And equally, the data from this map, Cart von Morgan, is also shared into the index. So if you just want to find things that match to the Cart von Morgan schema, you can come in and search for that. And you'll see now we get 25,000 nodes. So in that way, what we've tried to do is build a system which makes it simple for people to share profiles about their own organization in a way that makes their data interoperable with many multiple different maps and networks. And equally, we've tried to make it easy for networks that want to do mapping to design their own schema and share the fields with other organizations. Don't go and create a brand new field specification. Come and just create one in a Memoration, or use the one that's already there. Or if the one that you need isn't there, you just make a new field, add it to the library, and then anybody else can use it too. And in that way, where the data overlaps, at least we have some commonalities. So I'll stop there. And yeah, if there's any questions, I'll be happy to try and answer. Did it make sense, I guess?
It did make sense. I have a question. So I've been looking for something very much like this, and I like it a lot. I have an additional desire to, for example, take the resulting aggregated data and use it, for example, to populate a map on ArcGIS. Do you have a utility for connectors of some sort?
What sort of connector? Because it really doesn't matter what sort of data you're talking about sharing. If you wanted to do GIS data, I guess you could just build a schema which incorporates GIS spec fields and then add them to the library and share your data. Make sense?
The fact that you're hosting the API raises the possibility that I could somehow connect it directly to a cloud-hosted system rather than having to extract it, process it, and then ping ArcGIS. It's the connectivity piece that I'm now worried about, since you've now solved the formatting piece. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure I'm perfectly placed to answer the connectivity question, but I think there's ways.
I'll follow up. Thank you.
Cheers, John. Any more questions?
I saw you had a WordPress plugin for doing this stuff, but is that for acting as an aggregator? Is there just like a WordPress plugin I could install and it would just help me create my schema, or what?
So, perfect question. Yeah, so we have two WordPress plugins. At the moment, the first one is being updated to work with the second version of the API, which we just released, which is fully JSON API compliant. But so there's a node plugin and there's an aggregator plugin. And what I just flicked past and showed you, was the aggregator plugin, which basically anybody who knows how to use WordPress can install, just stick it on like a normal plugin. And then you can use that to build maps and directories by telling it which schema you want to collect the information from, and then just hit go, and it talks to the index, queries the index, finds out where that data is located, pulls it down, stores each individual node as a node on your WordPress, and then presents them all on a map. And then if you want to come back and just check, you need to update any nodes, you can just click refresh in the back end, and it will only go and collect the nodes which have been changed. So you're not getting all the data all the time, because it can just look in the index for the timestamp of when the profile was last updated and say, give me only the new things that have got an updated timestamp. And in that way, you're keeping your map more up to date, and it gets easier to make a map, right? Everyone wants to build a map. But on the other side, we have a node plugin, which is the thing that's being updated, so that if you're just an organization like the Open Co-op that runs a WordPress site, you can just install the node plugin and then go generate profile, and it will pull in the information that you need, like it will grab your logo and your URL and your tag, things like that, and then submit it to the index for you and host it just like we saw at your site /your-profile.json. And there's a few other smart things about the way this works. Go on.
Yeah, no, I like the way that it's kind of self-limiting as well. Like at the point they stop paying the server bill, they disappear off the map. It's just like, it's a real recurring problem for me of how do you know when a project's finished?
Exactly.
Yeah.
If something dies, then you will know, because as the index goes to try and look for that file, it will just go file not found, and then it will store that in the index that will know that that one's gone and dead. You're right. There's also another smart thing, like say Vincent registers the Open Co-op, which is my organization, on his platform, and then shares all the information about all the organizations that are hosted on his platform. He would presumably end up doing that, like all of the files like catalyst.network/members/the-open-co-op.json, right? And so he could put up a load of information and share it, but then I might get upset, or I might think that Vincent's information is wrong. Like I might see that on his map and be like, oh, he hasn't got my current tagline, Now there's two profiles out there about my organization, but because I can host my profile for my organization at my URL, aggregators can work out that that data has greater data integrity, greater authority than the one that Vincent's hosting, thereby pushing that further down the rankings and superseding it with the real data that's hosted at my site. Make sense? Cool. Well, that's I've used 15 minutes on that. I hope it was useful. And if anybody wants to check it out, then visit the site, come and join us in the Telegram, and we'll gladly kind of help you and guide you through if you're interested in sharing data in an interoperable way. Thanks, Vincent.
Thanks so much, Ollie. We have about 2 minutes if anyone had a last question for Ollie.
everyone's mapped out.
As more schema are added to a particular database and you're an organization, how do you know that you have, if you want to participate in that particular, that you would have to update this schema? Like, are you, is there some sort of indication to say these are new fields or these are new things that are being added?
Exactly. It's a really good question. It's not one we've got the perfect answer to yet, but yeah, if people were involved in memorations, like we would hope to have some way of notifying them of when that happens. Obviously, if they install the WordPress plugin, and since 40% of the internet is WordPress, right? Like that's where we're going first, because we kind of want to make this thing as common as like Yoast, right? Everybody has the Yoast plugin on their WordPress site to improve their SEO. And that's generating schema.org data. If they all have the memorations plugin, then we could simply ping them, like every time you do a minor update plugin, you get that little thing flashes up in the back end of WordPress, which says, hey, update. You know, similarly, you could have, there's new fields available, there's new schemas. Do you want to be on this map, this map, this map? When people are doing, distance data sharing and they're non-contactable, I'm not quite sure how that becomes possible unless the mappers are kind of contacting them saying, hey, please subscribe to this schema, like fill in the extra fields for this schema. But don't know, there might be other ways.
Really exciting. Thanks again, Ollie. So now I'm going to pass it over to Narayan Wong to answer a very important question, which is, how might we understand the role of mapping within the broader context of systems change? So that's something that's come up in the chat quite a few times throughout the event today and in our panel, like what is the big picture purpose of why we're here and what can mapping help us do? So Narayan, really excited for you to lead us through the next hour or so of starting to dive into that question. Take it away.
And did you want to reset the recording as well, or I don't know if you already did that?
We're going to parse up the recording separately, so you can go right ahead. Thanks again.
Okay, perfect. Just as a transition, I'm wondering how many people are still with us. So if you're still with us, I'd love it if you can post into the chat what time you joined us at and how you're feeling right now. I got to kind of read the room before we get into this, because this is going to be participatory. See, John joined at 8, like me. Ben Roberts feeling fine, in and out. I realized as I was writing down Mapathon that there's just one small tick and you can make it say marathon. So that's kind of what it's starting to feel like, and I'm enjoying that. Nice. So I'm going to share screen. We're going to spend the next hour hanging out with each other in small groups that get larger and larger. And we're going to talk about the role of systems change, or the role of mapping in systems change. And we're going to start with the question of what's actually going on at this Mapathon. So we're going to make it nice and concrete. So I've got a couple goals for this session. Number one is to play and make maps. I know this is, at least for those who've joined at 8 a.m. Eastern like I did, it's almost dinner time, and I think we have a break after this. So I think this is a good time to play. And I don't think we've actually made some maps yet, so we're going to make maps in Miro. We want to get a fuller picture of what's happening at this Mapathon. So for the people who've just joined us, maybe you'll be lucky enough to be paired with someone who's been here since the beginning. And maybe if you've been coming and going, hopefully you'll get paired up with someone who can reveal some of the gaps. I also have a sense that there's things that haven't been voiced. Maybe you've been lurking and there's a whole other conversation that we haven't yet had space for. I would love to create space for that to come into the conversation. And so we'll be making some, well, yeah. And then we'll have a discussion after we do those two things and see if something new becomes possible once we notice how things might be connected, because we won't be doing this by ourselves, but we'll be doing this in pairs and trios. So the instructions, I don't want to take up too much time before I get us into some breakout rooms to play with this. I'm hoping we can start off and we'll spend 15 minutes in the first breakout room, which is going to be in pairs. I'm going to give you a link to this Miro board. For you to make a map describing what you sense is happening at this mapathon. And I'm intentionally being vague because there's two of you. And so I want you two to struggle to figure out how to put that into a map that works for both of you. I'd love for you to be as crazy and creative as you'd like. This isn't the first time I'm running a session like this. I have had people draw images, just go sketching, lots of metaphors. I've had people draw stock and flow diagrams, network maps, whatever it is you want to do to describe what you sense is happening, just make that your map. And since we're using Miro, I've got my fingers crossed that in this community, at least one person in each group will be able to figure out how to use Miro. If you don't know how, that's okay. If both of you don't know how, just leave the room and you can join me in the main room and I'll give you a bit of a demo. And my final tip for you is to try an improvisational yes and attitude. You'll probably get more mapped, more on the page, if you will, from there. And I'll pull you back in and we'll do a quick debrief when it's time. So I'm using my scroll wheel to zoom in and out. You can see I've made a whole bunch of these pair sandboxes. So once you're in your pair, you can pick a number like pair sandbox number 12, and you can map away. There's a whole bunch of tools on the left, so you can drop in different shapes if you want. There's also emojis if you want stickers. That's always fun for me as well.
And how are we pairing up?
I'm going to look at Vince to pair us up by whatever method he would like, and to put a timer on that for 15 minutes.
All right, let's do it. Actually, Kayala, you've been handling breakout rooms. Are you here to help with that too? I think maybe 2 to 3 people to a room is, yeah. Or do you think just 2?
I'm thinking just 2, but if you suspect people haven't been around, maybe you can try a trio. But if you end up in a room by yourself, just come back to the main room and we'll do a session here as well.
Okay.
You said 8 minutes before. You want 15 though?
I'm not very clear. It's 15 minutes total, 8 minutes to just to build out that first map, and then I just said another 7 minutes to add in anything else onto that map. So what else is going on in the broader ecosystem around this conference? What are the things that you haven't brought in here?
Okay.
So expand from there.
Thank
you. Great.
Yeah, thanks.
And while I set those up, could you post the link?
I'm already setting them up, so don't worry about that. But
oh yeah, got to get the Miro link in there.
Yeah.
That would be the most unfortunate thing to leave behind.
If anyone has someone they want to be paired with, you could also put that in the chat.
Make it extra complicated.
No, anyone caught your eye?
Someone you don't want to be paired with, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We'll go with random association here. Yeah, if that's all right.
That works.
And I'm going with 13 plus 2 on the minutes. So, when you see the timer, you still have 2 minutes left. So, the link is already in the chat, right? And then folks can come
everyone
back
needs access. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I got this. Everyone needs access to the Miro sharing settings. You can tell I didn't do a dry run of this. All right, should be good. Try again if you can.
Well, I don't think we see the link yet in chat. Is it somewhere else?
Should be in the chat. Try it again. All right, is anybody in? Let me see. I should see some faces popping in.
I got no access again. Try one more time.
Yes, I see people joining. This should be working.
Yeah,
it's loading.
It's working.
I'm just waiting to load the launch the room, so just to make sure that we have like critical mass, because as you pointed out, if at least one person can write on it, then you should be able to go. But Okay, looks like it's going. So I'm gonna open the rooms now. Narayan, you can just jump back to the main room and I'll jump into the room that you're assigned to. So, okay.
Cool.
I got kicked off, so I think I missed the breakout rooms.
Would you like me to assign you to one?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Everybody. So we now have 4 meta maps, maps of maps, combining different features and different elements. I'd love to spend let's just give you a 2 minutes to go through in the Miro to take a look at the other maps and to voice any questions that you have into this space. Just as you're looking at the maps, just feel free to unmute yourself, voice any small thought. Doesn't even have to be a complete thought. And we don't need to answer these questions. Just what are we curious about when we look at all of these different maps?
One thing that we really looked at is how we can make this useful for what we're doing here in this mapping group and create a map that really serves us here now.
I'm curious about what Sandbox 3 represents to the people who drew that.
I'm seeing a lot of synchronicity between everyone. That we're speaking a lot of the same language, either by coincidence or not.
I am drawn to the sticky note that says what we learn along the way about the people, projects, and relationships is most important.
I'm excited to see the one to the right of that as the term map most useful, which is something I've been saying but haven't heard anybody else say until just now.
I was carrying that forward from our group, Ben.
Oh, you Rains?
Because it echoed for me about the idea of what it evokes in terms of static, a finished product that's produced like a magazine as opposed to an evolving, active website.
Is there a term that's more active, like navigating, or like the equivalent of sense making, but for the process of understanding the world in a way that others can see too?
Wayfinding, says
Thank you,
Turquoise.
Turquoise.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I'm just noticing how looking at the different maps makes me actually feel different things in my body. Like Sandbox 3 is just so much excitement.
And mystery.
I've sensed that that's what people feel sometimes when they look at my map. They're like, what the heck is this? But it's colorful. So I think I like it. I would love to have just have each person now, just to sort of close this up, offer one checkout. And it may be something, I'm going to leave this super open. You can really say whatever you want into the middle. I won't judge. But 2 thoughts that you might consider. One is, what are you seeing now that you didn't see before? And the other question that you might consider is, what's possible now that wasn't possible before? And so you can, whoever's ready can share just one thought, so like less than a minute, and then you can tag in the next person.
I don't know if it originated here, but I find the trio purpose, process, and product to be very helpful. I wish we were farther to the right than we now are, but we got to start somewhere, and I appreciate where we are.
And who would you like to tag next?
You're on mute.
I'll tag Ben Roberts.
I'll share something that was occurring to me when I took a break between sessions. I'm not sure that it came out of this one, but it made its way there in the unstated assumptions, or maybe what prompted that category even. That it seems like what we're focused on to a large degree, or what I see people focusing on is how do we get more weak ties to happen? How do we link up all these databases so that we can make more connections and see the big patterns? And yet we also really want the strong ties where we can get together in groups to actually do shit, where the collaboration happens. And I'm just curious if we're at, where the next level of strategic thinking is around that, because my sense is we're awash in weak ties, and they're great and they're beautiful. It's how we transition from those to the strong ties in this networky context, that and be funded to do the work. That's where the rubber hits the road. I'll pitch it to Wendy.
I would say trying to hold both the idea that we're almost there and that we have a lot of work to do at the same time. And I think both are true. And I will pass to Elizabeth.
Yeah, I was super excited to learn about causal loop mapping from Ian, and how I see it really being able to allow us to track the changes that we're affecting and impacting over time. And I'm going to pass it to Brandon.
It rains, and thank you. I'm feeling like we've got so many people to the point where they can think like a blogger and communicating in pieces and breaking things down. How do we get more people to think like a mapper and have enough confidence in the bigger picture that they can get beyond having to focus on their own particular project or organization, to zoom out enough for the Zoom? Who hasn't gone yet? Who's still alive? Elizabeth? Jonathan? Go ahead, Elizabeth.
My sense is that even people with strong ties struggle to communicate and to agree. And I think that goes to how we're trained to interact. And Wendy McLean introduced me to Infinity, and they have rather an unusual training that prepares people to interact in ways that are extraordinarily efficient and productive. So I'd like to say there is a solution, and more people that use it and know about it, the better. I'll pass it to Turquoise. I'll pass it to Brian Dallin. Do you want to go?
I just got back. My last one was Ben Roberts, and I'm just being a fly on the wall.
Brad
I'll
DeGraff.
jump in, Jonathan, just for the heck of it, since I just put something in the chat anyway too. I was kind of inspired around that weak ties, strong ties inquiry, also around the repairing of ties. And one of the ways that I hold the aspect of, like in the nature of all things being related, are we related to all things? And actually one of the images in Grace's presentation where she showed like the connectivity is so much that it doesn't mean anything, you can't see anything, or it's maybe more like the epiphany state of it's all connected. But I definitely receive that importance of strengthening ties, but maybe repair is part of it. That's my drop.
Can I riff on that, Kiala? Having people husband or encourage relationships to form, it would greatly benefit that weak, strong transition. And 0 to weak.
And I'll pass things over to Ian.
So this is my first Mapathon. I found out about it yesterday. Didn't know it existed. And I guess the most important lesson for me, because my mapping experience, my methodology, it's a very narrow, specialized, it's collaborative within my own little sector, but I don't really sort of go to these types of things in the past. So for me, it's it does build a little bit of a sense of community, which is nice. I'll try and come back. And 2, it's exposed me to different types of map or different uses and different things that I have to think about in mapping that I did not have to think about before because I was so narrowly focused. So now I'm going to sort of investigate other types of mapping. And so thank you all for sort of putting this event on.
I can keep passing. Let's go. Brandon, I don't think you've gone yet.
Oh yeah, well, I think my the insight that I have is looking at what's actually happening. What are the needs? Like, what are the values, the core values, and how these converge, and there's almost like, okay, so people talk so many different languages, but there's like a core meaning. There's a way to translate from one to another. That's why we have these, one language to another dictionaries, and the same goes for technology protocols, apps, platforms. And I mean, down the line, we could almost like hook a lot of this stuff into some of the efforts that are underway to compare meta theories, because a lot of these protocols could eventually end up being connected to that, kind of the core like language of thought. I don't know if any of that makes any sense, but that's my brain dump there. And then I'm supposed to pick another person who maybe hasn't gone yet. Reigns, have you gone yet?
Yep, they have. This becomes a memory game.
Oh yeah, I had to step away because I got a call from a job recruiter. That's kind of important.
I'll help you out.
So I didn't get everything.
Let's pass to Sol.
I was just about to help out here. I think it's that point. I actually put a little point in the chat where I said, how about we don't wait for the world to get into an even worse state than it already is every day, becoming like just more and more unbearable, I think, on a global level, at least more than in the last, I don't know. Anyway, especially since after the pandemic, or since the pandemic. And just, if it's not disaster relief, let's call it catastrophe prevention. And like maybe instead of becoming thicker skinned and jaded, just, I don't know, use this as almost a catalyst to keep up the momentum and do something about this. Like just come together. You guys have brought all these mappers together. It's beautiful to see the mirror come like to life in front of at least what I'm recognizing in the patterns that I'm seeing, from the first breakout rooms you did, Marianne, to the second one. And you said you've done this process before, so you have something in mind that you're facilitating here. In any case, I personally can already see the patterns of the collective intelligence surfacing. And I think if we do, we have a really good chance of getting the things that are like the long-term vision that I think a lot of these mappers I've heard today are talking and thinking about and working on for a very long time. That's me. That's my brain dump.
Thanks. And we've only got 2 minutes left, so I'm going to ask the remainder of people to go fairly quickly. I'll check in on Brad. Do you have a thought to voice? And I'll check in on Darren.
Yeah, just quickly, that's like one thing that's coming to mind is how can we allow like all these different like use cases and platforms and applications to like really focus on their niche, but then still like integrating them through like protocols of interoperability.
And I'm going to say this name wrong, Joao. Maybe not.
It's Joao, and I think he may
Joao.
not be here because he didn't show up in the breakout yet.
I see Lauren is ironing. Do you want to go, Lauren? Laughs. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hi to everyone I haven't seen for a long time. It's nice to see all the familiar faces. It's great to be here.
Hey, Lauren, I miss you. It's turquoise.
And then we'll go Vincent, and then Turquoise can close us off. Vincent, what's up?
Yeah, I think for me, what's possible now that wasn't before is, I think, making some solid proposals that are tied to this project, this amount of funding that we might need to do it. And I think we have the people here to do the work, and who have the excitement and already the weak ties to come together. And I think what it comes to is like just making what that proposal is of like what do we imagine that we want to get to as like a clear next step, whether that be like an integration between two platforms that are already doing great work or a new project. And I think just like putting those things into motion, I think seems like it's more clear now. And exactly, yeah, Ben, like a proposal to fund the whole ecosystem of projects. Like I think, even like using the recordings of this event to like create that proposal, right? We have I think a lot of talent and a lot of the like solutions laid out in our minds. So yeah, and then just sensing and seeing that a lot of people have been doing this work for a very long time. And I feel like there's an urgency to take the pieces that people have been holding for a while and actually start to like throw them against the wall. I think we need more like laboratory like settings to be testing things more quickly. I'm sure Lauren is happy to hear that. And so I think today was really great for like kind of getting everyone to the same page and up to date. But I think if we were to do a Mapathon 2023, I think we'd start with definitely some more like interactive sessions and trying out each other's tools. I think that'll take us a long way.
I just wanted to check. John Shull, did you go yet?
I did.
Okay, you did. Okay, perfect. Then Turquoise, do you wanna be the final share?
Sure. Brad, did you want to jump in here? Just want to make sure Brad didn't have anything to say. For me, and I also, Kiala, and appreciate Narayan, your facilitation and organization, and Vincent, thank you so much. It's been really great to hop in and out of here today in between meetings. For me, this has been kind of return to and an update of progress of where everything is at its current state. I know Vincent and I have been going back at least a couple years now from early Clubhouse days, pre-Trove launch. And so it's really exciting to see where seeing all these mapping projects, and this is my second Mapathon. And so how I can move this upcoming year to integrate and speak more about this community, this growing community, particularly mappers and meta mappers and the tools and the challenges around generative commons and sharing and trust and all of those sorts of things, and interoperability in specific. And so, yeah, I'm feeling full with potential and just like the possibility around organizational ecosystem cultivation, what it is, how to do it, field creation. Ben, I feel like you've been doing this for years too. I mean, I'm familiar with your work, but how to do it successfully and sustainably over time, so that it's in service to the larger whole, and kind of integrating some of those approaches. And so hopefully I'll have something to share that's reflective of what I've learned here. So thank you everybody for sharing with me. Really appreciate that. And feel free to reach out.
Oh, and I just want to thank everyone as well for playing with me and making some maps, getting a little dirty in Miro. Yeah, if I can just encourage us to do one thing, it's to enjoy the process of mapping, to enjoy the process of being together, of making sense of connection, and to invite other people into this beautiful process. So thank you all.
Thank you, Narian. That was fun.
Yeah, that was great. Neri, now I totally understand. You said you work with a network of facilitators. So this checks out. Incredible job facilitating.
Did we lose Kayala? We were strategizing about what to do in this next slot, because I think
yeah, so
schedule got there.
We got a little bit of a shuffle and an opportunity. Part of what we talked about, and speaking to the pattern of emergence anyway, was that having an opportunity for open space around what collaborations we want to get into, what tools are we really excited to work on. So the idea would be that we could take several minutes for a kind of marketplace. People could drop ideas in the chat initially, and then we can do a little bit like a brief share on what that is to give it some context. And then we'll create breakout rooms for all those topics and let everybody go for it in the spaces and just do a pretty pure open space for that. And I think that that feels like the place where some good energy could happen. I've seen plenty of successful open space in Zoom context. I actually think the Miro is another nice tool for open space too, for collaborating and having it be visible. So Narayan, I don't know if it's okay, but maybe we could just create some frames in there for that in the same board.
Everyone can use it. It's for this thing. Save the link.
Yeah, so that's great. So we can use the same board. And I think that one of our successes this year was using the same Zoom. Just to acknowledge, like having the same Zoom room like this has been really kind of fluid, and I like that. So taking maybe even a silent minute to reflect on an open space topic, something that you might be excited to host or get deeper into, and then we'll start by putting them in the chat, and then we can have people share what they're excited to get into. So one thing to note, and thanks for the reminder in the chat about this, but since we had a remix where Christine and Jim were not able to attend now, so what we are actually doing now is an open space session where people are just in this current moment being invited to add open space topics to the chat. We just came out of a really nice sense-making session that I feel like kind of primes us, or at least feels like it could prime us to present some topics. Yeah, and we'll see what we have time-wise, but I believe we had full hour for this time block. So yeah, so we basically definitely get a chance to do yeah, and maybe even I also am getting some private chats as well. So maybe Vincent, if you would like to do that share, I think doing that 10-minute share beforehand, as a warm up to, because I think some folks are here for different amounts of the day. Many of us have been here all day, but I definitely encourage folks to still put open space topics in the chat in the meantime, or muse on those. But Vincent is going to do a bit of a share right now just to orient folks to all the information that we've been pulling in and where it will be available. So I'll pass it to you for that.
Thanks, Cal. Yeah, so I'd like to share for maybe about 10 minutes just how to interface with some of the information that has come out of today, since in the spirit of mapping and not information overwhelm. Yeah, like how to engage with all the incredible stuff that already is here. So let me screen share real quick. Okay. So First off, we have a community on Catalyst called Ecosystem Mapping, which I'm going to post a link in the chat for you guys if anyone would like to join. We have a directory of some mapping resources, the different calls that came out of the Mapathon and some other mapping related events from last year. So there's actually some really cool events that happened at Mapathon 2021, in case anyone wants to check those out. And then we do also have a member directory for which has quite a few of the people who are here today. But if you're new, you might not be in this directory yet, and you're welcome to join the group. And this also will give you the ability to connect or email people directly in case you don't have people's contact information. So once you join the group, then you'll be able to send an email to anyone who was here. There's also some of the different projects that are in the space, and then the events, which the Mapathon is live here. And after the event is over, you'll be able to click on the resources and see an overview of the different content that has come out of this event. So right now there's some links, there's a few comments, but we'll be going through and uploading the call chat and the videos here, so you'll be able to see all of that. I can give you just a brief example of what to expect for in the next few days after the call is over. So let's see. So this is an event that happened a few weeks ago that we mentioned, and Elliot presented on the panel, the Transformative Impact Summit. So you'll be emailed a link to the event page, and if you click on review recordings, you'll get to see all the videos that we will upload to YouTube. And then we'll also have in the messages tab all of the different messages in the chat here. So if you're logged in, you'll be able to, if you would like to find any like chat messages that you're like, oh, I need to like save this person's contact, or this was like a really interesting point someone made. So you can hit the little star button to favorite a message, and then you can come back to this at any time the next few months, and you can filter by all the messages you favorited. So John, hi, I have your email here to reach out to you. And then you can also filter. So if there was something really brilliant that Ben said, you can, or whoever it was, you can filter and see all the messages that person sent, or you can do a search. So I don't know, let's see if anyone talked about mapping in the Impact Summit. Yeah, there was a few different threads about that. So I would really implore, everyone to definitely spend the time to reach out to the people, the weak ties that have been made today, and turn those into strong ties. And hopefully the same can be said for not only the connections to people, but the connections to the different content and the different links and websites that we've been sharing. So another really cool thing on the event page, we'll have a directory of all the links that have been posted in the Zoom chat. So these are all the links that were shared in the Transformative Impact Summit. And if you hover over, you'll be able to see the message of like the context that link was described. And going over back to the Mapathon event page, so yeah, I definitely, after I finish sharing, I would love to know if also there is anyone who wants certain export access to certain things, like, hey, I want a directory of all the links related to this, or I'd really love to be able to create a Kumu visualization of the attendees. So we have a lot of data that's already mapped and in a format that we can push out to what anyone would like to use, depending on the privacy of that data. But we do have a check-in map for anyone who hasn't seen it already, which has geographically where everyone here today is from. And the question that we asked was, what interests you most about mapping, and what are you mapping currently? So I think this is another really great refresher to look at in case you wanted to revisit and replay the event and explore kind of who was here and how to connect with them. And yeah, lastly, the different talk. So we'll have all the different like sessions. And then if you had a talk and you want to submit some presentation materials that are related to your talk, that will be all linked here on the event page. So the links will be right here under related information. We have a few projects like the CTA and Green Map that are already linked here. So you can also add or link your project. And then I think the main thing is just like looking towards the next steps. So right now there's some related events to past things that have happened, but we also want to encourage like how to keep the energy and momentum of this group going. So if anyone has future events that they'd like us to kind of highlight or cross post on the event page, or if you join the community, then we'll be posting updates for future events as they're happening. Yeah, thanks everyone. And yeah, I mean, if we could spend a few minutes, I'd love to answer any questions anyone has about what I shared, and particularly if there were any questions about data or the Catalyst UI, privacy, anything like that that relates to the Mapathon. I think it would be great to talk about that for a few minutes before we go into the open space.
I missed the very beginning where you showed I believe the first link in order to get to the box where you could see all the videos that were done. That will be sent to us, or that's on the homepage?
So I just shared the link in the chat to join the group, and that process, what it looks like is if you're logged in, it'll say, oh, you're already a member. If you're not, then if you're not logged in, then you can put the email you used to sign up today. And it'll say either, great, you already have an account, just put your password. And then when you hit login, you'll get invited to the group. And if you don't have an account, you can put an email and use this link to sign up. So whatever stage of that process you're at, it's the same link. And then once you're in the group, so this is the ecosystem mapping group. There are different tabs here. And the tab that I was sharing is called calls. And so this tab has the different calls that have come out of last year's event. And this is also where you'll be able to see the videos once we upload them for this year's event.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian.
Hey, so Vincent, if I just want to see the videos from this year's event, could I go just to the event page for this event, which is where everything started for me today, and will all the videos be there?
Yes. So all the videos and the chat from today will be on the event page. And then if you join the group, you'll be able to see the other content and the member directory and all of that stuff as well.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right, so we have, thanks for that, Vincent. And yeah, I totally agree with Narayan's comment there. Cool tech, for sure. It's a great way to have all this information at our reach and how we can add to it. Super exciting. So we have, what I was gathering anyway, I had about, and you can correct me here, but so far I have some topics, funding and ecosystem of projects, Collaborathon, collaborating on regen ag and bioregion info and maps, which we are going to talk about a little bit more again in the regen ecosystem mapping session in 90 minutes or so, or after, after this session. There was a weak ties, strong ties convo, but I'm not sure if there's anyone to host that right now, or if that's a priority. And then because there was the funding and ecosystem of projects, I think, Ben, you might have put more than one topic in. And Brandon,
No, I just put that one, the funding of ecosystems, but the suggestion was maybe that could also involve the weak ties and strong ties. I think that's actually, we could try to weave those together potentially.
Okay, and then it had connection to meta theory was the other one. So one thing that I can do is just open all these rooms, and then everyone can see where people are, and you can decide to go where the energy is or go in the room, even though you'll be the one in there, and just reflect on the thing. Just in the pure way that open space works, you're not obliged to host anything. This might be the loosest version that can be done, but I think we can kind of trust that process. But is there anything that anybody wants me to add before I sort of launch those? I should put at least one extra room as like kind of a the butterfly sanctuary or whatever we might call it. Yeah, any other additions? Okay. Going once. So the rooms will be opening now, and everyone will have, you should have in their low on the bottom menu bar, you should have breakout rooms, and you should be able to join. And if for any reason you aren't able to join the one that you want to, you can ask me and I'll put you there. The other thing that I didn't do, which is customary in the marketplace phase, is to actually have at least a minute for each person to share on what the topic is. Would that be useful for folks? Or do you kind of get a feel for what it is already? Hear more about it, thumbs up.
Kayla, I'm not seeing the options for the breakout rooms. So is that just me?
You might, if you open the little dialog box for the breakout rooms at the bottom menu bar, you might.
Yeah, that's what it didn't pop
I
up.
don't see it either. Are you sure you opened them?
I do not see it either.
I'm seeing
So,
it.
well, hold on one sec. I did open the rooms, but there's a caret next to the unassigned. Like, do you see the list of people in the breakout rooms or not at all? No breakout rooms option?
Correct, no breakout room option.
Right, I'm not seeing it either.
Not there.
Well, I will close that and give it a go
Did
again.
you check the move yourself around option?
Yeah, I did. I made it let's see. I made it allow participants to choose room and return to, yeah, okay, we'll just try it again.
There it is. Join a breakout room.
There it is.
All right, so we're going, I think.
So you can go, or you can talk about why you're going or where you're going.
People are already going.
Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully that wasn't too much Zoom whiplash for you. Yeah, there's a few, one idea here with this time was to get a chance to hear from each of the breakouts, a little report back, some highlights maybe. Can we hear from the funding group first?
Sure. So at the very end, with 60 seconds to go, we suddenly said, we could create a map to try to take this forward. And at least a couple of people said, yeah, let's do that. So that's the plan. The concept is that we might identify one or more, let's call them domains or ecosystems where there are many different projects, among which would include some kind of mapping work, but that would by no means be all of it, that synergize in a way that you could make a collective appeal for funding to many funders and manage that funding systemically within that ecosystem somehow, maybe even a DAO. And we have kind of lots of ingredients for that within our small group and ideas, but that I think resonated in many ways. I don't know, I want to summarize all of that, but if any of that sounds remotely interesting, well, I'll just name two of the ideas. One was that perhaps something around the salmon nation, which has come up during the Mapathon as a domain. How do we serve the salmon nation and serve the salmon might be one thing that could be an attractor and an aligning focus. Another was the idea that we might, among other things, as an ecosystem, find a high profile and well-funded client that we were providing a suite of services to as a way of that whole ecosystem maturing. So yeah, email me if this sounds interesting. And I think the idea of the map would be that it would be a way to do a lot, a much broader collective scan of what's possible and where there's energy, to see if we actually wanted to try to get some money and do this.
I'd like to add one thing that came out, at least from my perspective, that seems important, is that one of our clients is the future generation, the youth, and really engaging youth in this process of what we're doing, and harnessing their genius, because there's a lot of youth leaders that are really looking and needing this. They're needing direction, guidance, processes, frameworks, solutions.
Yeah, and on the flip side, that there may be billionaires. Elizabeth was saying this. It's certainly something I've thought too, although I saw something flash by on my screen earlier today saying the billionaires won't save us. Stop thinking that. But that there may be people with a lot of money. Family offices were represented in our conversation, or a network that has connections to them, that are looking, that don't see where they can put their funding to have systemic and transformational impact right now. That the traditional vehicles, whether it's impact investing or traditional philanthropy, don't feel like they're transformational. And so maybe there's an appetite for this if it's presented properly, that they're waiting for something different to be invited to support.
Thanks for that. I just did drop the link about the Edge Prize in there, which is related to Salmon Nation funding. Sounds like you'll have a good combo. Eve, do you want to? I can share a quick report back that one of the topics was I shared a bit about the Clavathon and the types of tracks that are going to happen there. And at the point of redundancy, I will just put it in the chat again in case people want to just fill out the interest survey, which is a pretty simple process to indicate if you are interested. You could indicate that you found out about it here and any of the reasons why this relates to that. Just want to include the others in that framing. And it is also a couple of funded technology interoperability initiatives will happen there, as well as a pro-social design lab, which is going to be looking at the social interoperability and the social protocols that can support that regenerative pro-social culture, and how the technologies can be designed in a way that actually supports that intentionally, rather than the other way around. And then we also had we had a bit of just general meeting one another and chatting it up, and I got to learn a little bit more about Eve and her background, anthropology, connection to the Batesons, and we had some. I don't know if you want to share anything to add, Eve, also wrapping it up.
Yeah, I got insight for both Kayla and Wendy about this challenge I'm dealing with in a town in Indiana. We're trying to catalyze social action around environmental contaminants, and we had interesting discussion about pro-social and social interoperability and different ways of looking at creating an active community.
I could definitely see pro-social something in the ecosystem we were talking about. And platforms like Hilo too, by the way. They're not here in the room anymore, but they were around today, right?
All right, well, this has been another session and a beautiful long day. And, you know, one of the things that we have coming up in terms of the rest of the schedule, we had on deck the Collaborative Tech Alliance ecosystem map coming up next, and the regen ecosystem mapping after that, and the closing session and next steps. That's kind of what's on deck for the next hour and a half. And at the same time, I think we could do an energy check or a test of where, you know, where we are in time and space right now, especially since maybe many of us have been here most of the day, most of the 12 hours, which is quite a feat in itself. But definitely, you know, interested to carry these other topics through. So, Vincent, I don't know if you want to sort of chime in as a way to tie that together too.
Yeah, I'm not sure if taking a short break would make sense before we head into the last two sessions. Yeah, Cal, what do you think would be a good time maybe for a brief bio break?
Yeah, I'm kind of almost interested in just like the energy of the group, or the fact that I don't know that we will have a whole lot more people that are coming back based on the schedule, except expecting something to happen. So I think we have a little bit of flexibility there. If we took a 15-minute break, or if taking a shorter break is better, and then we just kind of go through our last two sessions. I could go for anywhere up to a half an hour break, honestly, and then to sort of stay with our time that we had scheduled. But I'm also on the West Coast, so you know, I'm kind of, if it makes sense to kind of have a little tune in just to where people are at, those who are actively present. Okay, we got dinner time for Ben. That's it.
Cal, maybe we reconvene at 6:45 Eastern in 15 minutes to do the regen ag session, and then we could end up probably a little bit early. How does that sound?
Sure.
Did you guys already do the CTA thing? Or are you deferring that or winding it up into your closing statements?
Yeah, I could briefly share the CTA map when we get back, and then we'll go into the regen ag mapping session. So yeah, basically one of the key things that we wanted to come out of this event was an open data set of regenerative agriculture resources that multiple organizations can pull from. And so we have like a starting data set that we've curated, and I think we'll spend some time like diving into that and just understanding like working through some of the like main use cases, and seeing how either if there's people in the room that want to help contribute, be able to give feedback on the different ways that the information is currently being displayed, or on if anyone here wants to have access to partial pieces or views of that information. I think that's what the regen ag mapping session will encompass.
It's also talking about regenerative communities, mapping, community weaving stuff in that session.
So yeah, that sounds great. So let's, I'm going to stay in the room, take a brief break, and we'll be back here to get keep going with the CTA and regen maps in 15 minutes.
All right.
Okay, cool.
Thanks, everyone. Sorry, I'm going to miss that. That's certainly
I'll be recording.
of interest as well.
Definitely thrown down. It's been good to have you here.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Thank you all for hosting this and participating.
Thanks so much, Ben. See you soon.
check, check. Are we back?
We're back.
I think the true essence of the way that the conjunction, you know, the mapping marathon, the conjunction, the marathon part, I think a lot of it are really feeling that this time. It's good though. I actually feel like, you know, I've been training for this kind of thing. That's why we're talking about the Collabathon next. It's our next one. If we feel a little tired now, don't worry. We're going to be working our way up to that Collabathon. Next time Mapathon comes around, we'll go even longer.
Exactly. We're going to be zooming past the other runners in the race.
Yeah.
Well, are we doing this marathon blindfolded or do we have a map? That's the question, right?
There
Yeah.
are people at every intersection pointing the right direction.
Yeah. What's the metaphorical baton? Is the baton the map or is it a
Kind of a fun image, the map rolled up in like a, you know, rolled up map, passing it on.
Yeah, instead of map weavers, it's map runners. It's the people running with maps, like trying to get the best finish line.
Okay, I'm flowing with the free association to the mycelium running, which the name for that book from Paul Stamets happened was they were sitting and he was admiring the way that at Commonweal they were putting more cardboard down on the to keep the mycelium having a place to go, and he said, "You've got mycelium running." And then it was like it just clicked. So then that ended up being the name of that book when he did mycelium running.
Oh, that's cool.
So we're kind of mycelium running, mapping running, getting our neurons firing. I think we're back up. And I think this one, Vincent, are you going to do a bit of a share and the drop on the Collaborative Tech Alliance map? I know that we, at different moments, there was going to be more inclusive of like the DWeb map too. I think we're going to not really dive into that this time as much, but to whatever degree you want to tap in on that too.
Yeah, I guess since it's a slightly smaller group, I'm curious if I were to share the Collaborative Tech Alliance map, what would be most interesting for you to learn about the Collaborative Tech Alliance, or take action on, or connect with? And I could pass it to Brandon first, since he said he has something to share. But yeah, are there any particular things that people in the room right now are interested in learning about the Collaborative Tech Alliance? So that way we can I could use that map as a way to kind of story tell and weave through some of the potential questions or curiosities that are in the room right now.
Well, so I dropped a link in the chat there to a doc, which, so I'm not sure what you have, Vincent, but what I'm looking at here, okay, so like use cases to features to integration points. So that way it's like a possible, some of these tools or platforms, they're not full featured, but they could be made to be full featured by integrating. I mean, just for example, talking about integrating between high-low and Catalyst to provide, a value add. And this came about because Jim Rutt was trying to figure out a platform to move off Mighty Networks, which is currently housing, not only like the social networking for Game B, but also project management. It's not doing a very good job. So that's what's the one application, but just to get like a greater map, I could look at that. So
yeah, thanks for that framing, Brandon. So yeah, if anyone's not familiar with Game B, it's a community that actually unlocked a lot of doors to other communities for me when COVID started, around like, if we're in game A currently, what is game B? What is like the new attractor for like a new way of interoperating? And the Collaborative Tech Alliance has emerged as it's collaborative.tech is a network association of platforms that are working towards building social tech for collaboration for thriving worlds. And yeah, so there are principles and there is a pledge that platforms can sign to join. These are some of the current organizations that are a part of the CTA, including Catalyst, which is why I can speak pretty well on behalf of what we've been up to. And Keala is also one of the hosts. And yeah, we started curating an Airtable database of platforms, and that started as like a very simple list of platforms with URLs. For anyone who uses Airtable, I've been building extensions and like tools on top of Airtable for the last few years. So Airtable has this interesting feature where you can add these little plugins. And so there's one that lets you get metadata from websites. So we were able to get from just having like a URL, photos, descriptions, titles of these platforms from just having the URL. And then we added another tool which lets you basically sync this Airtable with a Trove, because not everyone enjoys looking at a spreadsheet. And so I'll show you guys what that resulting data, and I'll kind of maybe walk through the map a little bit, but not too much. And then feel free to put any questions in the chat or things specifically that you'd want to learn about. Let's see. Okay, so here is the Collaborative Tech Alliance ecosystem map. So yeah, we have about 109. So here's the point about where is the boundary of a systems map. So for this systems map, the boundary is platforms that are members of the CTA, plus the additional layer of tools, platforms, and resources that are kind of in the ecosystem of collaborative tech that we're aware of and would like to highlight, even if they aren't an actual member of the community. So that's kind of, so GaiaNet is here. The Center for Humane Technology did a really incredible documentary called The Social Dilemma, which they've been one of the main like front-facing players in the collaborative tech and like humane technology space that like I think have been trying to broadcast this message to a much wider audience than just like people who are focused on the tech, which is exciting. Tapestry, which we shared about previously, that Wendy is here representing. There is a group called the Collective Sense Commons, which puts out a weekly Plex dispatch. So this was one that the Mapathon was included in. So there are some initiatives that are kind of highlighting like what are the high level things that are happening in the sort of ecosystem and the space. There was a group that called Map Weavers that was convening pretty frequently a few months ago, and we were doing mapping work in partnership with the Meta project and trying to create some workflows and tools for like mapping different the different projects and how to kind of like a project management perspective sync up different projects to work together. But yeah, overall there's about 100 different projects that, you know, I think would take a little while to go through, including open impact, murmuration. So a lot of these projects presented today at the Mapathon, which is really awesome. So we're starting to see like things come together and collaborations start. But yeah, more or less where we're at with this map is we have a database of lots of different projects. And I think where we wanted to take it in terms of the next steps was starting to map out more of the connections and the relationships between these projects and the future, like where do we want to see things go? So like, this is something I think SumApp, who wasn't able to present today, like does really well, is like surveys to help people like think about, okay, like who are all the projects here that you would want to actually meet with and like work on something tangible. And I think we could go through a process like that. We could do maybe like a needs and offers workshop within the Alliance and be able to like start to generate the relationships between projects that currently exist, as well as the like intentions like Ben Roberts was sharing in his map of like, you know, Naomi wanted to meet Grace and talk about Web3 in a critical way. So we started doing some very basic stuff. So yeah, here was an example of the CTA Connect, how it's related to the Center for Humane Tech, the Mapathon, me being connected to Catalyst. So I think just being able to provide a view of the space and let people also kind of continue to add their own notes on top of it is like what, yeah, where we got with the current version of the map. And I think we need to really like look through, like you were sharing in the document, Brandon, like what are the use cases that we want to enable next? Like we have a good foundation and starting point. And then I think a lot of this information can also be shared and federated into other platforms to have their own perspectives or make other views of the information that might fit specific use cases better than the ones that we currently have. Hello, Forrest and Marianne.
Hi there.
Welcome.
Good to see everybody. It's been great to see some of the days so far.
Yeah, great to see you too. We're getting to the last hour. So yeah, we're just wrapping up. We were doing a brief session on the Collaborative Tech Alliance. But before we jump into regen mapping, yeah, I'd like to invite anyone else to share if they have thoughts or any questions about the CTA.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Brandon, if you wanted to share a little more context on what you had, if we didn't get to that yet. Also, you know, flagging that the whole Collabathon is one of the places where we're going to keep building on that what I see as kind of a stack of, yeah, we also call it the eco-social tech stack. It's like an eco-socially integrated, you know, reliable stack for this. But yeah, please, I know you shared your doc and I wanted to give you a chance to talk.
Well, just look at, you know, you have a front door, you know, for a lot of this stuff to move away from the major social media companies. You have people who are trying to collaborate on specific projects. And then you have, you know, just we don't want any company to own all the data. So we want to have a decentralized platform. So there's a whole capability stack for a lot of that. And it gets pretty deep. There's a lot of these platforms that were created to emphasize certain things like, you know, regeneration or, you know, the Catalyst platform seems to be emphasizing mapping itself, right? And then you have other platforms such as WeCo, they're emphasizing gamification. So they all do certain things well, and, you know, you could have like mapping between them so that there is this interoperability, and that's what the CTA is trying to do. At the, you know, at all levels of the tech stack, you know, having those sort of interoperability whenever possible, so that we don't divide our efforts and compete with each other and try to out-platform each other, you know, and that is, there's a lot of projects and platforms and apps and stuff in the CTA, and I don't think anyone really knows what they do and how they could be complementary to each other. There isn't, as far as I know, a map, and until Vincent a few minutes ago showed, you know, something like that, I hadn't seen anything like that.
Just as a final thought, I do feel like, as I was taking a look at some of the data, that some version of a tapestry or some sort of cross-section of letting the community see itself in a way where you at least have here projects with, I mean, I know sometimes boxing it into a particular ontology isn't helpful, but maybe having some sort of ontology that people can identify their projects that are already in the database and help to see where the synergies are. Maybe they find another platform or they find another person working on something similar. That kind of thing seems to me a first step. And then someone like me who's a weaver could come in on top of that and see what's happening and help to create the synergies or to help map things even further. But it feels to me like right now the database needs, or the data on the projects and the people need a little more in order for the synergies to be found. But of course, that's how I tend to see things. So just offering that up in case that helps.
I think a good first step might be for us each to map our circles that we can bring in, that we can connect to. Like once we start doing that, we see it just expanding exponentially, right? Just on Miro, just putting, you know, who we have access to, who we can talk to, who we could bring in, so that we can come into this mapping of this constellation with a full picture of what we're each bringing, what pieces we're bringing.
One point, Vincent and I were talking about, you could, because Miro tends, it's hard sometimes to get stuff out of Miro as well. So another option is to collect suggestions, collect kind of the second tier round of information, not my project, but 10 projects that I think would be important for this ecosystem, and put that in almost a separate database, just so it doesn't get conflated with things that are actually the projects that people inside are working on. I don't know, when we've played around with ways to show that inside troves and things like that, I always, in my mind's eye, see them as coded slightly differently or colored slightly differently. So you see them as suggestions rather than as integral, but you get a view of the entire ecosystem. So again, I'm thinking of tapestry because that was my project, but some sort of view that allows those things to coexist, so that someone, a weaver like me, can see easily see where the synergies are and easily see where the gaps are. And just when I have that information, it elevates the conversation. So I love that, Elizabeth.
Can you share tapestry so we have an idea what you're talking about there?
Yeah, and actually I can hold on to that. Thank you, Steve, because I know we're at the top of the hour. It's now 4 after, and I think we were supposed to move on to another topic. So I just want to pause, because we could also show tapestry in that context of the next database around regenerative agriculture resources. And we could show it in that context instead. If you won't, if I will toss it to Vincent Kayala to tell me which way to go.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I would say that if there's something that you wanted to share in the chat in the meanwhile, that's great. But also, yeah, let's go ahead and get started on that bridge, knowing that the Collaborative Tech Alliance ecosystem map and even the capacity for sense making across maps is one of our meta narratives from the day that the panel and otherwise is kind of carrying on. So if it's okay, we will start into the regen ecosystem mapping. And there is, I think, Vincent, you want to share some context on this too, and then we'll just layer in a few of the pieces of what this is about. And it is kind of one of the main tracks of the of the Mapathon, and it kind of weaves on a few of the earlier sessions too, just in the same way that the last one did.
Yeah, so yeah, Kelly, I would definitely love at some point if you could share, like, with Jen, like the original, like one of the things that we wanted to come out of this event was to have an open data set of regen ag resources that we could pull from existing data sets that have already been curated, that we can add to it in a crowdsourced way moving forward, and that we could have multiple ways to view that information and then embed it on a few different websites, so that that data set can be kind of governed by like a multi-stakeholder group, and be able to, then kind of together understand what are the different use cases and how can we continue curating the information in a way that can help people find it in like a, find it yourself manner in the directory on a website, but also that can be used by experts in regen in whatever, whether it's, a network to basically do matchmaking. So to be able to connect, to use this database as like a librarian would, to help people find the right information that they need to solve a problem in the regenerative space. Yeah, and Marianne and Forrest are here from Planetary Care, and have contributed some of the data that Forrest had been curating through Raindrop. We were able to get an export of like about 100 or so of the Raindrop bookmarks related to Regen Ag, and we started to make a little prototype of what it would look like if we could be merging together some different data sets that we've all been working on and kind of create this like shared pool, data pool for the purpose of serving the regenerative ag community. So yeah, I'd love Cal if you could kind of pick up there. And
absolutely, that's so great. And I want to just frame it slightly more inclusively than the regen ag community to speak to as the session is titled, the regen ecosystem. And in that sense, it's regenerative community, because what we really want to have is these regenerative communities, such as eco-villages or the Regenerative Communities Network or the Foundation of Intentional Communities or the co-housing or the Transition US or all these adjacent networks to each other that are all really ultimately interested in regeneration, to have the resources that they all want to have visible to one another on a map, so that they can see themselves and each other and their other resources together. And the big, I would say, like the high dream of this is something we were talking about earlier as well, which was the bioregional regeneration mapping, where it would serve as a map and a platform, and people would be able to interact through it in a trusted way, and they could, that sort of thing. But because, and this session in particular is to talk about some of the real, like the deep work that's already being done to help curate that information in the context of Regen Ag, because that's what Planetary Care has been doing so well. So I'm excited to hear about that. And then, just knowing that in the background for others to know about it is that there's an effort going that includes a number of those organizations I mentioned to try and help create a multi-stakeholder, initiative around forming a shared database, where this trusted regenerative database could be shared across these networks, and be utilized by them, and as in the form of a platform too. So with that said, I think, that's probably the rest of the background on it. Yeah, that's a big goal, is to have that Regen Alliance, or that kind of regenerative ecosystem database.
yeah, Kelly, could you just share briefly on Jenna, the Regen Alliance, like the current status of the alliance?
So the conversations that are happening are with the Global Village Network, Foundation of Intentional Communities, and Co-Housing US, and the BIPOC Intentional Community Council, and we're weaving in Transition US and a few other groups, but we're creating a multi-stakeholder initiative there, basically just building those alliances. Some of it relates to cross promotion and things like that, but essentially it's building that space. And Regen Alliance was an initiative that was launched by Jen, the Global Village Network in North America, particularly because we wanted to not have this siloing of all these really related initiatives and parallel processes of the regenerative movement to make them more visible to one another and build the trust layers and everything as well. So it is definitely a work in progress. The current expression right now is this, or one of them is the Community Weavers Alliance, which is kind of a renewal of that initiative. And we're working in a participatory commons context, like seeking to really create common pool resources and have that initiative. And basically, some of the earlier rounds of that, it's been a learning journey to understand, what's like kind of a minimally sufficient threshold for continuing to go. And to be honest, our panel from today was really themed in a really similar way around that sharing of data across data sets. What is the threshold at which someone says, okay, great, yes, we'd like to put our data into this space, or what is that kind of minimally sufficient level of trust to know? And we talked about how public information is a little more free to share, obviously. Other types of data is we need more sense making within the systems that we're using for sharing the information is part of it. And but yeah, we're in the works. It's in the works. And so getting to engage here, with the work that Planetary Care has been doing is a great step. So I'm really happy to have a chance for that.
I think it's a really good segue. I'm wondering, Marianne or Forrest, since you unmuted first, did you guys want to chime in? Maybe introduce yourselves briefly, because I don't know, Kayla and Forrest, Marianne, have you guys met previously?
Yeah, we have met before. It's been a couple years, but with Jamaica and all that work, but I don't know if Mariana has got a chance to connect. Previously, when we were doing our discussion about, basically building the type of thing that Trove is doing, I mentioned that a couple of years ago I had come across, actually through Jamaica and Brooke and stuff, this organization, I believe, down in Brazil. So I just dropped the link. I did find that of this organization, and they evidently have really focused on solutions and are in the neighborhood of thousands or more. It's in Portuguese, and they would love to have a North American partner that would like to house it in English as the native language. So that was not something that we could pick up on certainly at that time, and probably even now without partners, but would love to see something like that happen. And so I'll pass to you, Mariana, right now, if you want to intro and share anything in terms of the updates that might be of interest to them.
Sure. Nice to meet you, Kiela. I think I've heard you speak at all kinds of different places, but I don't think we've ever met directly. So yeah, I've been with Planetary Care for the last 2 years, my COO, and in this time, especially the first year I was there, we had a pro bono professional who was really helping us build a library in Zotero, actually. And we'd hoped to get her on here, but she's not gotten back to me. She's kind of, she's kind of still on the team, but she's busy with her life. But we have built a lot in Zotero, and she's I think AI specialist. So she's been trying to build tools to actually start curating and bringing stuff into Zotero on a more automated basis. But yeah, so our project has gone on hold for the last 8 months or so, but it was our vision, and for us, and get more into that, to get a preeminent library of all the regenerative ag type articles, white papers, reports into one place to support our the community and the ecosystem. So I don't know if you want to dig into that some more for us.
I think in the one thing we have in Zotero is it's really focused on academics and research and all that kind of thing. And so then we also have the more general, which has been in Raindrop. But really part of the challenge is that, as you know, it's quite an investment, and particularly with not having internal tech knowledge the way that you do, Kayla or Vincent and such. And so it's pretty much kind of in a holding pattern until such time as we can find, who we can contribute to. So what you're describing sounds great and very open. One of the other things that I'll mention that I have joined over the last several months is the Metaverse Standards Forum. And if you're not familiar with it, they've grown in about 3 months to over 2,000 companies globally. It's free to join. And the most popular, they have working groups that are now going. I'm really attending from 2 hats. One hat is to see how they are building the whole infrastructure for a global organization that is coming together with working groups to really create standards and all of this in the metaverse arena, and really impressed with the combination of the quality of the people who really understand putting these together with large and how you work it through setting up charters and all the rest of it. The second thing is I wanted to mention that the most sought after and popular, if you will, working group, even as early as it is the link between the real world and the metaverse. And that really is kind of where we're going to land as well. And so it takes a little bit of understanding of what that means relative to the metaverse. But really, this is, from my perspective of really digging into this for the last few years, is where the extraordinary breakthroughs are going to happen. Because when we can turn around and combine real-time AI through active inference in particular, to the data that is being collected, whether it's from satellite or whether it's from sensors on the ground and all the various sources that are being embedded right now, we all of a sudden really have a powerful tool for listening to nature as nature is talking to us through a whole variety of methodologies that are being able to be used. So I wanted to mention those two because that certainly interoperability is really a key component that comes into play there. That sounds great, Sol. I see that you dropped in there. Would love to know more if that's fitting for where you want to take the conversation, Vince. And I, pass it to you and Wendy.
Yeah, so Wendy, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on best use of our time in the next 10, 15 minutes. We have a little prototype that we started to put together that Forrest and Marianne have not seen yet. But I also wonder if there's any, if going deeper into discussion is the other direction that we should go into.
Yeah, sure. So what I'm most interested in knowing and getting a better handle on, if I were to leave this meeting and want to take action on a regenerative ag database, the first question I would have is who do we want to use the database for? Is it just for ourselves? And the answer I've gotten in most meetings is no. We want to use it to help bring people into the ecosystem of farmers and distributors and people who might be interested in volunteering to help support the efforts towards more people being involved in regenerative agriculture. So that's one answer that I have already ascertained. And if so, then we need resources that are not just serving us. We need resources that, which might be more which makes me think of the research articles and things where people are interested in maybe taking a really deep dive. But it made me more interested in curating a database of resources that are more of a skipping across the surface, you know, so that I can get to learn a little bit about it and help me get more involved, help me want to take that deep dive, help me want to connect with an organization or be somehow further involved. And so that's the perspective I'm coming at it from. If that speaks to other people, then I would be interested in expanding on that conversation so that I can be of service.
You know, I'd be happy to speak to that for a moment, you know, from our perspective, planetary care. And that's basically part of the challenge of a whole system solution, that we really need to end up with databases that are speaking to the interests of at least the 6 primary stakeholder groups that we see. And 3 of those are much more active and likely to get active than the other 3 in the time frame. And the 3 that are likely to get particularly active are suppliers, buyers or outtakers, and advocate groups. So all 3 of those are, and particularly the activist groups, are busy doing things. The other 3 then are the producers, which tend to be the slower adopters of technology. Researchers, which their time is still coming relative to really having data available to do that research properly and less expensively. And investors, because they're still trying to figure out where can we get the proper models to justify putting money in this direction. I don't know if that's helpful, Wendy, but that's, you know, kind of the constellation.
Yeah, I put the stuff on so I don't get sick.
Yeah, thanks, Forrest. It does help. And I'm realizing we need a longer conversation about what kinds of resources we think those people would need as to maybe targeting specifics. I guess I'm more asking the question of, do we think we're trying to curate a database that's for drawing people in, or are we trying to curate a database for helping people take deep dives? Because I think both are valuable. And I guess the question is, which one is this community seeing as more of a priority, so that we can have a conversation here about what would be, you know, what would be the most, you know, because if it's surface stuff, then I think taking a look at catalysts would be wise, and to take a look at the prototype that's already been put together, and just maybe we start there and use that to spur on further conversations to figure out what's possible with the information we have.
One thing that's coming to mind, you know, and of course it's common with the various moments where we might want to have more of the other people in the room to just kind of get their input, but knowing that the open team, you know, initiative is lining up with HILO, and I was wondering if Planetary Care, if you all have been, you know, in the loop with that initiative that's comes out of Regen Network, but that HILO is looking at implementing protocols for, so open team.
Yeah, we're a partner in Open Team, and so have attended many of the meetings. Have, you know, just and so have seen the connection with HILO, and so I think that's awesome. Really, you know, just from constraints of time, resources are not particularly connecting yet with any of those particular platforms from an investment time. Wonderful to hear the progress and see, you know, the increased participation.
I agree.
So Vincent, would you mind showing the prototype then that you put together?
Sure. I'll post a link in the chat to it as well. Let's see. Okay, so here is the trove. Right now it's called regenerative agriculture. And what we have in here, so kind of going back to the question about the tapestry. So the data right now has not been tagged by the sectors, but we had projects, resources, organizations, and I think products. So these are some of the, right now, 130 objects that are in here. So there's about 22 different tools. So there's some like open source tools. Global Shapers is a network community business for inclusive growth. So these are some of the tools here. There's a few organizations that are related to healthy soils. Sustain Chain is for investment, and then groups and communities. So Common Future, Food Networks, Green Turn. And so far, we didn't really do any further tagging beyond adding some topics and a few different types. So the two main categories that things were tagged into was like, is this a platform or a coalition? And then these are some of the different topics that information was tagged under. So things like greenhouses, blockchain, off-grid, sustainability. Yeah, so basically what I think, yeah, I'm happy to pass this link around if anyone else wants to just take a peek and explore it, but I don't think we had a clear use case in terms of how to design, like what information is specifically going in and how are we doing the tagging? And also, is there a need for seeing the relationships between things or for identifying like gaps of the space that we're trying to map? But yeah, that's my high level overview of the information that we have right now. There is data in Catalyst about regeneration that we could import into this like open data set. I know there are a few different Airtables, and I think Kayla might have certain resources in mind, but I think, yeah, the question that Wendy had asked, and it was helpful hearing again, like the different stakeholders that you guys mentioned. I think like are we creating an open data set that's trying to serve one or all or a cluster of those stakeholders, like a marketplace, or create a data set that groups like Planetary Care can basically use to do the matchmaking and to start to catalyze collaborations amongst those different stakeholder groups. I think that's the next edge for me. So I'll leave it at that.
One thing that feels like it kind of anchors in is the kind of user journey kind of perspective, or what when Forrest was describing the different contexts through which people would be engaged, and that's one of the like lenses that we might look through, especially in terms of how we're getting folks to adopt or engage, and then maybe also just for where we can get more feedback from the system. Just have some prototyping, get some feedback, engage directly with folks. So it's amazing though for where it's at. It's really nice to get a glimpse into it right now. And thank you for putting this together here. I think it's a great resource for, a place to dream into it for next steps.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of cleanup of the data that needs to be done as we bring it together. And I'm really excited for the potential of how this can be shared with all the structure that's already inside of a Trove. I think it makes, as a user, I feel like it's really easy to find resources and to see what's there. And I think we could make that even better. I think what's compelling in order to prioritize the work is is understanding a few audiences, like Vincent was saying, having a few use cases just helps prioritize things. I think we'll eventually get to all of our dreams about how this could be, but it's the question of, what would be most helpful in a month or in 3 months? And could we do 5 things that would really elevate the usefulness of this database for those particular groups of people? So I know I've been in some conversations about onboarding people into planetary care. And within those conversations, those are the people I was thinking of for us when I was talking about audiences and asking about them. Those I'm thinking real, just like the first 10 people who next want to come into work with planetary care, and what are the resources that they would need, and curating for them or helping them find those resources inside of a larger trove, or literally making a sub trove just of those resources that you could point to so that they're not overwhelmed, and starting to use the troves in this way as part of an onboarding process, and having an entire database available, and maybe we filter it down for people, or having a separate trove just for them. But that would be, in my mind, a good use case of something that's coming relatively soon, and then helping us, just going through that process will help us, I think, a lot, and understanding what kind of resources we're talking about, what we need them for, and when.
Yeah, and I'll
Go ahead.
just briefly, this is a good visual reference that I had presented earlier. So this is like when you're designing a map, like the process. So I think we're relying on a lot of years of curation work that's went in. And now we did a really quick skip over like an additional organization and tagging in order to get to like a visualization. And I think what needs to come next is designing, like, what are the methods of engagement on how people connect with the information, take it in, and then take action. And who are the users that are going to be acting on this information, making sense of it, or doing the matchmaking to create more information. So that's what I see as like the places to focus, like Wendy said, is one on doing this as a systemic process, but understanding what organization and like curation work do we need to continue to do to be able to design the right experiences to make this map useful for the most number of people.
Thank you both for that. I'm wondering again, and I like how you narrowed the focus down to potentially, say, early people that are growing with planetary care versus something that is being promoted out to the broad community. Not to say that what gets developed doesn't, that's the path that you want to end up with. And so one thing that comes to mind is it's not in the form of a database right now easily to put over there. And so I think that's one of the barriers that at least comes to mind to me. Is one of the things we do have, for instance, is created a database of, it's close to 400 different organizations that have identified that they are committed to playing a role and already playing a role in the regenerative ag industry. So that's as a result of having been a member of the Carbon Farming Innovation Network and the Soil and Carbon Alliance and the Regenerative Ag at ASBN and growing our future. All of those has quite a number of organizations that are in it. At the moment, largely what we would have as the names of those organizations and likely the email or the websites of those organizations. That still feels like an awfully heavy lift to take it from that, unless there's an automated process that turns around and goes and gathers the data that's needed to go into the trove. So that's the kind of, what feels like a block because of the amount of human effort that might be required in order to get it into a form that it can be presented. I don't know if that's a fiction in my head or that's a reality, particularly when we're starting to see stuff like chat CBT coming out and recognizing the rapidness that's happening with AI and wondering what's the right place. So I add those as resources. If those are resources to help, I'm more than happy to put time in to identify and share those, but don't know that how to take it any further.
Can I just ask a clarifying question, Forrest? Are you saying there are other links and resources in your mind, but it seems like there's there's a lot of friction in curating all the information that goes with each of those links? Is that, am I catching that right? Or did I miss something?
Yeah, I think so. So, I mean, we shared with you 2 different databases, which were more the rainbow was, as we're tearing the net, finding stuff we don't want to lose, we stick it there. And it hasn't really been curated, right? Very well, just very lightly.
The raindrop.
Yeah. Raindrop.
In
Yes, thank you.
raindrop.
In raindrop.
Yeah, so to give some context for other people here, basically we took an export of, so Raindrop is a bookmarking tool, which lets you, let's see if I can open it. It's a little extension that lets you bookmark. It's a social bookmarking tool that lets you, similar to this web clipper I have, bookmark websites and add them into folders. And it works really well from mobile. And we took an export of a bunch. Let's see how many there are.
I think there's over 1,000.
2,190 different bookmarks. And then we filtered them out. So we basically removed ones that were related to like VR, data, faith, like things that weren't related to regen were filtered out. And so now we have about 225. I think there's probably a lot more, but if we set the tags to be a little bit less fuzzy, I just took like a small set of it so we can, focus on like 10% of it and not everything. I think I took everything that had tags. So there's 10 times as much information that we can actually add in. But yeah, so right now that's all in an Airtable, and that Airtable the data could be pulled directly from that Airtable into other tools and visualizations and projects and edited in bulk in there. My personal favorite way to work with big data sets is to have them in an Airtable base or many Airtable bases, and then I federate them into a trove where I can kind of have different ways of visualizing it that Airtable doesn't allow for. So Airtable kind of serves as a backend for a lot of different visualization tools. Like you could use something like Softer to like build a website out of your Airtable. So Trove similarly has ways to like hook up to multiple Airtables to be able to say, okay, we want to view this on a map. We want to let people add to it because Airtable doesn't give that like crowdsourced edit access unless you just send a form. So that's kind of the pipeline that we had from Raindrop, importing to Airtable, doing some manual curation, and then we hooked it to the Trove, which is what I just shared. So that's kind of where we are. And if we wanted to do like further data curation, it could be either inside of Airtable or we made like a bulk editor tool that lets you see the website on the left side, and then on the right side, add tags as you're swiping through the different websites. So that's like a power tool for curation that if we wanted to play with, we could.
That makes a lot of sense. Thanks for adding that, Vincent. And, to mention, basically, because myself and Myanna don't really necessarily have the thinking process of walking through, like you were showing, Vincent, of the project and stuff like that. That's kind of the gap, the questions that you're asking to make sure that they get answered, Wendy, and that we work that through. Knowing, saying various tasks, like potentially having somebody that's willing to go through and match those up and doing that, that's the kind of thing that we can likely recruit volunteers for. So we have methods of doing that when indeed we've got very clear objectives of what needs to get done and it's in a reasonable time frame, meaning a few months or something like that, working part-time. So that might be a way, but again, on our end at the moment, what we're lacking is kind of that leadership that would turn around and guide the process. And I know that's a heavy lift for anybody that takes on that. So that's just a reality. And how heavy it is, I guess it just depends on that particular person and their skill sets, because they can tune it up or tune it down accordingly if they've got the right skill sets. So, and Asana just happens to be the tool that we've been using for that kind of project management.
Yeah, so I think for me, it comes back to, it still comes back to audience, because to create that, what we want to create ultimately in order to create a good database. So first of all, I'm just going to say right out, like with a lot of projects, and I'm sure you have this experience in other areas, you're not going to get it right the first time. So if we can get an audience or an application space where we can then present the database, not just to us what we think would be good, but to the audience that we're trying to deliver it to, and then get their feedback, that creates a feedback loop that feeds the further development of the database. Otherwise, we're taking a one-stab shot at creating the database, and we just kind of put it out there. And there's nothing wrong with that either, but there's a lot of that happening. And I think it's wiser to put our time and energy, even if it's volunteer time, put our time and energy into something that will actually be of use to someone. That's why that piece is so important. This work isn't hard. It takes a lot of time sometimes, but I don't think that anything we're talking about today is particularly hard. It's really just about where is it worth the most. It's just prioritizing the different tasks so that we can produce something that's is of use. So to me, that's really the next part of the conversation, is making sure. Now there may be someone else here who says, please, we would love an enhanced region ag database, in which case let's bring that up to you. If there's any other audiences that people have, this was meant to be a conversation that served planetary care and the rest of the ecosystem of people who are looking to do something with region ag resources. So I think there's all possibilities here, and I'm kind of sorry. I mean, there were some rich conversations earlier today, so I do feel like there's some information we can pull from previous conversations around regional systems for biodiversity and things like that might have also a really deep need. And then I'm also just wondering as well whether we're not used to having these resources, so we're not thinking about their use. It's like a chicken and egg thing a little bit too. It's like we don't know, people don't ask for them because they're usually not readily available, so we don't think about having them, and we're creating the use case for them too as we go along. So
one thing I might offer real quickly, and then love to hear your sharing, Vincent, is that what we could do
just a quick time check. Just a quick time check that we're gonna probably want to wrap this session up in a few minutes, and then spend the last 10 minutes wrapping up the event, so we can end at around 8. Forrest, go ahead, and then I'll take it back.
Thank you. Put together 2 or 3 conversations with you, Wendy, and whoever the other right people might be, that include, for instance, the people at the non-GMO project, right, who we've got a relationship with, or the people at Growing Your Future. So these are folks that are deeply curating how to accelerate regenerative agriculture. And so they may have some very useful opinions of just saying, okay, if we're going to serve that audience, then they would have some real viewpoint on that. So I think it's an important question. I don't know that we're in the best position to be able to give the best answer for it. So that's why I propose that.
Yeah, can you just give a name to that audience, that other group that you would want to include in the conversation?
The non-GMO project was one. A second one would be the regenerative agriculture and justice working group leader with the Association for Sustainable Business Network. So those are two, and a third one could be the Soil and Carbon Alliance. And each of those, we would talk to a single one or two people from that organization that's very tuned in to these very substantial efforts in these areas.
Beautiful. And I think we do want to
Thank you.
move into the, just because we, then we'll have the little more than 10 minutes to wrap up from a 12-hour day of back-to-back action. But this is such a great session to weave, towards those next steps from too. So yeah, feeling good about that. Vincent, I know you wanted to chime in a little bit on that. And I'm actually a little taxed, my voice even too. So I'll probably have fewer words as we just complete. Really grateful though for the day.
Yeah, so I think what I'll do is just go to my notes and maybe just do a little summary to kind of close in the different thoughts that came out of today. Okay, so we started off, talking about the whole mapping space and wanting to move that forward, and maps as navigational tools. Talked about how those tools can be used for lots of different purposes and actions. One being to connect people, hopefully connecting people to actually get results. So connecting the right people. We talked about human support. So specifically GaiaNet was bringing up that in addition to these tools, also having like the support staff there ready to like help be a matchmaker or a hotline to connect people to the right resources, and that those people who are behind the hotline need to also have that like side by side of the map to help them do that connecting. Which actually reminds me of a organization I was a part of, Cooperation Long Island, where we kind of built a database that was then used by people who are doing like mutual aid, direct relief. We talked about different actions that you can take on objects in a map. So liking, reporting, seeing the history of how something has changed over time, being able to rate and add the like different criterias on maps. Friction. So having one map that's pulling from many sources is a pattern to reduce friction for the person that's actually trying to navigate, without having to have like 18, you have Google Maps, Apple, and Waze all open at once that are giving you different directions. Like you kind of want to have one experience, even if the data is coming from different sources. We talked about adding to maps, whether that be centralized or decentralized, and how to handle duplicates, and how to also handle the like membrane of adding, like to filter out spam messages or to push something to the bottom of a list. Then I have a note here that says things that annoy me. This was Grace's session. So Grace talked about why I won't use your map, and explored us to think about like all the critical elements that we overlook because we're so obsessed with our maps. And so one of them was the giant hairball of like everything is connected and therefore you get nothing from it. We talked about how like we're competing with platforms like TikTok and AI, which promise to give like you the right answer and not as much like the power to navigate and explore wherever you want to go. And I think we need to figure out how to combine both of those together in a way that serves humans and not the corporate interests behind the tools. And that's one thing when it comes to like, to maps, is like the business model. What's the business model behind a map versus a platform that's collecting all of your data? And then in the panel, we had a panel about sharing data across platforms and networks, and there was a lot that came out of that. Particularly some of the issues around like the loose boundaries when we're defining networks, and how if you have a loose boundary, it's difficult to actually map because there's these little blobs. Wendy, did you want to jump on that? Or Wendy's popping out. Yeah, like focusing on trust. So like the emergence of letting things emerge and letting the trust kind of over the in-person one-to-one meetings, like how that's a really fundamental thing that we need to focus on a lot of our effort into, and there's no way around that. And yeah, I think the main other points from the panel that were really interesting to me were like, how do we value and create accounting systems for provenance? So if we do have these data commons, knowing who to attribute for what information. So like, how do we attribute forests for like the bookmarks that have added to this open data set that will also potentially benefit other communities? While also having like the privacy around information that needs to be private. So we talked about like what's private, what's public, and what are the different tools that are best suited for those different types of data. And yeah, and then kind of moving into the future, I think the next steps that I've seen emerge from this event, I think there's a lot of really great stuff that came out of the Miro board here, Narayan session, where we actually got to do some mapping in Miro. And yeah, and I think where we kind of got to in the discussion towards the end of the event was funding being a huge component for a lot of different mapping initiatives and projects as like a big bottleneck. We talked about in a breakout room, like if there is a we, like, should we be working together to, one, map ourselves, two, to be able to be pooling our resources and applying for or creating proposals for like some sort of collaborative funding to be able to move different projects forward in an ecosystem and be able to collaborate on creating some maps that can help us lead to a more resilient future. And I think, yeah, the last session was like in line very much with those intentions. And I think if I were to summarize my next steps for the event, it's going to be getting all these videos and the chat and all these amazing resources organized to send out to everyone. Second would be to follow up on some of the collaborations which have come out for me and I'm sure will happen for others. And then third, I think, is thinking about where we want to go next. So looking to how we design the Collabathon to build on top of this event, and then how we also think about what are the like core projects that we need to start moving forward together in 2023. So yeah, a lot to reflect on. I also would definitely appreciate and love any feedback on this whole process, on the event. I think we'll send out a feedback form in a day or two to get some thoughts on what we did right, what could be better, and also how we can continue to serve as many potential use cases with like the same effort. And I think that's like one of the threads that is run through the whole event is like, we don't want to duplicate effort. And so how can we have as many outputs as possible with the least amount of inputs? How can resources, funding, talent, effort, existing work that has already been done, right, have the most impact for the least amount of people having to put that time and energy in, so we can focus on also enjoying our lives and on putting our time and effort towards the things that are most valuable and aligned with our purpose and mission. So yeah, that's, I think, my wrap summary for the event. Really excited. Thanks everyone who hung on for the entire time, for the 12 hours. And yeah, looking forward to the next one. I'll leave the next 5 minutes for just discussion, reflections, and chit chat, and then we'll wrap up from there.
Yeah, I think it's a good chance to give, if anybody else wants to name like a direct thing they're carrying out or a follow-up. I mean, the Collabathon was named. I think definitely a an open follow-up call and all the other threads that will naturally happen. But if anybody wants to just, bring voice to something or offer it into the field here now, this is a good moment for that. It's been a rich day. It's almost like too much, but then there's still a chance to trust that all will get digested and integrated, and we're all working to make sure that happens.
I have a question because, I wasn't able to attend most of today because of work conflicts. I came at 4:30, and I just wondered, I'm part of the systemic design community. And I've recently gotten involved with the people that are doing Three Horizons work, following Brian Sharp's model. People, okay, I just wondered if, people here were connected with that.
I'm not connected with it, but I'm familiar with the Three Horizons framework, which is great. But I'm curious, what potential do you see for collaboration there, Eve? Because
I just want to make sure, because they're different. Like McKinsey, who's a consulting firm, has a Three Horizons framework, and this one is separate from that. As I said, I got connected with the systemic design people. But so the idea is you got Horizon 1 where you are, Horizon 3 where you want to go, and Horizon 2 is the transition system. And it seems to me, that the work you're doing is very much in that space. And I really like that overall model because it puts more attention on the nitty-gritty of, how do we get from where we are? Yeah, that's it there. How do we get from where we are to where we want to go? And the mapping is a piece of that. Yeah. An important piece of that. And I saw this report, and I've been talking to people involved in this sustainable seafood project in New England, where they're applying that model.
Yeah, I see mapping as definitely a transition. I mean, a lot of what we talked about is resilient design, transition, and mapping what exists, but also how do we map in a way that doesn't blind us to the fact that we need to create new things that are beyond what currently exists.
Yeah, exactly. And that when you're in that transitional space, they're saying you kind of it's different. I'm an evaluator. Was trained in traditional logic models. It's a very different way of thinking than linear logic model, right? And also an anthropologist, and it's so the transition space really is, a different culture way. I mean, and a different approach to where you are and what you're trying to do. Yeah, and like you said, thinking about maps is where did they get you?
Yeah, there was an interesting point someone made today about most maps serve the people who make them more than because they help us codify the way that we think. And I definitely resonate with that. Creating a map in of itself is a learning, it's a way to, it's like taking notes, right? Sometimes the purpose of taking notes is not actually the notes, it's creating the map itself. And collaboratively mapping is another social practice, which sometimes it's about actually getting together and making sense of the world, and more so than having a tangible output.
Because you make the world from the relationships. And it's that process of making the relationships that makes the change. So it's the process. But you get, I think, the most profound change when you get that conflation of process and product.
Thanks, everyone. Signing off now. Many blessings. Looking forward to where our paths weave.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thanks, Cal.
Yeah, thanks, Kala. Great second mapathon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care, everyone.
Happy solstice.